Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 9 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi éminent.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, at this time of year, we all struggle to find appropriate words to commend something that most people simply cannot comprehend. From battlefields that are oceans away to the cenotaph outside this very house, Canadian soldiers have stood and fallen in defense of this nation's ideals. And each year at this time, Canadians gather from coast to coast to coast, sharing our recognition, our respect, and our reverence for those who have demonstrated the selflessness, the patriotism, and the conviction required to don a uniform and serve. Sir Robert Borden was correct when he noted, just months after the First World War, that the spirit of self-sacrifice, of patriotism, of devotion, has inspired the Canadian people from ocean to ocean and will leave an enduring mark upon our national life. And as we approach the centennial anniversary of that war's armistice, it's only natural that we look back at its destruction, at its costs, to seek out some meaning, some value, or values that emerged from the blood-soaked fields of Europe. We often find it in the conduct of our soldiers, of the brave Canadians and Newfoundlanders who answered the call in 1914 to serve king and countries. Their incredible service capped off with a string of victories in the last 3 months, a period often referred to as Canada's 100 Days. Their determination was self-evident during that time, and if it wasn't self-evident, the 30 Victoria Crosses awarded during those days stand as eternal witnesses to their fortitude. Mais, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in talking about the duty and conviction of our soldiers, members of the Air Force and the Navy, it's important to remember that we have all benefited from their sense of duty, their service. We must never forget the sacrifices they made and always acknowledge the dedication of those women and men who so proudly wear the uniform.
The debate in this House today because of veterans. We enjoy the comforts of the modern world and are free to exercise our liberties because of veterans. And we may be who we are and love who we love because veterans believed that Canadian values, our values, were worth defending, were worth the sacrifice. And Mr. Speaker, it's also important to remember that the ranks of our veterans are not fixed in time. They are not restricted to those who knew the battlefields of the 2 world wars, or the treacherous terrain of Korea, or the far-flung towns of Kosovo and Afghanistan, or any of the other international locations where our servicemen and women have fulfilled their duty. Yes, veterans can be the older gentlemen who fought in the fields of Europe, but today there is likely to be the IT administrator in your office, or a merchant mariner maintaining international supply lines, or they may be young men and women who are facing challenges reintegrating themselves into civilian life. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to acknowledge the accomplishments of our veterans. This year, we will commemorate significant anniversaries, like the 10th anniversary of the National Peacekeepers Day, the 65th anniversary of the armistice of the Korean War, the 75th anniversary of the invasion of Sicily, and the start of the Italian campaign during the Second World War, and of course, the centenary of the armistice that put an end to the First World War.
November 11th, 1918 brought about peace and freedom, as well as many feelings of relief, but also sadness for the steep price that had been paid. In Belgium, church bells tolled, and there was a sense of euphoria. After 50 months of occupation, they were free. To recreate that moment in time on Remembrance Day, the Peace Tower bells in Ottawa will ring along with the bells in Mons, Belgium, where I'll be leading a Government of Canada delegation following the footsteps of our predecessors. Those bells, along with others across Canada, including my hometown of St. John's, will ring out 100 times at sunset to mark the 100th anniversary of this historic milestone. It will be an important and emotional moment. But, Mr. Speaker, I extend this challenge to all members of this House and, frankly, to all Canadians. Challenge your perception of who and what a veteran can be. When we attend our respective ceremonies here in the capital, across the country, and wherever in the world Canadians may be, take a moment to think on our personal concept of veterans and what we do as individuals to recognize them. I've had the opportunity this past year to travel across our great country and meet veterans in big cities and in small towns and in places in between. And it is my sincere belief, Mr. Speaker, that any person who takes the time to thank a veteran, to recognize their service, will find it to be an experience with few equals.
It's important for veterans to know that they have deserved our tributes and thanks. It's also important for them to feel this acknowledgement from an entire nation that is very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, each year on Remembrance Day, we pause to remember the sacrifices made by Canadian men and women in uniform. The service and sacrifices of Canadian Armed Forces members during the time of war, conflict, and peace have defined and shaped our country. Indeed, throughout our history, Canadian men and women have bravely fought tyranny and evil around the world, defending our country, our values, and our way of life. This year's ceremony take on a very special meaning. Canadians will not only be marking Remembrance Day, but the 100th anniversary of the armistice on November 11th, 1918. The Canada and Newfoundland of November 1918 was a much different place than the land we live in today. Streetcars and automobiles still shared the road with horse-drawn carriages. Canadians and Newfoundlanders fought for king and country. To this day, July 1st holds additional meaning for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. It would be another year until we could begin gathering around radios for news and entertainment. Most would first learn of the armistice from their daily newspaper or ecstatic neighbors that had already read the news. Together, they would flood the streets. Peace, in bold banner, read the headline of the Toronto Star. But beneath those headlines and deep inside those pages would come news foreshadowing great misery to come. The Globe and Mail would report that the terms of surrender were a humiliation to Germany. But on that day, in that moment, there was no room for fear or worry. Peace had been achieved. Canadians would soon see themselves projected onto screens by grainy newsreels that recorded the happiness that drove them and millions more across the world into the streets where they rejoiced the war's end. Perhaps it was those images and memories that day that would encourage Canadians to join each other a year later to mark the very first Remembrance Day. Perhaps it was that great war, the war to end all wars, that had scared our nation so deeply and cost us so immensely. Perhaps it was the war that spared no one from exacting such a heavy and personal toll from everyone that people all across the Commonwealth would see fit to begin the marking of the end together. We know for certain that Kenneth Lawrence, a World War I veteran from my riding of Brantford-Brant, was thinking. He was the last Canadian to be wounded in World War I and was quoted at the time as saying, quote, "There are many physically wounded like me, but many more mentally wounded." It would take our nation generations to come to terms with those mental wounds that Kenneth Lawrence spoke of. Those dispatches, buried under the headlines heralding peace, foretold of future war. War that would trace its roots back to the fragile peace of November 1918. And indeed, Canadians would be called upon time and time again to leave the comfort of their lives, don their country's uniforms, deploy to foreign lands, and once again display a willingness to sacrifice all to achieve another peace. From World War II to the Korean War to Afghanistan to the fight against ISIS and everything in between. The men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces have not wavered in their resolve to defend our country, our values, and our way of life. So let us take time today not only to pay tribute to those who have sacrificed all, but to thank those who stand ready today to do the same. This Remembrance Day, I urge you all to join me in extending a heartfelt thank you to Canadian veterans and those serving today. And let us not forget that on that first Remembrance Day, there was great sorrow, but along with it, great joy in the peace that had been achieved. And Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me to read a poem, and of course, it is actually not the poem you might think it would be today. This is the poem that all of us, as we attend, as members of Parliament, attend the various Remembrance Day ceremonies in our communities and around the globe, will say as the act of remembrance. But that one stanza is part of a larger poem. And if you'll allow me to read this poem, it was written by Lawrence Binion during the war, who had been on the front lines and witnessed what was happening in the Great War. And he writes, "With proud thanksgiving, a mother for her children, England mourns for her death across the sea. Flesh of her flesh they were, spirit of her spirit, fallen in the cause of the free. Solemn the drums thrill, death august and royal, sing sorrow up into immortal spheres. There is music in the midst of desolation, and a glory that shines upon our tears. They went with songs to the battle. They were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted. They fell with their faces to the foe. They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. They mingle not with their laughing comrades again. They sit no more at familiar tables of home. They have no lot in our labor of the daytime. They sleep beyond England's foam. But where our desires are and our hopes profound, felt as a wellspring that is hidden from sight, to the innermost heart of their own land they are known, as the stars are known to the night. As the stars that shall be bright when we are dust, moving in marches upon the heavenly plain, as the stars that are starry in the time of our darkness. To the end, they remain, lest we forget.
I think I want to thank the honourable member for Brantford Brant for reciting that entire poem, which I don't think many of us have heard the entire poem before, and yet we've all heard the one stanza. So I appreciate very much. It's a very moving, powerful poem. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise and pay tribute to veterans in this Parliament, and especially so as we approach the 100th anniversary of Canada's 100 days and the armistice that ended the First World War on November 11th. On behalf of New Democrats, our elected officials, constituents, party members, and supporters, thank you to our veterans and to our families of veterans for your service and sacrifice. Canada's very existence as a thriving, free, and inclusive society is thanks to your service and sacrifice. The Ypres, the Somme, Vimy Ridge, Passchendaele, Amiens, Canada's 100 days. These are words and events that every Canadian should know and remember. More than 650,000 Canadian men and women served in uniform during the First World War. More than 172,000 of them were wounded, and more than 66,000 gave their lives. It is hard to imagine the enormous struggle and burden carried forward by surviving veterans who were expected to reintegrate into our society while suffering from various physical, emotional, and psychological challenges for which diagnosis and treatment were simply not available. And families, the loss of parents, children, siblings, cousins, and other kin, and the love and devotion they gave survivors was the burden carried by families on our behalf. In addition to the First World War, we also take this time each year to remember the service and sacrifice of other veterans and families who have selflessly defended our country and our interests in many conflicts and operations. The South African War, the Boer War, the Korean War, the Second World War, the Persian Gulf War, Afghanistan, the ongoing battle against ISIL, the numerous NATO and United Nations peacekeeping operations, and of course, our women and men in uniform who diligently stand on guard for our country at home and abroad in peacetime each and every day. Thank you all. For our part, New Democrats have and remain committed to improving the lives of Canada's veterans. We see our work for veterans as having three important aspects: communicating with veterans, families, and their advocates to find the most appropriate ways in which our government can honour their service and serve them. Moving forward, proposing ideas and policies that will honour their service and sacrifice and provide them with the care and love they deserve. And working with all parties in this place to enact effective legislation and hold our government to account should it fail to meet its sacred obligation to our veterans and their families. I'd also like to mention some specific injustices and work that must be tackled by parliamentarians for our veterans and their families as we move forward. This place in our assembled committee should commit to studying the possible side effects that exposure to mefloquine and related drugs may have had and could have had on the quality of life of veterans and their families. Homelessness is an enormous social injustice that we must be committed to ending, but particularly so for our veterans. We owe our veterans safe, clean, and affordable housing, and we should not stop working until each and every veteran has it. And while we honour the service and sacrifice made by all veterans, including First Nations veterans, in the Second World War, we have failed to honour the same contributions made by Métis veterans. And so today, New Democrats recognize the service and sacrifice of our Métis veterans of the Second World War, and we hope that one day the Government of Canada will join us and provide them, you, Métis veterans, with the same recognition, support and benefits as those you so bravely fought beside. In closing, I ask all members of this place and Canadians from coast to coast to draw from the harshest of lessons from our past. Let us continue to stand together, united, against authoritarianism and intolerance in all its forms, and in defense of human dignity, peace, and freedom. Lest we forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Y a-t-il un consentement?
Is there unanimous consent to allow the Honourable Member for Repentigny to add her comments?
D'accord. Honorable député de...
Very well, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, next week marks the beginning of Veterans Week, and this is a particular year. It's the centennial anniversary of the armistice of November 11th, 1918. 100 years since this terrible war ended. There were so many young lives destroyed, so many people injured, and so many families broken forever. It was a horrible war, and there was very little consideration given for human life. Our soldiers served in the worst conditions imaginable, while we now have the chance and the good fortune to live comfortably, something people all too often take for granted. If there's a lesson to be gained from this conflict, it's that at the time, people said never again. And that is really what people wanted at the time, and that's why the predecessor of the United Nations was created. Finding dialogue and finding ways of avoiding future conflicts was the goal. Thanks to the sacrifice of all of our soldiers and citizens, we managed to arrive at the place that we are at now, where we can appreciate peace. It's thanks to their sacrifice that we now value human life. Fortunately, other conflicts have taken the lives of many other people, notably in World War II, in the Korean War, various peacekeeping missions that we've participated in, and more recently, the conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq against Daesh. This week is an opportunity for us to say thank you to all those who made the ultimate sacrifice and all those who served in conflicts and missions around the world, and who did so to defend our freedom. As legislators, we need to remember that it's our duty to do everything that we can to prevent the events of the last century from happening again. We also need to do everything we can to support our veterans through their difficult challenges. They face a number of issues, as you know: very high suicide rate, mental health issues, homelessness, substance abuse, and more. We need to stand with them and help them with all of the means at our disposal. Veterans Week is also an opportunity to thank the families of all veterans and all those who are currently serving. We often forget them, but military families suffer enormously when their father, mother, son, daughter, brother, or sister is serving abroad. They make an enormous sacrifice for us. We also need to remember the civilians who suffer during various conflicts. Civilians in Europe and Korea in the past, and today in Iraq and Syria, are the first victims of armed conflicts. So as legislatures, we must never forget them. I also want to thank our colleagues here in this House who have served in Canada and abroad. On November 11th, let us remember everyone who made the ultimate sacrifice so that here and abroad we can live in peace. Thank you.
Is there unanimous consent from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands to add her comments? The Honourable Member.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to all my colleagues for the privilege of adding my comments during this period where we are discussing veterans. Today, we are very aware of their sacrifice.
All those lives, we think of the lives lost, and I want to reflect not in generalities, but on what I regard as one of the singular privileges of being a member of Parliament, is how I've come to know so many veterans within my own riding. Men like Commander Peter Chance, who commanded 13 different vessels over his long and distinguished naval career a member of the Royal Canadian Navy. From a very young age, he volunteered. And he still serves his community. He's on every volunteer board you can imagine. Or Major Chick Goodman, one of my dear friends. And I will add that I hope the Minister of Finance will at long last get rid of something called the Gold Digger Clause so that the spousal benefits to veterans like Chick can go to his wife. I want to mention that because Chick would want me to. Major Chick Goodman was one of the Canadians who liberated the prisoner of war camps, they weren't prisoner of war camps, the horrible Nazi death camps in the Netherlands. And Chick Goodman was one of those who was a liberator. Or one of the men in my riding who joined before he was of age, needed a note from his mother to go overseas and fought at Dieppe, Ken Curry. Spectacular stories, but the tears come to their eyes very quickly when they think of the young men, they were all young, who were on those battlefields and the ones who didn't come home. They remember them as if it was yesterday. They remember their experiences in war as if it was yesterday. Just outside my riding in Nanaimo, I want to mention Trevor Green. Everyone in this place will know his story. My friend from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, is nodding because he lives in her riding. Trevor Green was the young Canadian soldier in Afghanistan who, in showing respect to the elders with whom he was meeting in a hut in Afghanistan, took off his helmet and was attacked from the back with a man with an axe. He's the most heroic, heroism runs through the veins of the veterans of whom we're speaking today. But Trevor Green is still every day getting up and trying to get out of his wheelchair. And of everything that he might be committed to, Trevor Green is committed to climate action. But he is one of the most spectacular, brave human beings, and his wife and his kids, every day, taking every step in courage to be able to fully walk and participate again. Every single one of the people I mentioned wasn't drafted. Every single one of the people I've mentioned stepped up to serve. And our recent military, in the First World War, the Second World War, our survivors are dwindling. But from Afghanistan and Syria and ongoing conflicts and increasing peacekeeping missions, we know there will continue to be veterans who come home shattered and need our help. And in that, I want to pay special tribute to the people from whom we buy these poppies. It's important that they fall off and we have to buy them again, because the work of the Canadian Legion is so important, and they provide help for veterans who have PTSD. We need more service dogs trained up for veterans with PTSD. We need more services. But all of us together in this place today, without a trace of partisanship, know that we owe our lives and our democracy to the sacrifices of millions of Canadians who went before us, those who came home and those who never came home, lest we forget.
I would like to thank all the members who've spoken this morning. Je les remercie tous.
I thank all of the members who spoke this morning on this very important subject.
Afin de marquer la semaine des vétérans.
In order to mark Veterans Week, I would invite members to rise and observe a moment of silence.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 27 minutes. Rapport des délégations interparlementaires.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Monsieur Marcel, appuyé.
Mr. Marcil, seconded by Ms. Posey, requests leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before becoming a member of Parliament, I was a union representative, and I always cared deeply about workers' working conditions. Now, Canada's labour standards are far behind those of Quebec. That's why I'm honoured to table a bill in the House today that aims to amend the Canada Labour Code in order to allow all Quebecers working in Quebec in a federally regulated organization to have the same protections and rights that we have here. I'm proposing to disallow employers from hiring temporary workers to fill the positions of workers who are on strike or in a lockout, so an anti-scab law, essentially, to grant pregnant or breastfeeding employees the same workplace health and safety rights as others, and finally, to impose the French language charter on all federally regulated companies in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Marcel, appuyé.
Mr. Marcil, seconded by Ms. Posey, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Ce projet de loi sera
When should this bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine session.
At the next sitting of the House.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu, seconded by Ms. Posey, requests leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Citizenship Act, Adequate Knowledge of French in Quebec. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling a bill on citizenship that would make sufficient knowledge of French a necessary condition for Quebec citizenship. French language is one of the fundamental characteristics of Quebecers. They define us as a people, and we are very proud of the French language. To ensure that it will continue to thrive in the future, it needs to be the public common language in Quebec, as per our French language charter. It is the shared heritage of all Quebecers from all backgrounds. Under the current law, Canada requires knowledge of one of its official languages, either English or French. But it's high time that in Quebec, which has been recognized as a nation in this House, that it be sufficient knowledge of French that would lead to citizenship. Thank you.
Beaulieu, appuyé par
Mr. Beaulieu, seconded by Ms. Posey, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Whalen, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, Broader Criteria. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for this opportunity today to introduce what I hope is an important bill. Our committee, the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, last fall did a study into whistleblower protections, and we made a number of recommendations, but among those there were a few which were broadly accepted by all members of the committee. And I felt that rather than letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, I would propose a private member's bill to get rid of that low-hanging fruit. And in summary, the changes that I'm proposing would expand the classes of persons protected against reprisals for certain actions under the Act, allow for a protected disclosure to be made to any supervisor or officer within the portion of the public sector in which the public servant is employed, extend the period in which a reprisal complaint may be fielded, add to the list of wrongdoings in respect of which the Act applies, broaden the circumstances in which certain disclosures of information are permitted, including by amending the requirements to act in good faith and to reverse the onus of an applicant to do that. And while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Whalen, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Calling the members. question is the following one. Mr. Whalen, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lauzon Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon Argentin La Petite Nation.
McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sagari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Jordan.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Schultz.
Ms. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Beres.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Fan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Coury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Lamone.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Master, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 108, 108.
I declare the motion adopted. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
Implementation Act 2018, number 2.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. Order. I encourage colleagues to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I would appreciate if members would assist me by saying shh. Débat. L'honorable.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable colleagues, it's with pleasure that I rise today in this August chamber to talk about Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget. This bill is the next step in the government's plan aimed at strengthening the middle class and those working hard to join it so that all Canadians have equal real opportunities for success. Since the start of our mandate, Mr. Speaker, our government has rejected the path of austerity and cuts. Rather, we've put in place a long-term plan with investments that are targeted to create conditions for economic growth for all. These investments are changing things and will continue to do so, and that will give our children better opportunities to fulfill their dreams, find good jobs, and give back to their communities. Before talking about the Budget Implementation Act, I'd like to underscore some of our government's accomplishments to date. Mr. Speaker, since the outset, we have focused our efforts on strengthening the middle class and economic growth to help Canadians keep more money, more of their hard-earned money, in their pockets to use based on their priorities. I will point out, Mr. Speaker, that when we took power, the government started by cutting taxes for the middle class, and that has benefited more than 9 million Canadians.
Then, we set up a new Canada Child Benefit that helps families deal with the high cost of raising children. The Canada Child Benefit, or CCB, is more simple, more generous, and tax-free. It's allowed 9 out of 10 families to improve their standard of living. The CCB gives greater need to low-income and middle-income families that need it the most. This is in line with our goal of giving equal opportunities to all Canadians. About 65% of families who receive the maximum amount of the CCB are single-parent families, and 90% are led by single mothers. When I did the calculation of what my mother would have gotten when she was raising my brother and I as a single mother, it was so generous, and it would have made such a difference in our lives, just as it's making an immense difference in the lives of many Canadians today. I can see this in my riding. I can see it in Saint Vincent de Paul, because there's a much more progressive approach than under the former government, who were sending checks to millionaires. In Budget 2018, the government is also ensuring that the CCB will be indexed to the cost of living starting in July 2018, 2 years earlier than planned. A typical family of 4 people will get about $2,000 more every year, following the tax cut for the middle class and the CCB. Benefits are even higher for middle-income single parents with 2 kids, and for parents with 2 children, where only one member of the family has the average salary. When you add in the tax-free CCB, the effective tax rate for these families is less than 2%, which means that they are keeping more than 98% of what they get. Thanks to these measures, more families will now be able to buy things such as healthy food, back-to-school clothing, or new winter boots for growing children. These are changes that will really improve the lives of children and parents all across the country, Madam Speaker.
Since 2015, the government has made historic investments to support our communities. Historic investments in infrastructure, in innovation, in science, and in research. The government has also secured new and modernized trade agreements. In fact, we're the only G7 country to have trade agreements with every other G7 country. The recently negotiated United States, Mexico, Canada USMCA agreement will give the business community the confidence they need to continue to invest in Canada. They can rest assured that this critically vital trading relationship is safe and secure. With all of these measures in place, it's no wonder that the economic picture at home is encouraging. Our economy is strong and growing. Our economic growth, which stands at 3% in 2017, was the highest in the G7, and we expect to stay among the fastest growing economies this year and next. On another good news front, Madam Speaker, thanks to the hard work of Canadians, the past 3 years have seen the creation of more than 500,000 new full-time jobs. These new jobs have pushed the unemployment rates to nearly 40-year lows. And there's yet more good news on wage growth. For the average Canadian worker, wage growth is outpacing inflation. In fact, Madam Speaker, if current trends hold, 2018 could mark one of the strongest years of wage growth since the Great Recession of 2008-2009. With more money in their pockets, Canadian consumers have reasons to feel confident about their financial situation. Consumer confidence is near historic highs, and this is not only the case with individual Canadians, but also for the companies they run. After-tax profits for Canadian businesses have nearly doubled since 2015, and this means that companies have more money available to invest, create good new jobs, and spur economic growth. This positive outlook, Madam Speaker, reflects Canada's many competitive strengths. Some of the strengths some of these strengths are a highly skilled labor force, preferential access to global markets, and a strong research and startup capacity in emerging fields. We know that keeping and expanding these strengths demands government policies that keep the focus squarely on people and give every Canadian the means to contribute fully to our society and to our economy. The second Budget Implementation Act before us is intended to implement items from Budget 2018 that put people first. By passing the measures in this bill, we will take further steps to invest in Canadians, grow the middle class, and help those working hard to join it. Through this bill, more people will have an opportunity to succeed. Ce projet de loi comprend une mesure.
This bill includes an important measure to stimulate economic growth. It's the new Canada Workers' Benefit, or CWB. Starting in 2019, The new CWB will be a strengthened version of the working income tax benefit. This benefit is designed to encourage more people to join the labour force and to help the over 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. Thanks to the improved maximum benefits, the new CWB will better support the people who receive it. Furthermore, the expanded eligible income range means that more workers will have access to it. Under the new CWB, a low-income worker who earns $15,000 a year could get up to $500 more in 2019 than this year. For a number of low-income Canadian workers, this makes a real difference. Starting in 2019, the government plans to better distribute this support by allowing the CRA to calculate the amount of the CWB owed for all taxpayers, even those who haven't asked for it. It will be automatically paid out, and this will be particularly useful for those who have mobility issues or who live in far-flung regions that don't have internet access. We estimate that thanks to this measure, around 300,000 low-income workers will receive the new CWB for the 2019 tax year. Overall, the improvements to the CWB mean that 70,000 Canadians will be lifted out of poverty by 2020. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about another aspect of this bill. It has to do with increased fairness. Canada has some of the most educated women in the world, but they are not as likely as men to participate in the labour market. Canadians often have to perform work that is not remunerated, and that stops them from fully realizing their potential. Furthermore, women are underrepresented in leadership roles, and this is still a problem. It is primarily men who run Canadian corporations. Clearly, our economy cannot reach its full potential when women who want to have leadership roles can't do so. In our opinion, Madam Speaker, it's clear that gender equality is good for everyone. Women's participation in the labour force is one of the biggest sources of economic growth that we've seen in the last decades. Over the last 40 years, the number of women in the labour market has driven a significant increase in Canada's GDP. Having more women in the labour force also led to an increase in household income and helped more families join the middle class. There are too many missed opportunities here that are due to the gender gap. Of course, there are many reasons for this, but intervening to fix these inequalities is not only the right thing to do, it's also the smart thing to do if we want to grow Canada's economy. According to RBC's Economic Research Branch, if women and men participated equally in the labour force, Canada's GDP could increase by up to 4%. That would partially compensate for the effects of the aging population. Our government recognizes the essential role that gender equality plays in building a thriving economy for everyone. This is why we've committed to having budgets that take into account the fact that policies affect different people in different ways. When we look at budgetary measures through a gender lens, it allows us to make more efficient and fair use of government resources. In order to ensure that this starts happening now, the bill that we're studying today would look at the Canadian Gender Budgeting Act. This measure would ensure that the government's policy of promoting gender equality and inclusivity would be not optional, but would actually be a requirement when it comes to preparing future federal budgets. Because rules alone don't lead to true change, this legislation also sets up requirements, reporting requirements, to ensure that there is sufficient accountability. There's another way also that this bill will help create more opportunities for men and women and help all Canadians fully realize their economic potential. Many Canadians choose to start a family when parents are at the height of their careers. Currently, new parents can use EI benefits to ensure that they have financial stability while they're taking care of their children. But data shows that the responsibility for raising children disproportionately falls on women, even today. We know that it's better for families to share parental responsibilities more equally. That's why the government wants to have a more flexible EI system that would encourage a more fair sharing of responsibilities so that both parents can spend time with their young children while also pursuing their careers. To support young families and support gender equality at work and at home, the Act provides for a new shared EI parental system that would allow for better sharing of family and professional responsibilities. It would provide 5 additional weeks of EI when parents choose to share their parental benefits. And that goes up to 8 weeks if people are using the extended benefit. This is a use it or lose it incentive, and it will encourage two-parent families to share the responsibility of raising children. So young mothers will have more flexibility to go back to work early if they so choose. Fair parental leave can also lead to more fair hiring practices, which will reduce implicit or explicit discrimination. And Madam Speaker, in Budget 2018, the government has tried to innovate when it comes to the pay gap in federally regulated areas. And there are such measures in today's bill. Requiring equal pay for equal work is an effective way of reducing the pay gap between the sexes. And it's an effective way of allowing women to better contribute to the economy. This is why the government is presenting the Pay Equity Act for federally regulated sectors. This new act would apply to about 1.2 Canadian employees. It forces public and private federal employers with 10 employees or more to have a pay equity plan. This plan would correct pay inequities between men and women. It also establishes a pay equity commissioner who would be responsible for reporting annually to Parliament in order to ensure that legislation is really having the intended impact. The role of the commissioner includes dispute resolution and would ensure that the act is enforced and properly accounted for.
A last major aspect of the second Budget Implementation Act is the steps it takes to protect our environment. Canadians know that polluting isn't free. Costs are paid with droughts, floods, wildfires, and our health. Canadians expect polluters to pay because it's the right thing to do for future generations. Climate change is expected to cost our economy $5 billion a year by 2020. Simply put, Madam Speaker, if we are to reduce the greenhouse gases causing climate change, pollution can no longer be free in this country. To act otherwise would be a betrayal of our responsibilities as federal lawmakers and a betrayal to future generations of Canadians. And I would argue to my generation, Madam Speaker. Putting a price on pollution is central to the government's plan to fight climate change while growing the economy and building a brighter future for all Canadians. Pricing pollution is the most effective way to reduce emissions because it creates incentives for businesses and households to make cleaner choices and find innovative solutions. This act legislates a pan-Canadian approach to pricing carbon pollution with the aim of having pollution pricing in place in all provinces and territories in 2019. As part of this plan, Madam Speaker, the government has established a Canada-wide federal standard for reducing pollution and has given provinces and territories the flexibility to choose a system that meets the standards and works best for them. Furthermore, all proceeds from pollution pricing from jurisdictions that have signed on the federal system will be returned directly to the government of these jurisdictions. In provinces that have not committed to pricing carbon pollution, the federal government will return the bulk of direct proceeds directly to individuals and families residing in those provinces through climate action incentive payments. For most households, These payments will help offset or exceed their increased costs related to pollution pricing. The remaining proceeds that are not returned directly to households will go toward providing support to sectors within these provinces that will be particularly affected by pollution pricing. Madam Speaker, the government is serious about addressing the costs of pollution and is taking concrete steps to back its commitments. This is the only responsible course of action to take as we see increasing signs of climate change all around us, and we have stepped up to that responsibility. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this government is advancing its plans to create a better future for all Canadians by investing in people and in communities. We're building on Canada's economic strengths and advancing our competitiveness by seizing opportunities in global markets. This second BIA contains essential measures to achieve these goals, and I urge all honourable members to support it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your attention.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. But at the very beginning of his speech, he mentioned the fact that investments in infrastructure were historic. But, well, that's only on paper for now, because out of the several billion dollars announced, only $9.3 billion were actually dispersed. Whereas with our economic stimulation plan, all of the money that we announced was actually spent. A number of pundits at the time mentioned that it was a really effective stimulus plan because the money was actually spent. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague as well, something that he didn't mention in his speech was when the budget will be balanced. This is a really important principle of our democracy. Promises need to be kept so that Canadians don't become cynical. And one of the Liberal government's promises in 2015 was that they would balance the budget by 2020. Now, clearly, that is not only a promise that they put off, but now they're not respecting it at all. So when will we balance the budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou. And when it comes to the previous government's plan, you have to remember that the opposition parties had put a lot of pressure on the government to get that plan because we knew that it was important to stimulate the economy. But since he's going back in time a little bit, well, I'd also be happy to remind him that here in Canada, we managed to come out of the crisis relatively unscathed, in large part because previously we had a finance minister, Paul Martin, who regulated our financial industry. Unlike Stephen Harper, who absolutely wanted to deregulate it. So that is partly why we were able to emerge from the economic crisis that all of these countries had to deal with in 2008. Now, when it comes to the infrastructure plan, it's true that it is historic. $180 billion over 12 years. And just to give an idea of the numbers, simply looking at public transport in Quebec, we're talking about over $5 billion. And in his region, which is also my region, there is an amazing transport project in the area of Quebec City, which is going to be made possible thanks to this federal investment, which will allow Quebec City to have high-quality public transport. And that's because this was a priority for our government, and we put our money where our mouths were.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, Madam Speaker, I simply don't share the rose-coloured point of view from the honourable member. When Canadians are going through a profound family debt crisis, the worst in the OECD among all industrialized countries, Canadians have more family debt than any other industrialized country in the world. And at the same time, in various parts of the country, we're experiencing the worst housing crisis that we have ever seen. And I can tell you, coming from the lower mainland of British Columbia, how profound it is that the federal government is refusing to take any action in any meaningful way in terms of building new housing. They will, maybe if they're re-elected, they say, but they're not willing to take it now. But my question, Madam Speaker, is related to this monstrosity, the largest omnibus legislation in Canadian history, despite the fact that Liberals always decried this prior to them coming to power. I've been asking all week, Madam Speaker, a very, very simple question, and it's very germane, of course. Been asking departmental officials how many clauses and subclauses exist in this massive omnibus bill. Now, of course, it's very germane, Madam Speaker, because if we have 5,000 clauses with the Liberals bulldozing through this legislation, we may be looking at 9 seconds per consideration of each subclause and 9 seconds at committee as well. So my simple question is, and I've asked this repeatedly, how many clauses and subclauses are in this massive omnibus legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To come back to the first part of my colleague's question, with regard to household debt, I would invite him to read a study published by the OCDE this summer, which shows that Canadian families are the least taxed in the G7 countries, and as of next year, they'll have $2,000 more in their pockets than under the previous government. Madam Speaker, this is due to our efforts, which are rolled out in this bill, to bring down taxes for the middle class and to bring in the Canada Child Benefit, which helps families buy what they need for their children. So if you compare our record over the last 3 years versus the record of the previous government, which sent checks to millionaires' families, we have no lessons to take from the Conservative Party, and I believe the NDP should be satisfied with these progressive measures. Now, with regard to the size of the bill, Madam Speaker, a good part of the bill deals with the proactive pay equity elements we are introducing. It will help Quebecers. I have to give the floor to other MPs for their questions.
Speaker, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for engaging in this very important debate and highlighting how important this particular budget is. It goes to address a number of key issues such as pay equity, but perhaps, as equally as important, what he brought up towards the end, and that's putting a price on pollution. And he talked about how important this is. This issue of climate change, Madam Speaker, is the issue of our day. We have the chance to fix this, and we are the only generation that will be able to fix it. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if he can comment on how significant he sees this part of the bill and what it means if we don't do this and if we don't implement this price on pollution today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I think there is an international consensus among scientists on the urgency to act on climate change, not doing so, and I believe this shows a difference in vision. We are trying to reduce inequalities, and the previous government made inequality worse. When you don't look at the challenges we face, when you don't address them head-on, such as climate change and income inequality, we're all going to suffer. I find it irresponsible that the official opposition doesn't even have a plan to deal with climate change. It is only engaging in obstruction. It is not offering concrete solutions. It's terrible, and I think Canadians will judge them for their irresponsibility towards climate change.
George.
Madam Speaker, I find it humorous when we stand in this House and we have big city MPs that are telling us that Canadians are doing far better than under their administration than under previous governments. So Canadians are doing far better than this, that the carbon tax is not going to punish those living in rural communities. Madam Speaker, I challenge, and I've said this time and time again, I challenge our colleagues from big cities to come to my riding or to come to any rural Canadian riding to see how their policies are failing rural Canadians. Madam Speaker, it was Justin Trudeau that promised to be the most open and transparent government. He also promised to be able to balance.
I've got to remind the member that he can't name anybody by name in the House, whether it's the Prime Minister or other members, and I would ask him to ask the question because time is of the essence.
I'll get to the question. Madam Speaker, the their very own finance department is now telling Canadians that the budget will not be balanced until the year 2045. We know that the carbon tax is going to punish everyday Canadians. Yet, Madam Speaker, I'm getting to the point.
No,
Yet,
I have to ask the question.
I am going to. Why, through you, Madam Speaker, does our honourable colleague feel that it is okay to punish everyday Canadians, yet let the worst emitters off the hook?
The honourable member, parliamentary secretary, has about 40 seconds to respond.
First, I'm not sure. Quebec is a beautiful city. I'm not sure it's a big city by your standard. I'm not sure I'm a big city MP. It's a beautiful city, but I will tell you though that in Quebec for 5 years we've had a price on pollution, a cap and trade system. My cousins who are dairy farmers in rural Quebec all agree with the importance because they see the impacts of climate change. To refuse to see it is irresponsible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I do want to remind the parliamentary secretary that he's to address the questions to the chair and not to the individual members. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, today I will address the three inevitable stages of every Liberal tax increase. First, there's the insult. Second, there's the tax increase itself. And then third, there is the high tax hypocrisy. And I will give numerous examples of where this exact same cycle has played out every time the Liberals have targeted modest and middle-income Canadians with higher taxes. Let's start with the issue of income tax. The Prime Minister started his campaign to raise taxes by calling people too rich and therefore claiming they needed to pay more. But we didn't find out until after the election who he was talking about. Now, we thought he was talking about himself, you know, a multimillionaire who inherited a trust fund, or maybe the finance minister whose family business was worth $1 billion. Turned out he wasn't talking about those people. Turns out that the people he thought were too rich and needed to pay more income tax were moms and dads who have kids in soccer and hockey, students who are spending money on textbooks and tuition, and passengers on public transit. So they're the ones who saw their taxes go up. They paid more for kids' sports because they lost the children's fitness tax credit. They paid more to ride public transit because the transit tax credit was eliminated. Students paid more for the cost of their education because they can no longer claim their expensive textbooks as an education expense, and the education tax credit itself was eliminated. So those were the people that this Prime Minister was talking about when he said that the rich needed to pay more. He said if you can put your kid in hockey, you're rich. You get to pay higher taxes. If you go to university or college, you're rich. Too rich. You should pay higher taxes as well. If you take the bus and don't take a limousine like the Prime Minister, well, you're rich too, and therefore you should pay higher taxes as well. Now, all of this is a little bit rich, coming from the recipient of a multi-million-dollar trust fund account from his family. It's also rich from somebody who spent most of his life living in publicly funded mansions and driving around in government-funded limousines. But that is, according to him, beside the point. It is also a little bit rich to say that moms and dads have too much money when this Prime Minister forces those same moms and dads to pay higher taxes so that they can fund his $30,000 of free nanny services every year that he uses in his household, while Canadians have to pay for their own child care with their own money. So that is the final stage, Madam Speaker. He started with insulting moms and dads and calling them rich. Second, he raised their taxes, forcing them to pay more for transit, textbooks, kids' sports, and more. And then third, of course, is the hypocrisy, where he ensures that he gets taxpayer-funded child care services that no one else in the country would receive as part of their employment package. So we have it again. Insults, tax increases, then high tax hypocrisy. Then we move on to small businesses. Remember when the Prime Minister said in the last election that small businesses, according to him, are merely vehicles for rich people to avoid paying taxes. We know that he was referring to plumbers, pizza shop owners, landscapers, shopkeepers, and other middle-class people who mortgage their houses to start businesses and employ people in our community. He said that those people are all just tax cheats and they needed to pay vastly more in order to keep their businesses up and running. And so he brought in new penalties, and that was the insult. Then the tax increase. He decided to penalize family businesses for sharing the earnings and the work of their business with family members. He then brought in new penalties for small business owners that save for the future within their company. So if you keep some money in your company for a rainy day, for sick leave, for maternity leave, for retirement, or for a future investment, you will be penalized for any interest you earn on that money in the meantime. The most recent iteration of that penalty is that a small business can lose its small business tax deduction if it has more than $50,000 in investment income within the company. A massive tax increase targeted again at the middle class. And there is the second step in the cycle, right? The Prime Minister started by insulting these small business owners, then he moves to raising their taxes. And then finally, the last stage, of course, high tax hypocrisy. Well, who wasn't taxed more under the Liberal plan? Well, him, to start with. There were no new taxes for his multi-million-dollar trust fund that he inherited from his grandfather's petroleum empire. No new taxes on the speaking fees that he collected from charities while he was a member of Parliament and ought to have been giving those speeches for free like other members of Parliament do. No new taxes on those speaking fees, which he earned, by the way, while having the third worst attendance record of any member of Parliament. So he's skipping out on his publicly paid duties to be here in order to give paid speaking engagements that most members of Parliament do on their own time and without charge. And no new taxes on any of that. So there you have it again. He started with insulting small business people, then he moved to raising their taxes, then he engaged in high tax hypocrisy by protecting his own interests from any new costs. And he extends that hypocrisy to his finance minister, whose $1 billion family business saw no tax increase whatsoever under the proposed changes to small business tax rates. His company, of course, is big enough to be on the stock market, and all stock market trading companies were excluded from the tax increase altogether. There you have it. Insult the taxpayer, raise the taxes, and then engage in high tax hypocrisy to protect yourself and all your friends. That is the three-step approach that this Prime Minister takes to every single tax hike. And now we see it one more time. The carbon tax, right? So he says, he starts off with the insult. What's the insult? Well, he calls people polluters. But be careful. The polluters are not who you think they are, Madam Speaker. The polluters, in the eyes of this Prime Minister, are grandmothers trying to heat their home in minus 40-degree weather, soccer moms trying to take their kids to soccer practice, single moms trying to take care of their kids or drive to work, generally suburban commuters, anybody who has to purchase gas to move themselves around or to heat their home is, in this Prime Minister's view, a polluter. So there we start again with the insults. He calls everyday suburban Canadians polluters in order to justify raising their taxes. So what's the second step in every Liberal tax increase? Well, it's to raise the tax itself. And so he's increased taxes on gas, home heating, and other basic energy that people require in our modern way of life to survive. And these costs will will roll out throughout every aspect of human life. If you want to heat your home, you want to drive to work, or you want to buy products that are transported by truck, train, or ship, you will pay more for all of those products. If you are a small business person that has to heat or energize your factory, you will pay more for that tax as well. So we have the insult. Then we have the tax increase. And what's the last step? The hypocrisy, the high tax hypocrisy. Well, who is not going to pay this tax? Large industrial emitters, the big corporations with the smokestack on the top of their factory. That enterprise will be exempt from the Liberal carbon tax. Just this week, we learned that coal fire plants will be exempt from the Liberal carbon tax. In New Brunswick, the Belledune coal fire plant will be allowed to emit 800 tons of greenhouse gases for every gigawatt of electricity, tax-free, absolutely tax-free. Now, the government admits that those coal-fired plants will be in operation for at least another 12 years, and that's if you believe their promises that one day after this government is long out of office that they will be able to shut down those coal-fired plants over a decade from now. But in the meantime and in between time, those factories will operate without any carbon tax. The same is true for large cement plants and other large industrial emitters. They will be allowed to, they will be exempt from the tax increase. And it's all well and good to exempt those corporations that have powerful lobbyists that influence government, but why, we have asked, have they not provided the same exemption to small businesses, to families, and to others? And we still do not have an answer to that question. Of course, that is the high tax hypocrisy. So we have it again, the three steps of every single tax increase: insult, tax hike, and then high tax hypocrisy. Those are the three steps that we can count on this government engaging in every single time they want more of your money. Now, what motivates this three-step approach to increase taxes? The answer is to fund out-of-control Liberal spending. Spending has grown at 7% a year since this government took office. That's about 3 times the combined rate of inflation and population growth, depending on the year. In other words, spending is growing vastly outpacing the need. Those 7% a year tax spending increases have to come from somewhere. They have to source that revenue. They've started to do so by borrowing. The government's deficit is 3 times what the Prime Minister promised, and instead of balancing the budget next year, as the Prime Minister promised, putting his hand on heart during the election campaign and saying it would be gone, now Finance Canada says the deficit will continue until the year 2045, under which plan the debt will grow by nearly $500 billion until then. And Madam Speaker, this is all happening in a time when the government's own documents admit it has been the beneficiary of enormous short-term good luck. If you read the government's annual report, which came out about 2 weeks ago, the government admits that its revenue is higher by about $20 billion because of factors outside of the government's control: record low interest rates, higher than usual oil prices, a booming U.S. economy, a stronger than normal world economy, a housing bubble which is slowly coming to an end in Toronto and Vancouver, all of which generate more revenue for the government. In other words, good fortune has fallen out of the sky onto this government's lap. They admit that in their own financial documents. So the question is, if they have an out-of-control deficit, 3 times the size they promised, in times of good fortune, how big will the deficit become when the luck runs out? They haven't answered that question. I've asked this finance minister at times painfully, 14, 15, 16 times in one committee session, when will the budget be balanced? And he utterly refuses to answer. They have not told us under what conditions would a government ever balance a budget. And it doesn't matter what your economic philosophy, Madam Chair. everyone agrees that there should be some point in the business cycle when the budget is balanced. I believe we should strive to have a balanced budget all the time. But even if you're a Keynesian economist, you ought to believe that at least when the world economy is roaring and your commodity prices are high, your interest rates are low, that at that point in the economic cycle, for God's sakes, you ought to have a surplus to squirrel away for when times turn bad. But even under that Keynesian thinking, this government is not living up to the obligation to balance the budget when times are good. And what are the consequences of having these massive deficits? The answer is that in the short run, we start to pay higher interest costs. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that by the year 2023, our expenditure on debt interest will go from about $24 billion to $40 billion, a two-thirds increase in about a half a decade, which means we will be spending more on debt interest than we currently spend on health care transfers. That means more money for bankers and less money for doctors and nurses. And Canadians will pay taxes to get nothing in return except to pay off the wealthy and privileged bondholders and bankers that lent us the money and therefore own our future tax receipts. Madam Chair, when I ask my residents what they want their tax dollars spent on, they say roads and hospitals and other essential services that allow them to live their lives. They never tell me that what they want to spend it on is enriching bankers and bondholders. But that is exactly the consequence of government decisions to pile up new and unnecessary debt on the current generation and on generations yet unborn. Madam Chair, that is the immediate consequence of higher spending, but there is the medium-term consequence, which of course is higher taxes. And those consequences are already starting to become known. Middle-class Canadians are already paying $800 more in income tax than they were when this Prime Minister took office. Small businesses, as I said earlier, are paying higher taxes to support this government spending habit, with new penalties for saving within your company or for sharing income and work with your family members. And those tax increases are in addition to the new ones that take effect on January 1st, that is higher payroll taxes for workers and small businesses, and of course the carbon tax itself. Deficits today mean higher taxes tomorrow. That is exactly what this government is delivering, both higher taxes and deficits at the same time. So, Madam Chair, that is the underlying motivation for the three-step Liberal process for raising taxes. They have, and you will see it again, it won't be long. Soon there'll be another villain whom they will name, who they will actually give a name to. So they call moms and grandmothers polluters. They call small business people tax cheats. They call people who put their children in sports or who take the bus wealthy. And then they proceed, after having demonized those patriotic Canadians, to raise their taxes. And then, of course, the last step is always, look at the fine print, look at the fine print. How much will the Prime Minister have to pay for this tax increase? Oh, nothing. How convenient. Of course, we couldn't possibly allow a multi-millionaire trust fund recipient to have to bear any extra burden at all. Life is already too tough living in a government-funded mansion with government-funded nanny services. So he and his friends and those who have influence on him are always protected from the costs that they impose on middle and working income Canadians. So, Madam Chair, I propose a different three-step plan. First, control spending. Second, balance the budget. And third, lower taxes for all Canadians. That sounds like a three-step plan we can all get behind. And so with that optimistic and exciting note, I read the following motion to the House. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following, quote, the House declined to give second reading to Bill C-86, a second act to amend certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, since the bill fails to address the fact that deficits are 3 times what the Prime Minister promised, that the Department of Finance admits the budget will not be balanced until 2045, and that the average income tax bill for middle-class families has increased by $800, not including carbon taxes and payroll tax hikes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, since the bill fails to address the fact that deficits are 3 times what the Prime Minister promised, that the Department of Finance admits that the budget will not be balanced until 2045, and that the average income tax bill for middle-class families has increased by $800, not including new carbon taxes and payroll tax hikes. The motion is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just before I go into my question on his three steps approach or 3 items approach, lowering taxes, balanced budget, control spending. I think they failed for 10 years on those 3 fronts. They didn't lower taxes, they didn't balance the budget, and they added $150 billion to the national debt. So I would argue that he has very, very little credibility. And all that, Madam Speaker, with the worst record on growth and job creation since the Great Depression. So I think it's to be taken with a grain of salt, but he likes to quote the CBC. Let me quote an analysis that was made public a little over a year ago, when they said the public transit tax credit did little to increase the use of public transportation. The children's fitness tax credit did little to increase participation and tended to disproportionately benefit wealthier families. Income splitting for families similarly resulted in high-income households receiving more than low-income families. And I don't know if he's been through that, but I have. I was raised by a single mother who had little use for the fitness tax credit because her revenues were so low and didn't have necessarily the luxury of having an accountant to look at all those credits, whereas the Canada Child Benefit, that's income that's not taxed, is much more useful. And I'll just, Madam Speaker, just 1 second. He keeps quoting a study by the Fraser Institute, whose authors, that fails to take into account the Canada Child Benefit, and whose authors describe the Canada.
I do have to allow for other questions. I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary, I'll let the member for Carleton respond.
And I will, one by one. First of all, under the previous Conservative government, we had the best economic record of any country in the G7. We were the last to go into the great global recession, the first to come out, and we had the lowest debt to GDP ratio and the lowest deficit to GDP ratio, despite those catastrophic global circumstances in which we were forced to manage. In these circumstances, the situation is precisely the opposite. Far from having a global economic crisis, the world economy is now booming, and other countries are now surpassing Canada in growth, even though they have balanced budgets. They're paying off their debt, while our country, under this leadership, actually adds to debt and adds to the tax burden. As to the tax credits that he, once again, attacking moms and dads as being too rich, and therefore they deserve, according to this Liberal government, to pay higher taxes. And his concluding point was that his mother never used the Children's Fitness Tax Credit. Well, it only came into effect in the year 2007. So I'm not sure if he was still, I mean, he's a very young man, I will give him that, but I'm not sure he was still playing midget hockey at the time. But if he was, I encourage him to go back and have his mother retroactively claim that tax credit. She deserves it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's work on the Finance Committee. I'm a little bit surprised by the amendment that he just put forward, because what we heard repeatedly in the pre-budget hearings across the country is the issue.
Remind the member for Carleton that somebody else has the floor and he's going to have a chance to answer that person, so he may want to listen to the question. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
And it is an important question, Madam Speaker, so thank you for setting the member for Carleton to rights on this. His amendment doesn't address two of the main considerations that came from the pre-budget hearings, which is the web giants getting off scot-free, basically not paying taxes in Canada, and as a result having an unfair competition, unlevel playing field with Canadian businesses. We heard that repeatedly in the pre-budget hearings. We also heard the impacts of overseas tax havens and how that is for companies that pay their taxes and do the right thing in Canada is also unfair competition. So why aren't those two key elements part of the amendment he's just offered?
Member for Carleton.
We would welcome friendly amendments if the member over in the NDP has suggestions on how we can bring more tax fairness. We agree that this government has meticulously planned its tax changes to ensure that the wealthiest and those most connected don't pay a penny more. Those Liberal insiders who have accounts in tax havens in the Caribbean, they get off scot-free under this Liberal plan. Of course, the Prime Minister's trust fund inheritance doesn't face any new taxes, and the Finance Minister's billion-dollar family business has been protected. There are a whole series of well-connected Liberal interests who are extremely wealthy and who have been able to use their wealth to generate more influence around the cabinet table. They have all been protected from Liberal tax increases. The tax burden has fallen on modest income people. Those with the least always pay the most when government gets big, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to question my colleague, and I want to thank him for his speech, also for his defense of our record, the Conservative record, the former Conservative Party's record during the global recession. And one of the things that happened during that global recession, and he went through the facts very succinctly and properly, but when we came with budgets, it was very obvious by every one of those budgets that we were making life more affordable for families and for seniors. We were making life more affordable for businesses as we lowered taxes, as we created a level playing field, corporate tax against corporate tax in the United States. We wanted an advantage for Canada so jobs would stay here. But my question is specific to seniors. I've had seniors call me saying we're very disappointed that there is nothing in this budget for our seniors. They rightfully said that when we were in power, we brought forward pension income splitting, we brought forward the concept of a tax-free savings account, that we did a number of other measures with guaranteed income supplement and other measures to make life more affordable for seniors. Can the minister or the member answer that? Why is he disappointed with the lack of measures for the Canadian seniors in this budget? Good question.
I would ask the member for Carleton to try to respond to that within a minute.
Yes, I mean, the member is absolutely right. And once again, the Liberals have attacked our seniors as being too rich, of course. When a senior downsizes their house because it's too big for them, they turn their home equity into cash. We wanted to make sure they had tax-free savings accounts. They could put that money away and grow it tax-free. When a senior has a spouse pass away, the inheritance should rightfully be able to go into the tax-free savings account, which is purpose-designed for lower-income people that don't have RSPs and designed to ensure that the resulting income is not clawed back from GIS and OIS. It is a vehicle for modest-income people, and the data from Finance Canada shows overwhelmingly that that's who uses it. So when our Liberal friends across the way attack seniors as being too rich every time they talk about tax-free savings accounts, we know that it's a little bit rich coming from them.
Questions and comments, and I would remind the member to do it within the minute. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I just wonder, Madam Speaker, when they doubled the TFSA limit, which would have put the state in a fiscal straitjacket, according to the guy who invented TFSAs, I wonder how many of their constituents have $11,000 at the end of the year to put in their TFSA. $11,000 to put in their TFSA. I just wonder what's the number. But, Madam Speaker, this summer, the OECD said that Canadian families are the lowest taxed in G7, that by this time next year, they'll have $2,000 more in their pockets than they had under the previous governments. But he keeps quoting a study by the Fraser Institute that fails to take into account the Canada Child Benefit, whose authors of that study say that the CCB is a transfer program that fosters dependence on government, a disincentive to hard work and independence. I can tell you that the people receiving the Canada Child Benefit, in my riding, are working very hard, and they're not dependent on the government, but they find it very useful to make ends meet, to raise their families. Does he agree with that statement, and will he stop failing to take account the Canada Child Benefit? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our member for Carleton has 1 minute to respond.
Oh, he had a lot more than 1 minute to ask his question. So on the first point, as I said at the outset, the tax-free savings account are not exclusively used for people out of their annual income. They're used when major life events cause them to either have an inheritance or to downsize their house because they can no longer live in a place where they have to climb stairs, and they want to put aside their money in a way that shelters it from high taxes by big government. As for families, under the previous Conservative government, we cut taxes by $30 billion, which the parliamentary budget officer said overwhelmingly went to low and modest income people who were better off and received more rewards as a result of their work. It is unfortunate that this government has targeted those same modest income people with higher taxes and higher costs, a tendency that we will reverse when we form government.
So I just do want to remind the member that, let the member know that the previous speaker who asked the question was within the minute. Was under a minute, actually, when he asked the question, and I do appreciate the response that he provided within the minute as well. So questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to start today by talking a bit about the process of contempt of Parliament that has been undertaken. And as you know, Madam Speaker, you'll be judging very shortly the government on this account. I want to continue by talking about some of the Potemkin measures in the budget, and then conclude by talking about what the NDP would be doing, and if this was a Budget Implementation Act for the NDP, how different it would be, because I think that comparison is very, very important for Canadians to know about. But first I want to talk about the immense and ridiculous size of this record omnibus legislation. 850 pages, Madam Speaker. 850 pages. One can only call it ridiculous in nature when we talk about the number of clauses and subclauses and the amount of time that the government is giving us with their bulldozer mentality to actually consider each and every one of the clauses. Now, when we talk about omnibus legislation, Madam Speaker, I think there are a couple things that are important to read into the record. And one is the current Minister of Public Safety, when he responded to a Conservative omnibus bill that was less than half as massive as what the Liberals have put forward this week. And what the Minister of Public Safety said at the time in citing this particular omnibus legislation, less than half the size of what we're currently dealing with. He said, "It is a complete dog's breakfast, and deliberately so. It is calculated to be so humongous and so convoluted, all in a single lump, that it cannot be intelligently examined and digested by a conscientious Parliament." Madam Speaker, that was the Liberals' bet. In referencing something that, as I say, is half as massive as what we are forced to be considering this week. The largest, the worst omnibus bill ever presented in Canadian Parliament. And I often also want to read into the record, Madam Speaker, because it's very relevant and pertinent, the Prime Minister's commitment back in 2015 when Canadians voted at that time. He said, after the Liberals had spent years decrying the Conservative penchant to move forward with omnibus legislation, even though gosh, I almost think fondly back to those days of the Conservative omnibus legislation that was only a third or a quarter the size of what the Liberals have put forward. Almost fondly recall the Conservatives. There are many aspects that I don't think any Canadian would fondly recall. But the Prime Minister said at the time, and I quote, "We will not resort to legislative tricks to avoid scrutiny, Stephen Harper has also used omnibus bills to prevent Parliament from properly reviewing and debating his proposals. We will change the House of Commons standing orders to bring an end to this undemocratic practice." Well, Madam Speaker, they haven't brought an end to the undemocratic practice. As you know now, we are dealing with the largest and worst omnibus bill in our history. And what are the consequences of that? Well, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I've been endeavouring all week on behalf of Canadians to find one simple fact. How many clauses and subclauses are in this piece of legislation? I have asked department officials. I asked the committee. I've asked the parliamentary secretary. None of them have been able to respond to that simple question. How many clauses and subclauses are found in this massive bill? Now, Madam Speaker, this is relevant because the Liberals, I said Conservatives because their behaviour certainly resembles very much Mr. Harper's actions when he was Prime Minister. The Liberals have committed to only 13 hours of legislative scrutiny at the committee level and only a few hours of debate in this House of Commons. So if we are talking about, as some people are estimating, 5,000 clauses and subclauses, Madam Speaker, you can do the math. That means that we get as parliamentarians to scrutinize this legislation, to debate this legislation, to review the legislation, an important part of any parliamentarian's work, to ensure that the legislation actually does what it purports to do, that it isn't full of errors. And we've seen in the past when botched legislation has been sent by the courts, that costs taxpayers tens of millions of dollars when Parliament gets it wrong. Well, Madam Speaker, I've asked repeatedly. I've not gotten a response. However, if we take the estimate of 5,000 clauses and subclauses, the Liberals are giving us 9 seconds per clause or subclause. 9 seconds to review, 9 seconds to hear witnesses, 9 seconds to speak to each of the myriad clauses and subclauses that are in the bill. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely ridiculous, irresponsible, and contemptuous of Parliament and the work that we have to do as parliamentarians. And they should be pulling back on the legislative bulldozer and allowing parliamentarians the opportunity to do the job that we are paid to do. So we're given 9 seconds by clause or subclause. Well, Madam Speaker, just this morning at the Finance Committee, I raised questions around just one of these subclauses and was unable to get a response. There are major changes in terms of the charitable sector that basically mean that charity is no longer considered as such if there is any indirect support or opposition for a political party. And I asked a very simple question. Does that mean that an environmental foundation that is in complete disagreement with the Liberal government and the purchase of a massive pipeline, if they mention that the Liberal government has purchased this pipeline and they don't agree with that position, is that indirect opposition to a political party? Well, we have no answer, Madam Speaker. It's apparently going to be defined by CRA, and we are hoping to get that information at the Finance Committee in the next few days. But that is just one subclause. Our 9 seconds have already gone through, and we've already uncovered some complete ambiguity. May have a major impact on the charitable sector. However, Madam Speaker, there is no answer, and we move on. 9 seconds per clause or subclause is absolutely contemptuous of this Parliament and of the work of parliamentarians, and I would suggest, Madam Speaker, it is contemptuous of Canadians. when a massive bill of that nature, which has so many fundamental changes, is brought in. When we talk about the tax code and the implications for it, the implications for the charitable sector, for the Liberals to allocate 9 seconds per clause or subclause is beyond belief and certainly flies in the face of everything that they committed to in 2015. They said that they would be better than Stephen Harper and Madam Speaker. They are being much worse when it comes to these massive budget bills that they used to decry when they were in opposition. And there's no reason for it, Madam Speaker, no reason at all. Alors, qu'est-ce qui est dans...
So what is in the bill? Well, there are a number of different measures here. And if you look at the title of the bill, you might think that some of them would be good. Pay equity, for example. Well, of course, that's something that we have pushed for in Parliament and in committees for years. Women across the country are going to have to wait years for this actually to become a reality. Now, we wanted to know what people's reaction would be when they were told that they would have to wait years. But because the committee doesn't have much time, really only 9 seconds per line of the bill, it would be impossible to get people's comments on that properly. But there's more. Now, there's a provision about gender equality and diversity, an act to support international financial aid, and an act concerning the reduction of poverty. Madam Speaker, all of these bills are supposed to meet their objectives, but really they're just titles. There's not a lot of substance behind them. There are at least 7 sections in this bill that should all be separated out and studied and examined separately. But the government is refusing to do this. The government is saying, no, we're going to bulldoze through this legislation, even if there isn't enough time to really study them in depth.
To this, Madam Speaker. And I'll go back in history because I think this is an important point. Gregory Potemkin was a member of the Russian court. And what he did when the Empress Catherine was traveling from one village to the other was erect Potemkin villages. And this has become part of the English language, as you know, Madam Speaker, and also many other languages, including le français. What he would do,
including French,
because of the incredible poverty of the Russian peasants and because of the dearth of any sort of services or any sort of supports in these rural areas. Gregory Potemkin would erect temporarily these villages, false fronts, erect them up, and then as the carriage of the Empress Catherine passed by, he would then dismantle these false fronts and take them to the next village. And that's indeed what we're seeing with this budget. We have a number of bills that are Potemkin bills. They talk about things that are important. Reducing poverty is important. Ensuring that there is gender equality is important. Ensuring that there is international financial supports are important. But there are no resources that go beyond that. The Prime Minister, a little bit like the Empress Catherine, is going to be, over the next few months, talking to Canadians about these wonderful bills that he's included, but there are no resources to go with those bills, Madam Speaker. There's nothing that actually gives meaning to the words and the titles around the bills included in this massive omnibus legislation. And this is at a time where Canadians are living through the greatest family debt crisis in our nation's history. And in fact, the greatest family debt crisis in the industrialized world. The OECD countries, Canada placed last in the world in terms of family debt. Crushing levels of family debt because Canadians are forced to pay for their medication, pay for their housing that is skyrocketing, and wages under the previous government and under the current government have stagnated. And given the scope of that family debt crisis, and given the scope as I lived through and my constituents lived through of the the greatest housing crisis and homelessness crisis that we've seen in our country's history. Seniors, students, families, not able to keep a roof over their head because the price of housing has soared, and the federal government, since the elimination of the National Housing Program, has done nothing to build housing, to put roofs over people's heads so that the families can settle in and feel comfortable and not have to feel that they have to struggle between paying for food or paying their rent or paying for their medication or paying for their heat in one of the coldest winters on the entire planet, Madam Speaker. So in the midst of that family debt crisis and housing crisis, we have a series of Potemkin bills brought forward for the benefit by the finance minister, for the benefit of the prime minister, in the same way that Gregory Potemkin brought forward the Potemkin villages for the Empress Catherine, not something that has a meaningful impact on the lives of people. Now, we talk about pay equity. We are hoping that that will have a real impact. It's something the NDP has struggled and pushed for years, but it appears still far off on the horizon, years away. And as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, we are not able to take the time at committee to actually see how that portion of the bill can even be improved, because the Liberals are allocating unbelievably 9 seconds per clause or subclause for examination. Ridiculous, Madam Speaker. Anybody on the streets of this country would say, unbelievable that a government that came to power saying that they would put an end to these practices have actually doubled down and tripled down and become so much worse than even Stephen Harper was in terms of the contempt of Parliament, and also in terms of putting massive pieces of legislation forward that are not subject to proper examination and proper scrutiny. Madam Speaker, this is a hollow shell. It's a massive bill. Yes, it does have implications, as I mentioned, for the charitable sector and in a whole range of other areas. But the time allowed is so scant, and the questions are not forthcoming with any sort of answers, which means that ultimately the Liberals may succeed in ramming this bill through, but Canadians cannot take any comfort from the fact that no proper legislative scrutiny has been allowed, and that the simple question that I have asked repeatedly this week, a very simple question, how many clauses and subclauses are in the bill, still remains unanswered. I mean, we're not talking about a trick question. It was very simple. I've asked it pretty well for every bill that I have had the jurisdiction to examine, and every time there's been an answer. This time, 850 pages, there has not been any sort of answer at all. So, Madam Speaker, what would we take as an approach? How would Jagmeet Singh and how would the NDP bring forward a Budget Implementation Act? Well, to start, Madam Speaker, we would not be putting an 850-page brick in the House of Commons and ramming it through in a scant few days. What we would be doing is separating out the bills, even if they are Potemkin bills, for proper scrutiny. Pay equity deserves scrutiny. It deserves to hear from witnesses. It deserves to hear from those women's groups and unions that have been strong advocates for pay equity for years. And they deserve a hearing, but they will be rarely given one because of the Liberals' intent to ram this through. We would be separating out those bills and subjecting them to scrutiny. And yes, we would be meeting late at night, where we are, as you know, Madam Speaker, considered the worker bees of Parliament. We try to do our homework. We do our best to take on that mandate of examining and scrutinizing and offering better solutions in terms of government legislation. That's always been our place in this House, and we are hoping soon Canadians will choose another role for us, and that will be as Government of Canada. But in the meantime, as the second opposition party, we will continue to play that important role. If it was our Budget Implementation Act, it would be separated out. We would be talking about different pieces of legislation. We would be allowing that appropriate scrutiny. More importantly, Madam Speaker, if it was our Budget Implementation Act, each one of these initiatives would come with real resources. We would have tackled fair taxes so that we can feel with some confidence that every Canadian is paying their fair share. We heard repeatedly in the pre-budget hearings about businesses that are seeing unfair competition from big foreign web giants who come here and scoop up the advertising dollars and don't pay a cent into the Canadian economy. No action has been taken on that. No action has been taken on the overseas tax havens that cost us tens of billions of dollars. This will be embarrassing to the Liberals because in just a few months' time, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer will come out with his analysis. He finally obtained, after a 5-year struggle, first with Conservatives, then with Liberals, had to threaten to take them to court to get the information from Revenue Canada. And now, within a few months' time, we'll have the tax gap, the money going to overseas tax havens and to web giants, and it will be embarrassing to Liberals to have not taken any sort of action. They have no credibility on this. We would be investing in housing now, Madam Speaker, and I did a press conference earlier this year, as you know, with Jagmeet Singh, our national NDP leader, where we said we need to accelerate immediately, invest $2 billion immediately into housing. It's at a critical level. We're seeing seniors and students left on the side, and we need to make sure that that housing is put into place immediately. And we would be investing in childcare and pharmacare. These are not just smart investments in terms of the quality of life of Canadians. And if we're talking about gender equality, not having childcare puts the lie to any pretense of this government to actually being a feminist government. If they're not putting in place childcare, they can't pretend that they are actually working for gender equality in this country. But it also helps our businesses compete. It helps our labour market. So there are a whole realm of reasons why it is smart economically as well as socially to put in place things like childcare and pharmacare. And as we know, Madam Speaker, we're wasting billions of dollars more right now for medication that Canadians need, with so many Canadians not even being able to access the medication because we do not have in place a universal pharmacare program. Our BIA, if it was presented today, would have included that and put that in place so Canadians could actually feel comfortable knowing that they can take their medication, afford their medication. And we would be investing in healthcare and education, Madam Speaker. We're the healthcare party. We always have been. Tommy Douglas, our first leader, founded universal public healthcare in this country. And we would be standing behind that, providing the funding that is necessary instead of this erosion we've seen under Conservatives and Liberals. And we would be making sure that we're taking care of Canadians because that's best for Canadians. It's also best for our economy and it's best for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, he spoke about the size of the Budget Implementation Act, yet, you know, the difference between our government and the Conservatives is that their omnibus bills had nothing to do with the budget, and they would sneak in legislation as a way to move things along without transparency. Our bill actually deals with budget matters. But, Madam Speaker, the members opposite seem to have an issue with it, but we are ambitious on this side of the House because we have a lot of cleanup to do after 10 years of failed fiscal economic policy of the Conservatives. The member opposite talked about what the NDP would do if it was their bill. But the NDP sound like the party of the coulda, woulda, shoulda, because they actually ran a campaign saying that they were going to balance the budget at all costs, yet here today then say they would have made the proper investments. How do you do that, Madam Speaker, if they were going to balance the budget at all costs and take the fiscal policies, the failed fiscal policies of the Conservatives? We are introducing pay equity to get it right. How would they have done this on a balanced budget at all costs like the Conservatives?
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
A lot of mudslinging there, Madam Speaker, but let's start with what the Liberals promised back in 2015. And I need to read this into the record again because I think Liberals need to hear what they were promising. The Prime Minister said, "We will not resort to legislative tricks to avoid scrutiny. Stephen Harper has used omnibus bills to prevent Parliament from properly reviewing and debating his proposals. We will change the House of Commons standing orders to bring an end to this undemocratic process." That's the Liberals speaking. Now, as you know, yesterday, Madam Speaker, I rose in this House and indicated some of the areas that weren't in the budget that are in the budget omnibus legislation. So for the Liberals to pretend that somehow they're better than the Conservatives on this, they are simply not. They've done the same practice, but they've done it, unfortunately, 2 or 3 times worse than even under the worst days of Stephen Harper. I simply cannot defend this practice. Secondly, in terms of the bills themselves, yes, the NDP would be investing real money in childcare, in housing, in those things, in pharmacare, the things that people actually need, while Liberals seem to fritter away money on overseas tax havens and provide a get out of paying any taxes free card to the web giants. We would take a different approach, and it's a better approach for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Well, the mudslinging is going back and forth, Madam Speaker. And through you, I want to thank our honourable colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, I will offer this to the House as well. It was on day 10 of the 2015 campaign where the member from Papineau also stood and said that under his government, they would be the most open and transparent. That he would also let debate reign. Well, we've seen closure invoked over 50 times on debate. Now, Speaker, and he also said that they would just post a modest deficit, and by 2020 or 2019, the budget would then balance itself. And yet, his own department has now said that the deficit is 3 times that of what he had promised, and that they will not be able to balance the budget by 2045. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the honourable colleague, because when the Liberals stand up, they always say that it is the opposition, full stop, that is spreading the seeds of fear, that are divisive politics. Yet it is their own departments that are publishing these reports talking about the failed policies of the Liberal government. And I'd like to offer our honourable colleague an opportunity to talk to that.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, I thank the member for his question. The reality is we're living through the worst environmental, housing, and family debt crisis in our nation's history. And that's from departmental documents, but it's also from civil society. I mean, anyone who's out there actually talking with regular Canadians knows that it is profoundly difficult, the family debt crisis right now. If you talk with regular folks across this country, they are stretched. They're trying to pay for massive tuition increases, trying to pay for their medication, trying to pay for their heating costs that increase. They're trying to pay for housing, and in so many parts of the country, housing is becoming a luxury. It is inconceivable to me, Madam Speaker, that we are seeing so many Canadians suffering. And if you go to First Nations communities, you see it firsthand, and yet so little being done by this government. They came with such promise. 3 years ago, they made all kinds of commitments, not just on stopping this practice instead of accelerating it. They promised that they would be governing differently, and they're governing just as poorly as Stephen Harper did.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and the fact that he very clearly laid out his arguments and showed that this is an anti-democratic and anti-parliamentarian bill. I like his 9-second per clause metaphor, which is very exact. He discussed household debts and the fact that Canadians are struggling. However, the Liberals had also promised that we would have a national pharmacare program which would help Canadians. We've just signed a trade agreement with the U.S. which extends by 2 years protection given to medications. Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. I greatly appreciate the work carried out by the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, and he's actually just asked the best question I've heard today, namely, how we are going to bring about a national pharmacare plan. What started under the Conservatives is continuing under the Liberals. The price of medication keeps on going up. This means that Canadians will have even less money to pay for their medication. We're not talking about an optional expense. Canadians need their medications, but now The cost of protected medication will go up, of copyrighted medication will go up, and they're also taxing medical devices. So all Canadians who need their medication and who have no other choice will pay more. This is why we are promoting the idea of a national pharmacare plan and to bring it about now for all Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to say to my Finance Committee colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, I believe, of the riding, he talked about tax fairness. And in this BIA legislation today, in one of the national newspapers, there was an article of the progress that is being made in the BIA, in this specific BIA, on tax fairness. It talks about preventing banks from creating artificial losses, enhancing tax reporting requirements for trust funds, strengthening rules for limited partnerships, cracking down on tax-free corporate distributions to foreigners, increasing ownership transparency for numbered companies and shell corporations. The budget also clarified Ottawa's plan to clamp down on investment income through private corporations. Yet I heard earlier on that the member wasn't satisfied. We've invested $1 billion into CRA. We've a number of initiatives here and in past budgets. But I do want to ask the member this. We have a recently signed new USMCA. And I was wondering what his position is on that. We understand that some of his colleagues were at a celebration with one of our national unions that we were at. And I was wondering, is he supportive of the new USMCA agreement and the trilateral free trade agreement that supports thousands of good quality jobs across this country, including good union jobs, good middle-class jobs? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby, has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, I'm going to respond on the issue of taxes because it's ridiculous for Liberals to pretend that the small measures that they've taken in this BIA addresses in any way the massive tax evasion we're seeing from some of the wealthiest Canadians. There's a reason why we're seeing more concentration of wealth in this country than we've ever seen before. 2 billionaires having as much wealth as almost a third of the Canadian population, over 11 million people. That's a profound imbalance. And, Madam Speaker, as you're well aware, we have companies now where the CEO pays less in taxes than their secretary because of this imbalance, because of tax havens, because of the fact that the web giants get away with paying no taxes at all. And so the Liberals respond with paying lip service. And they say, and the member has just said, that they spend $1 billion in CRA. The reality is that money went to go after regular families, to take away their benefits, to go after people on disabilities who are accessing the disability tax credit. What we need is fundamental change. We need an end to these overseas tax havens and the abuses we're seeing from the web giants, and only the NDP is going to bring that about.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Scarborough North.
Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today in this House and speak on the 2018 budget. 3 years ago, I was privileged to be elected by the people of Scarborough North as Canadians from coast to coast to coast put their faith in our government. They sent us to Ottawa so that we could fulfill our promise of delivering real change. I know that every member in this House is here because they believe in improving the lives of all Canadians. Now, with unemployment at its lowest in 40 years and strong economic growth across this country, our government's plan is working and our efforts bearing fruit. Madam Speaker, as we expressed during the campaign and in the years since taking office, we believe in building a strong middle class and creating economic prosperity for all Canadians. Budget 2018, entitled Equality and Growth, a Strong Middle Class, does exactly that. In my multicultural riding of Scarborough North, hard-working individuals and families are benefiting from the programs and initiatives that our government has introduced. Let me share the story of the Zhang family. Proud mom and dad who recently immigrated to Canada to build a better life and a brighter future for their children came to visit me in my constituency office along with their newborn baby girl. The Zhang family can rest assured that their daughter will be supported by the Canada Child Benefit, money that can be used to help pay for such baby essentials as diapers and clothing. Indeed, since our government introduced the Canada Child Benefit, over 300,000 children across this great country have been lifted out of poverty. Now, the 2018 budget will ensure that families such as the Zangs continue to receive adequate assistance through the Canada Child Benefit in the long term by indexing it so that it keeps pace with the cost of raising a child. But that's not all, Madam Speaker. Under the previous government, we saw the continued disappearance of the middle class. Hardworking Canadians saw their wages stall, their hopes and dreams shattered as they struggled to pay rent and put food on the table. That is why our government has introduced in this budget the new Canada Workers' Benefit, which puts more money back into the pockets of low-wage earners. This new benefit encourages Canadians to join the workforce, providing real help to over 2 million lower-income workers and raising over 70,000 people out of poverty. By next year, the Canada Child Benefit and the new Canada Workers' Benefit, along with our government's national housing strategy and enhanced benefit for seniors, will have lifted 650,000 Canadians out of poverty. That is real change, Madam Speaker. Real change that will make a difference in the lives of people not only in Scarborough North, but all across this great nation. What's even more transformative, however, is our government's commitment to gender equality and pay equity. We all know that equal pay for work of equal value is not just the smart thing to do, it is the right thing to do. After consulting with key stakeholders such as employers, organized labor, researchers, and other experts, our government is putting forth legislation to establish federal proactive pay equity. When women and girls are given a fair chance to succeed, we all reap the benefits. In fact, gender equality in the workplace can add $150 billion to the Canadian economy over the next 10 years. Our government is doing the smart thing and the right thing when it comes to equal pay for equal work. Madam Speaker, I will also be splitting my time with the member for Oakville North Burlington. Madam Speaker, achieving gender equality also requires us to work together for environmental sustainability. All around the world, women and children are disproportionately impacted by the effects of environmental degradation. Here in Canada, Canadians continue to pay for the costs associated with increasing storms, floods, droughts, wildfires, and extreme heat. It is clear that there is already a significant cost to pollution. That is precisely why our government is working to protect the environment while growing the economy at the same time. By phasing out coal, protecting our oceans, and investing in renewables and public transit, our government is investing in Canadians and their future. Not only have we created 500,000 new full-time jobs over the past 3 years, our carbon emissions are down, showing that economic prosperity and environmental sustainability go hand in hand. By listening to scientists, engaging with experts, our government is now putting a price on pollution and growing a cleaner, greener economy at the same time. Lower carbon emissions, air that is cleaner, emerging business opportunities, and more money back into the pockets of Canadians. That is our plan to build a more sustainable and prosperous future for our children and our grandchildren. Speaking of which, Madam Speaker, investing in future generations remains a key goal of this budget. I have worked with youth and in public education for most of my professional life, and I can attest to the importance of providing young people with opportunities to succeed, because when youth succeed, our nation succeeds. Each year, over $330 million is invested into Canada's youth employment strategy, which enables young Canadians to gain important knowledge and hands-on job experience. Through the 2018 budget, our government will invest an additional $448.5 million over 5 years to enhance the youth employment strategy. This investment will fuel the success of our youth, allowing them to gain the skills and the work experience needed to secure good, permanent employment through such initiatives as Canada Summer Jobs. In fact, last August, I met with some of the 260 youth employed at 51 organizations doing good work across my riding of Scarborough North. These summer jobs were possible thanks to $848,000 of federal funding through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Budget 2018 goes even further, proposing $46 million over 5 years with an additional $10 million per year thereafter for a new program to develop and enhance pre-apprenticeship training. This program will work in partnership with our provinces and territories, post-secondary institutions, training providers, unions, and employers to help Canadians get trained, particularly underrepresented groups such as women, Indigenous people, those with disabilities, and new immigrants. They will be able to explore different trades, gain invaluable work experience, and develop the skills needed to succeed. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this budget is one that all Canadians can be proud of. It ensures that Canada's economy keeps growing while simultaneously providing more and more opportunities for the middle class and those working hard to join it. It strives to improve our youth's present and their future. It takes important strides in protecting our environment while simultaneously growing our economy. It makes smart investments and promotes equality so that all Canadians can prosper. Madam Speaker, all Canadians can feel confident in this budget and the real change that our government is delivering, as am I. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the last statement was actually the most truthful. People won't believe the change that government has made. In the times of a strong economy with a 3% growth, they've now got a $60 billion debt that's been added to now a total of $675 billion for Canadians to pay interest on. That's incredible, considering that when you're looking at, if you can't create jobs in a strong economy, I suspect what you're going to have to rely on, and the Canadians are going to have to rely on, is the ones on this side, actually when the crisis and deflation comes, to actually bail them out. What I'm wondering about, if you could actually tell me why it is that the U.S. investment in Canada has dropped 66%, while the Canadian investment in the United States has gone up 52%.
And I just want to remind the member to address the questions of the chair. So the honourable member for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for the question. Our government has worked incredibly hard to achieve the new NAFTA agreement between Canada and the U.S., and we are looking forward to continuing to build on the economic prosperity that comes out of the trade, the investment between Canada and our closest ally and friend, the United States. And the numbers, in fact, Madam Speaker, speak for themselves. Since our government has taken office, 500,000 new net jobs created in this country. We have one of the strongest economies in the G7, and in fact, we have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio. Our government has made smart investments into infrastructure, into building the middle class and those working hard to join it, so that our economy can prosper and that we can build a better Canada for everyone. And that is why this budget, we are going even further through pay equity legislation, through equality, through environmental sustainability, so that Canadians continue to prosper in the road ahead.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his questions. I wonder how his constituents would feel when they learned that from this budget that the Liberal government, despite promising in 2015 that they would eliminate subsidies for big oil, that they have not done so. I wonder how his constituents would feel when they learn that, in fact, the government has not really done very much to address the issue of tax havens, where the top income earners, the wealthiest, this could actually not pay their fair share of taxes for those who are in the middle class and those who are working hard to join it.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her question. The facts are this, Madam Speaker. Our government raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians so that we could give a tax break for the middle class. We've made investments to put in the Canada Child Benefit, ensuring that 300,000 children have been lifted out of poverty, and that number continues to go up. Madam Speaker, we are certain that Canada is on the right track because we are working very hard to ensure that environmental sustainability is front and center in our government's agenda. But we also believe that in protecting the environment, we can simultaneously grow the economy at the same time. And that is why we have made smart investments. We have invested in green infrastructure, creating new economies so that while we are working hard to protect the environment, to reduce emissions, we at the same time are creating good jobs for Canadians. And Canadians have seen the results. Lowest unemployment rate over the past 40 years, unprecedented growth among G7 countries, and we will continue to fight hard and do good for Canadians and their families.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville South Burlington. Oakville North Burlington, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure today to speak on the Budget Implementation Act. The measures being implemented will continue the transformational work of our government to grow the middle class and grow our economy. But perhaps most importantly, Madam Speaker, we are doing this by ensuring that our most vulnerable citizens are not left behind, and by building an equal, competitive, sustainable, and fair Canada. Since we took office, Canada's economy has been fueled by the hard work of a stronger middle class. Combined with our government's historic investments in people and communities, Canada now has the fastest growing economy in the G7 and has added more than 500,000 good, well-paying jobs since November 2015. I'm extremely proud that the Budget Implementation Act will put in place measures that will move us towards gender equality and fairness for all Canadians. I'm reading a book right now entitled Runaway Wives and Rogue Feminists, The Origins of the Women's Shelter Movement in Canada. In it, author Margot Goodhand writes about the role that Chatelaine had in bringing conversations about childcare, domestic violence, abortion, equal pay for work of equal value, and so much more to the forefront. Under the leadership of its editor, Doris Anderson, Chatelaine pushed Canada to the forefront of feminism in North America. And here we are, almost 50 years later, and sadly we're still having these same conversations. But, Madam Speaker, change is finally coming. I'm proud to say that our government is the first to introduce federal pay equity legislation. In 2017, women made 88.5 cents to every $1 a man earns. During our study on the economic security of women at Status of Women Committee, we heard the call for pay equity legislation. The Budget Implementation Act will legislate pay equity here on Parliament Hill, in the federal government, and in all federally regulated organizations like banks, telecommunication, and transport companies. In all, about 1.2 million Canadians will be covered by this legislation. We will also appoint a pay equity commissioner to play both an education and enforcement role. As we move forward federally, I was saddened to receive an email from both of my local chambers of commerce listing the changes being made provincially to their labor relations legislation through the repeal of Bill 148. I will not debate the merits of provincial legislation in this place, but number 3 on the list, provided by the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, was the repeal of equal pay for equal work. In 2018, I am disturbed that anyone or any organization would applaud this move. Gender-based violence continues to plague our society. In working with community groups like Sexual Assault and Violence Intervention Service of Halton and Halton Women's Place, I know we must do more. This has certainly been a focus of my work here in Parliament, and the Budget Implementation Act will implement 5 days of paid leave for victims of family violence. This is a crucial measure for those fleeing intimate partner violence. Madam Speaker, there are a number of other measures in this bill that are also groundbreaking. Our first study in Status of Women was on Gender-Based Analysis Plus. It is extremely gratifying to see Gender Budgeting Act included in this bill, which will formalize using a gender lens for all budgets going forward. Equally as groundbreaking is the creation of the Department of Women and Gender Equality, which will strengthen our capacity to advance gender equality and grow the middle class through policy, programming, and support for equality-seeking organizations and community partners. Madam Speaker, by focusing on fairness for all Canadians, I'm proud to say that since we took office, more women are now employed and contributing to our shared economic success than at any point in Canada's history. Supporting women's economic participation is not only the right thing to do, but could add $150 billion to Canada's economy by 2026. During our study on economic security of women, we also heard about the importance of both parents sharing parental leave to support gender equality in the home and in the workplace. The Budget Implementation Act implements the new Employment Insurance Parental Sharing Benefit. The changes will give greater flexibility to parents by providing an additional 5 weeks of use it or lose it parental benefits when both parents agree to share parental leave. This use it or lose it model is already offered to parents in Quebec. There, 4 out of every 5 fathers have decided to take advantage of the increased parental leave. In the rest of Canada, this number is only 1 in 10. For the first time ever, our government is setting out poverty reduction targets in the Poverty Reduction Act included in this legislation. As you know, Madam Speaker, we will not leave the most vulnerable behind as our economy grows. Measures like the Canada Child Benefit, or CCB, means that 9 out of 10 Canadian families have more money to help them with the high cost of raising children. Even more importantly, the CCB has helped to lift more than 500,000 people, including 300,000 children, out of poverty. The CCB, which is targeted to middle-class families and those working hard to join the middle class, is simpler, tax-free, and more generous than previous child benefit programs. In fact, Madam Speaker, residents in Oakville, North Burlington have received payments helping 25,670 children with an average yearly payment of $4,930. The CCB has put over $70 million into our North Oakville and North Burlington economies in the past year, and over $245 million into the Halton economies. Madam Speaker, not only is that money helping families, it's also growing our economy and creating jobs in our community. Another critical step we've taken to reduce poverty was the National Housing Strategy, a 10-year, $40 billion national housing strategy aimed at reducing homelessness and improving the availability and quality of housing in Canada. Over the next 10 years, the strategy, which will be in part funded jointly by the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, will help reduce homelessness and the number of families living in housing need, and will strengthen the middle class. While people think that my community is affluent, and make no mistake, Madam Speaker, many in my community are doing very well, but we also have those living in poverty. According to the 2016 census, in Halton there are more than 13,500 children living in low-income households, more than 1 in 10 children living in poverty, with Oakville having the highest percentage at 12.4%. Burlington's average rent in 2016 was $1,329, outdoing our major metropolitan neighbour, Toronto, whose average rent was $1,242 for the same year. I'm proud to work with Habitat for Humanity, Halton, Mississauga, in my riding, whose goal is for everyone to have a safe and decent place to live. Their CEO, John Gerard, has stated that it is encouraging to see Habitat's message reflected in our federal government's housing strategy. With a focus on poverty reduction and programs like the Canada Child Benefit and National Housing Strategy, it is my hope that we will see those numbers drop in my community and across Canada. The Budget Implementation Act also puts in place legislation that will have the Canada Pension Plan child rearing drop-in provisions put in place, an important missing piece in the CPP. Madam Speaker, with the Budget Implementation Act, we are continuing to implement our plan, and Canadians are seeing firsthand that our plan is working. More Canadians are working. Unemployment is at its lowest level in 40 years. Wages are growing at their fastest rate in close to a decade. Businesses are investing because they're confident in our plan, creating long-term growth. Canada's economy is one of the best performing in the G7 with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio. A typical middle-class family of 4 will be $2,000 better off thanks to the Canada Child Benefit and middle-class tax cut. A strong and growing middle class is driving economic growth across the country, creating new jobs and more opportunities for everyone to succeed. It is my hope that all members of this House will support this important piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague with whom I serve on Status of Women Committee. We're both vice chairs, and we've heard a lot about the importance of pay equity as a mechanism that the federal government could put in place to remove barriers to economic justice for women in Canada. The history goes back a long time. 42 years ago, the previous Trudeau Liberal government promised it. 2004, there was a task force that made very specific recommendations under another Liberal government. And then the very first act myself and the member for Jonquière initiated in this House in 2016 was a motion to have a special committee study pay equity and to re-examine and implement those outstanding recommendations of the 2004 task force report. So the special committee, all-party consensus said implement the 2004 task force recommendations on pay equity. So with gladness that we finally have pay equity legislation in the House buried in an 800-page bill, it's hard to tease out the details. So I'm hoping that the member opposite can help me with some of these questions. 2004 task force report recommendation was pay equity is a fundamental human right. So why is this new act's purpose defined in terms of the employer's needs? That's unheard of in a human rights statute, and it's contrary to the 2004 task force recommendations.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to serve with the honourable member on Status of Women, and I applaud her advocacy on pay equity and a number of other important issues. And I'm just so pleased, as I mentioned in my speech, it was almost 50 years ago when these conversations started, and there has been a lot of conversation over the years, and it's frustrating for all of us to think that it has taken this long for the federal government to put in place legislation. But I have to say I'm incredibly proud that we are finally moving there. And it's such an important thing for women to be earning the same amount of money as a man. And I'll just say again, it saddens me that in my province we're moving away from that. So to the honourable member, I will continue to be advocating for pay equity. But having said that, I'm really pleased with what has happened with the legislation that's been introduced, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Oakville North Burlington for her advocacy on behalf of vulnerable people in her community and indeed all of Canada. I've been reading the McKinsey Institute report, The Power of Parity, Advancing Women's Equality in Canada, where it says that we could be adding $150 billion of incremental GDP growth between now and 2026 if we pay attention to equity for women in our economy. But progress has stalled in the last 20 years. I discussed this with the YWCA from Guelph this morning and representatives from YWCA Canada about the importance of using gender-based lenses when we're looking at budgets. Could the honourable member help us to understand how important gender-based analysis is in terms of trying to recover the $150 billion of lost opportunity due to inequity with women?
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member is absolutely correct in terms of the economic impact that would be had in Canada if women were contributing in the workforce in the way that they should be. And quite frankly, it's about fairness for all Canadians. It disheartens me when I hear people, in particular on the opposite side, talk about how women don't actually want these opportunities and that we're trying to push women into jobs or into positions that they don't really want, when in fact, they just, if given the opportunity, groups like the YWCA of Canada do an incredible job of retraining, providing skills for women to re-enter the workforce so they can in fact be making a good middle-class wage, providing for their families. And so it's incredibly important, not just because it's the right thing to do for women to be involved in the economy, but quite frankly, it's the right thing to do in terms of our economy and growing our economy going forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, very pleased to speak on Bill C-86, the Liberal Government's Budget Implementation Act 2018. And I will be splitting my time with my colleague who was elected in 2000, the same as myself, from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Madam Speaker, regrettably, when we stand in this House to speak on bills such as this, you know, when you do a synopsis of the bill and you say, how is it going to help future generations? How is it going to help people right now? The more you look at it, the more you realize, Madam Speaker, that there's nothing in this bill that can secure the future of our country for generations to come. What we have here is a simple continuation of the Liberals' failed policies, and especially their failed fiscal policies. Deficit after deficit after deficit with no end in sight, despite the Prime Minister's promise in the 2015 election that we would only run small deficits. And I sincerely hope that in 2019, Canadians will not forget how promise after promise after promise has been broken by this government. The Liberals, Madam Speaker, promised a very small deficit of $10 billion a year. But what we have now, is revealed by the public accounts, 2018 is a deficit of $19 billion, which, as the Auditor General points out, quote, is essentially the same amount in percentage as the previous year. The net debt is $759 billion here as a country, and the net debt is the amount by which the government's liabilities exceed the value of its financial assets and its revenue. The AG has also reported that revenues were $313.6 billion, an increase of $20.1 billion over the previous year. So what is truly shocking, Madam Speaker, is that the government did not use the increase of revenues to eliminate the deficit, but rather, in true Liberal fashion, continued to increase their program spending. Why is it that there has been such grave concern expressed about the many families across this country that are unable to balance their household budgets as they're accumulating debt at alarming rates, and yet the Liberal government is unfazed by the national debt that they are mounting? Household debts, and Madam Speaker, I can tell you, when we were in government, this was one of the biggest concerns to a growing economy. But household debts in Canada increased to 171.3% of gross income in 2008, up from 2017 from 170.20%. Household debt continues to increase in this country. Household debt to income averaged 127.31% from 1990 to 2018, reaching an all-time high of 173.34%. And Madam Speaker, there have got to be warnings in the future as to what this could happen with household debt increasing, especially as we see our Governor of the Bank of Canada raising interest rates. Madam Speaker, we should be very concerned about these statistics and equally concerned about the national debt, but I think we need to be concerned that this government does nothing to address that. The Liberal government, Madam Speaker, must stop borrowing money that other people will have to pay back, including Canadians who are not yet even born. Yet we have a Liberal government that has no plan to get out of debt, no plan to stop overspending. They have no plan to balance the books. They have no plan to start paying down the accumulated national debt. All this Liberal government can manage to do is pay the interest on massive amounts of money that they have borrowed. And while they're failing in this regard, and in so many other ways too, Madam Speaker, they continue to raise taxes on the middle class. Since 2015, the Liberals have cancelled tax credits, raised CPP, raised EI premiums. The price of everything continues to rise. Transportation, fuel, groceries, rent, everything. And soon, very soon, Canadians will be suffering under a carbon tax on everything. That carbon tax will not be used to reduce carbon emissions. Rather, it will be spent by Liberals on their millionaire friends and their pet projects. The Liberals' so-called new tax bracket to tax the top 1% of income earners has not worked. After the Liberals hiked taxes on the wealthy, we find out that the wealthy, the top 1% of income earners, are actually paying $1 billion less in taxes per year than they did before the Liberals tried to increase their tax level. The middle class did not receive any of the revenues from the top 1% of income earners because there was not enough revenue raised by hiking taxes on the wealthy to pay for the programs and the services that the Prime Minister implemented. Programs and services that did not lead to real and sustainable job creation within the private sector. Now, Madam Speaker, they brag about the income and the employment rate. 11 out of 12 jobs that have been created under this government are in the public sector, government jobs. Think on this for a moment. The economy has not given the confidence to the private sector to see massive growths, 1 in 12 in the private sector, 11 in 12 jobs in the public sector. That's not sustainable. Revenues from the private sector pay for jobs in the public sector. Revenues from the public sector jobs don't create more jobs in the private sector or even in the public sector. Still, the Liberals say that there has been a reduction this year in the unemployment rates, and they continue to hire public servants. The Liberals don't talk about the fact that fewer people are looking for work. Statistics show that 2/3 of the unemployed in Canada are not looking for work anymore, however, still remain unemployed. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the public sector, or rather the public service, I would be remiss if I did not talk about the recent observations by the Auditor General of Canada in the 2018 public accounts. The Auditor General, along with the Deputy Minister for the Department of Finance and officials from the Treasury Board Secretariat, appeared before our Public Accounts Committee. It's a committee that I'm honored to chair. As most here today would know, the Public Accounts examines in a nonpartisan manner the performance of the public service and the federal departments and agencies in implementing what the government has been ordered to do by the Parliament of Canada. For the past 3 years, the Auditor General has been tabling a separate document called Commentary on the 2017-18 Financial Audits. This year, the document includes a section entitled The Auditor General's Observation on the Government's 2017-2018 Financial Statement, which was previously provided in the public accounts. The first observation is on the transformation of the pay administration, better known as the Phoenix Pay System. The Auditor General noted that as of March 31st, 2018, there was $615 million worth of pay errors. Now, I go back and think back to my Wainwright meetings, my Drumheller meetings, meetings in Stettler, meetings in Camrose, where massive amounts of federal public employees were bringing their frustrations, towards this Phoenix system. Furthermore, for the last pay period, the percentage of employees with pay errors was 58%, an increase of 7% from the previous pay period. So despite the minister saying things are getting better, by October 18, we're going to have this thing, solved, or we're going to have a threshold that, will be a real goal that we can accomplish, she's failing. 51% last year, 58% this year. So while the government says that they are working to solve this horrific problem for public servants, the situation has gotten worse. As the Auditor General reports, the government underpaid some employees by $369 million and overpaid others by $246 million, and now we're trying to figure out how to claw back that money. This significant number of individual pay errors did not result in a financially significant error in the government's total reported pay expenses because overpayments and underpayments basically offset each other. The Auditor General further explained to our committee yesterday that while the government recorded year-end accounting adjustments to improve the accuracy of its pay expenses, they did not correct the underlying problems, nor did they correct the pay errors that continue to affect thousands of employees. Through Budget 2018, the government plans to spend $16 million over 2 years beginning in 18-19 to work with various experts and public servants towards implementing a new pay system. Furthermore, they have committed $431 million over the 6 years beginning in 17-18. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? 14 seconds. All right. Well, Madam Speaker, let me just finish then. I'll skip a page. But I have grave concerns, Madam Speaker, as do, I think, some people within the public service, that we do not have the necessary IT expertise to manage complex IT problems like this. And Madam Speaker, these are not being addressed in this budget. We have people not being paid unacceptable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his intervention today. There was so much to deal with in a short period of time, but I wanted to highlight, he had mentioned that the private sector growth was not there, when in fact StatsCan's labour force survey in September said that the employment rate rose by 96,000 among private sector employees, first increase since 2017, but that also there was no change in the public sector. So the investments that we're making are driving private sector growth. I wonder whether the honourable member could contrast that to the cuts that the previous government made to try to get to economic growth, when in fact investing in Canadians and investing in the Canadian economy is truly the way towards growth, the growth that we're now seeing, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Ballard River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, I'm not sure where the member is citing his stats from. Stats that I have seen show that 11 out of 12 jobs that have been created over the last year or 2 years have been in the public sector. And Madam Speaker, as I stated in my speech, that is no way in which you grow an economy. You do not grow an economy that way. He also spoke about the extra money that is being invested back into our economy. Madam Speaker, yes, certainly. When you go into a recession, it's vital that we kickstart growth in some regards and show that the government is willing to do that. And so we did that. We did that. But now that we've come out of the recession, basically on the back of a strong United States economy and indeed global economy, Canada shows less growth than other countries. And Madam Speaker, again, if we are spending this much money when we are in an economy that is expanding, what happens when interest rates go up, and what happens if we should fall down into another downturn or recession? Can the government continue to drive up debt then at the same levels they're doing now in times where there's growth? Madam Speaker, this becomes a massive problem for countries when they then experience a downturn.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And speaking of massive, I would like to sort of make a general comment on the size, the omnibus size of this bill, all the things that are included in it. And I think through you, Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague, I'd assume agree that it doesn't give us parliamentarians enough time to actually scrutinize well on behalf of our constituents what exactly is in the document. So my question is, I was on the Pay Equity Special Committee, and we made a recommendation that the government implement the recommendations from the 2004 task force. In my short time, I've able to actually look at the document. It appears the government hasn't followed up on that unanimous recommendation from the committee, and I just wonder if my honourable colleague might like to make comment on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I remember when we brought forward budget after budget, and I think our last budget, which was a balanced budget, the Budget Implementation Act was, if I remember correctly, 400 pages. And the opposition at that time, it's now government, maybe 500 pages. Well, the opposition at that time, just attacked us as having, this, wasn't so much an omnibus bill, but 500 pages that they were expected to read through and come and debate and bring back. And now we see this government with a 800-page budget implementation act. And she's right. There's a lot of things that government has promised in the last election and promised since being elected that they were going to bring to Parliament and bring forward for Canadians. They were going to, to have just minuscule deficits. They were going to have pay equity. They were going to do all this, and yet they're failing, one after another after another. And, Madam Speaker, I honestly believe next year, 2018, Canadians are going to hold this government to account, and rightfully so. Not just rightfully so for breaking promise after promise after promise, but rightfully so for not providing strong governance and leadership when it comes into fiscal management of where we are and how we want to move forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, as the federal member of Parliament for the Ottawa Valley riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I welcome this opportunity to inform Canadians about the deteriorating state of the nation's finances as demonstrated by the legislation before Parliament today. I begin my comments by reiterating clearly that Conservatives believe in clean air, low taxes, and a healthy economy. A clean environment and good-paying jobs are only possible when taxpayers are treated with respect. Bill C-86 is 850 pages of failure to treat taxpayers with respect. It's time to stop the policy of this government to spend this country into bankruptcy. While claiming to affect climate change in Africa with the billions of Canadians of taxpayers' dollars may assuage the Prime Minister's vanity and his project to buy a seat on the UN Security Council, his new carbon tax or pollution tax or whatever the new name he dreams up for his massive tax scheme this week, next week, or next month does not change the fact that a tax is a tax is a tax. Excessive deficit budgets year after year with no credible plan to balance spending with revenue are behind the carbon tax policy. The Gerald Butts talking points failed with Dalton McGuinty and the thoroughly disgraced Kathleen Wynne, and at the end of the day will fail this Prime Minister. Kevin Libin in the National Post accurately summed up the carbon tax grab as a wealth, and I quote, wealth redistribution scheme. It certainly will take money from consumers, businesses, and high-income families and reallocate it to others using tax rebates, minus, of course, the cost of administration, which is never zero. But it's so much more irrational than that. More accurately, it's a plan to raise business costs and give imports an advantage at the very moment our economy is already burdened by a tax regime judged far less attractive than those of our economic competitors, using levies that economists agree are too low to seriously affect emissions, but are enough to harm the economy. End of quote. Using the concern Canadians have for the environment as cover for that Liberals' wacky left-wing wealth redistribution scheme failed Ontario. Phony concern for the environment will be exposed this time also. Canadians are smart. They know a tax grab when they see one. Contrary to claims being made about the new carbon tax being revenue neutral, Canadians are not fooled by that nose stretcher. The federal carbon taxing system sets out two mechanisms for taxing carbon. One, a charge on fossil fuels for fuel producers, distributors, and importers, and an output-based pricing system for the industrial facilities. Fuel charges specific to each type of fuel, including gasoline, aviation fuel, natural gas, coal, and combustible waste, among others. The fuel charge is meant to reflect a carbon pollution price of $20 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2019, rising by $10 per ton every year to reach a total of $50 per ton in 2022. For example, a carbon price of 4.42 cents per litre will apply to gasoline as of April 2019 and will rise to 11.05 cents per litre by April 2022. Taxes on fuel for home heating and for transportation are examples of direct taxes. While the government has indicated that 80 or 90% of the direct carbon taxes collected may trickle back to the households as a re-election bribe, with the other 10 or 20% handed out as exemptions to others hard hit by the new carbon tax, what is not accounted for are the indirect carbon taxes. The HST that will be added to the carbon tax is an example of an indirect tax. These indirect carbon taxes, which represent about 70% of the new carbon tax revenue that will be collected, will increase the cost of other consumables by about $522 per household. So while the election bribe may return about an amount to what has been paid by families directly, Canadians will get nailed by the hidden taxes, which are more difficult to calculate. For taxpayers in Ontario, they've seen this story before with electricity prices. First, Ontario ratepayers were told that huge increases in the price of electricity were necessary to pay the owners of industrial wind turbines, who just happen to have close political ties to the Liberal Party. This, taxpayers were told, was necessary to stop man-made global warming, climate change, or is it pollution, or whatever other label the Liberal Party thinks will fool you. Then the carbon tax that was added onto Ontario ratepayers' electricity bills was given a misleading title of global adjustment to fool some gullible consumers that somehow this amount was not just another tax. With this, the Liberal Party proceeded to increase the carbon tax on electricity, ending up in a new term being coined in Ontario, energy poverty. Ontario is now burdened by some of the highest power rates in any jurisdiction in North America, throwing households into energy poverty and forcing industries to close up shop or move to the United States. Ontario taxpayers have been suffering with carbon taxes for years. This week, in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Sandvik Material Technology in Arnprior announced it will be closing its doors and moving production south to the United States by the end of 2019. Sandvik, which makes steel pipes and tubes, currently employs 160 people at the Arnprior facility. It opened in 1975, and now, after 43 years in business in Canada, thanks to Liberal policies, those jobs will be lost. Between high electricity prices, the tariff on steel, which this government has failed to resolve even after selling out Canadians with the failed NAFTA negotiations, rising interest rates, the massive hike in carbon taxes, and the upcoming taxes. The lineup to the border is only going to get bigger. Bill C-86 should have been a plan to control government spending. The fiscal policy of this government, which has been essentially to keep spending levels and deficits elevated until at least after next year's federal election and beyond, is not sustainable. The Liberal Party has been taking on debt for little gain. Thanks to the spillover effect of a booming American economy, our economy is running at capacity. But rather than directing the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates to slow our economy, a faster drawdown on deficits would ease pressure for rate hikes. This would help the country's economy most, and the most indebted households, who are disproportionately young urban families with huge mortgages in places like Toronto. As Environics Analytics study has already calculated, the rising interest rates will squeeze households an extra $2,516 each year. Add higher mortgage payments to the new Liberal carbon tax that is set to escalate every year, and all the other tax increases, the future looks bleak for average middle-class Canadian families. According to the chief economist at the Royal Bank of Canada, Craig Wright, quote, "At this point of the cycle, you want to see surpluses and paying down debt," unquote. The recent billions in extra revenue this government collected from Canadians should have been used to pay down debt, not given to other countries as a bribe for a UN Security Council seat. Canada's deficits are out of control. Canada spent the financial reserve it needed to fight the inevitable next recession. This government cannot even get the basics right when it comes to the day-to-day operation of government. At 850 pages, Bill 86 is sparse when it comes to detailing how the federal government intends to correct the poor service Canadians are getting. This legislation talks about ensuring that social assistance payments under certain programs do not preclude individuals from receiving the child benefit. This issue should be addressed separately, not buried in 850 pages of an omnibus budget bill. This government broke its promise never to present omnibus legislation to Parliament, just like it broke its promise, its modest deficits promise. Today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes. Christopher is an average single parent in my riding. He works at a grocery store. Unlike the 1%er finance minister, the member for Toronto Centre, he does not vacation at a villa he owns in the south of France. Christopher submitted an application to receive the Canada Child Benefit for his teenage daughter. He submitted the application October 15th. On October 30th, he was informed that his application was sent for processing and that it would be at least mid-January in 2019 and later before it would be looked at. This is something new. Under the Conservative government of Prime Minister Stephen Harper, this process took 21 days. Now it takes 3 to 4 months if you're lucky. Same workforce. This government has added a new level of stupidity that is slowing everything down. And heaven forbid if Christopher had not contacted his Member of Parliament to help with the application and tried to apply for the benefit on his own. First sit on the phone for hours, leave a message, and maybe get contacted a week later. Staff on the phone lines are the newest employees who do not know the programs.
Actually, the time is up, and I'm sure that the member will be able to add more content to the questions and comments. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from across the way for sharing a different perspective on our economy. It's always good to have differing opinions in this place, but when we look at our economy, Madam Speaker, where we're outpacing the growth of all G7 countries, that our debt-to-GDP ratio is lower than all G7 countries, that we're actually investing in the right way to get growth, rather than the previous way of the Conservative government under Stephen Harper cutting our expenses until we didn't get growth and then cutting them even further. So investing in growth is something that's smart for our economy, something that our government is very proud to see the success that we're having. And I wonder if the honourable member could think about debt to GDP and what that means to her constituents.
Our member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
They can recalculate the debt any way they want, but when the country's in the hole, we're in the hole, and new taxes aren't going to dig us out of it. Now back to Christopher. He calls 5 times, talks to 5 different people, gets 5 different answers to his questions, and my office has a dozen of those child benefit horror stories. This omnibus budget is the wrong place also to remove the Minister of National Defence responsibility for determining the compensation for members of the Canadian Forces who participate on international operational missions. This is a dishonest way to cut the pay of soldiers doing our most dangerous tasks. The Minister of Defence should be ashamed he allowed this to happen. The Minister of Defence dropped the ball when the issue of danger pay for soldiers was raised previously. However, once all the facts about his role in the Admiral Norman affair are made public, the member for Vancouver South will not be minister much longer anyway.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kirk Courtney, Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague for her speech. She talked about the Conservatives caring about a clean environment, about low taxes. I got an email from Mark Bottomley from Lasqueti Island, and he's been cleaning up styrofoam and plastic from our beaches. He says, quote, "I've decided that cleaning up the ocean is one of the most important things I can do in this time when I'm overwhelmed by the degradation of the natural world." And of course, Madam Speaker, we owe Mark a ton of gratitude, and Canadians like Mark that are selfless going out and cleaning up our beaches. We know that the cost is significant to our environment, to our shellfish industry, to our salmon that are ingesting plastics. We know that in this 850-page omnibus bill and the 5,000 clauses, there's no funding to back up the Liberal government's ocean plastics charter, no resources to help people like Mark. And maybe if the member could speak about what resources and how she could fund those resources to help volunteers and good Canadians like Mark and coastal people from coast to coast to coast to help deal with this important problem.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
My colleague raises a very important point, taking the garbage out of our lakes and rivers, but not putting it there in the first place. Take Montreal. Billions of gallons of raw sewage right in there. That is pollution, not carbon dioxide. a real pollution like my colleague described. Blue algae, we've got it in the Ottawa River, and now maybe the Minister of Environment will pay attention because it's also in the Rideau Canal, right down her alley. But we're suffering from this blue-green algae all around. That is pollution, and it's right in front of us, and it's affecting health as well as the economy. But I want to go back to our Minister of National Defence, the temporary one, because the responsibility of Canadian women and men in the Canadian Forces should not be parceled out to another department just because the current minister is not up to the job. Bill C-86 is a disaster, and tax-weary Canadians look forward to a change in government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure that I rise to speak on Bill C-86, which implements into legislation a number of provisions that were laid out in Budget 2018. Today, I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague and friend from St. Boniface, St. Vital. Madam Speaker, when I speak to this bill, I would like to focus my thoughts on the hardworking middle-class families in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge who, like Canadians from coast to coast to coast, know that our government is working with and for them to build a stronger economy, a healthier environment, not only for today, but for generations to come, to ensure that our children, much like my children, will have a prosperous future and confidence knowing that our government made the right decisions for their future. I also wish to salute the entrepreneurs in the city of Vaughan who run the nearly 12,000 or over the 12,000 small, medium enterprises. They know they have a strong advocate in myself as their MP in our government to ensure they have the tools to compete and succeed both domestically and globally. Our government is committed to building, yes, a strong middle class, and, Madam Speaker, helping those working hard to join it. We know the results to date, and we're very proud of our record. A record low unemployment rate, over 500 or 600,000 new jobs created, the majority of which are full-time in the last 3 years. And, Madam Speaker, amazingly, over 500,000 job vacancies in Canada. A majority of the jobs that have been created in this great country have been actually from the private sector. Another thing we should be proud about. There are many elements in BC Bill C-86 that I could speak to. Everything from the Pay Equity Act, to the Canadian Gender Budgeting Act, to the Wage Earner Protection Program, to the enactment of the Department for Women and Gender Equality Act, which I'm very proud of. As a father of 2 young daughters, very proud of, which establishes the Department for Women and Gender Equality to assist the minister to ensure that we as a society and a government advance the equality and respect to sex and sexual orientation. Or even amendments to the Bank Act to strengthen protection of customers, strengthen provisions that apply to a bank in relation to the protection of customers and the public. Canadians expect and deserve the strongest consumer protection standards when dealing with their financial institution, and we will deliver on that. But, Madam Speaker, I wish to primarily focus my time this afternoon on one aspect of Bill C-86, which for me represents our government's commitment to building, yes, a more prosperous country, but also ensuring that all Canadians benefit from economic growth, from a more inclusive and fair society. That is Division 21 of Part 4 of Bill C-86, which enacts for the first time a Poverty Reduction Act, which sets out for the first time in our country's history targets for poverty reduction in Canada from coast to coast to coast. The poverty reduction targets our government has put forward are ambitious and realistic and will and are lifting hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty, again, from coast to coast to coast. Our government aspires to achieve a poverty reduction targets of 20% below the level of poverty in 2015 by 2020, and 50% below the level of poverty in 2015 by 2030. Madam Speaker, these targets are not just numbers, but behind them are stories of hardworking Canadians from all walks of life, from all parts of this great country. Canadians are ambitious and steadfast. They expect nothing less from their government. When we look at the measures behind the Poverty Reduction Act, we can be proud of the work we have done as a government, but more so importantly, proud of the work we have done as a country. The pillars of our poverty reduction strategy are based on dignity, to lift Canadians out of poverty by ensuring that basic needs are met. Opportunity and inclusion, help Canadians join the middle class by promoting full participation in society and equality of opportunity, and resilience and security, to support the middle class by protecting Canadians from falling into poverty. How do we achieve these targets, Madam Speaker? Well, Madam Speaker, let me list the measures that our government has put in place. The Transformational Canada Child Benefit, the 10% increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the Canada Workers Benefit, the profound national housing strategy that will see housing needs reduced or eliminated for over 500,000 Canadians, a 10-year, $40 billion plan, Madam Speaker, across this country. In my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, in 2019, we'll see housing affordability or affordable housing units built, over 150 units for individuals in my riding. Investments in public transit under PTIF 1 and now PTIF 2, which will deliver sustained, secure funding for public transit across Canada. The Canada Workers Benefit, let me touch on that, please, which in Budget 2008 provided a tax benefit that will put more money in the pockets of low-income Canadians. In fact, it is estimated that over 70,000 Canadians will be raised out of poverty and over 2 million Canadians will receive assistance from the CWB. Someone making $15,000 a year, they'll receive $500 more from the CWB in 2019 versus 2018. And in Bill C-86, Madam Speaker, our government will enact changes that will ensure that an individual who is eligible to receive the Canada Workers Benefit can receive the benefit without having to claim it. Automatic enrollment. Madam Speaker, no Canadian is left behind by our government, and the automatic enrollment mechanism that we have included in Bill C-86 is one step further to ensure this. Madam Speaker, to achieve our poverty reduction targets, we need to also consider the transformational social program that we introduced, the Canada Child Benefit. We're delivering funds, checks to families that need it, not millionaires, but families, hardworking middle-class families across this country. In my riding alone, it equates to about $5 million a month, helping over 17,000 children and 9,000 families with an average payment of over $500. That is real change that is working for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is real change that is benefiting middle-class families from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, we also indexed the CCB 2 years ahead of schedule, which will put hundreds of dollars of extra dollars to families to help them pay for kids' sports activities, save for their education, or buy clothes for the upcoming winter. The CCB is estimated to lift nearly 300,000 children out of poverty. For seniors, Madam Speaker, we raised the Guaranteed Income Supplement, promise made, promise kept, by 10% for our most vulnerable seniors. In my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, over 2,000 seniors received on average over $800 extra for the annual period, and that is real change, helping real Canadians, helping our most vulnerable seniors. We came to an agreement with the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan. We enhanced it. We strengthened it for future generations. Madam Speaker, there are other measures that we've instituted, but I'd like to talk to briefly in my remaining time allotted to two measures in C-86, and one deals with the Canada Labour Code. For many of us that follow labour relations, there was this element of labour relations dealing with contract flipping or contract retendering. And it was one of these things that was really unfair to the middle class, unfair to hardworking workers, and we've addressed that. It is contained in Division 15 of Part 4 of this bill, where our government will address continuity of employment issues when a work, undertaking, or business becomes federally regulated or in case of contract retendering. This is important, Madam Speaker, as there are instances where employees obtain a new employer through contract tendering process, and then they face much lower wages for exactly the same job. As anyone follows what happens out at the airport in Toronto, this happens to many workers out there where they'll be employed with an employer making, say, $20 an hour. A contract retendering will come up. They'll have to go to a new employer and who will impose a much lower wage rate. It's unfair. We've addressed it. The legislation is actually in line with other jurisdictions, including the UK and Australia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we'll do that. I won't read the exact pertinent section in the Act, but I encourage my colleagues from all parties to do so. It's groundbreaking, and it will ensure that we help all middle-class Canadians, all hardworking Canadians, including those workers that face contract retendering. Madam Speaker, in Bill C-86 and in prior budgets, we've also addressed the issue of tax fairness and tax avoidance, and our government has invested approximately $1 billion into the Canada Revenue Agency. In Bill C-86, this morning there was an article in one of our national newspapers applauding our government in taking concrete measures that are in Bill C-86 that look at the issues of tax fairness and tax avoidance. Yes, we have a prosperous economy. Yes, Canadians are working at record levels. Yes, we have more women, or the highest labour force participation rate for women in our country's history. But we must ensure that all individuals, all organizations pay their fair share, including large corporations and wealthier Canadians. Madam Speaker, we are preventing banks from creating artificial losses. We're enhancing tax reporting requirements for trust funds. We're strengthening rules for limited partnerships. We're cracking down on tax-free corporate distributions. We're also increasing ownership with regards to corporate beneficial ownership. Madame le President, it's been a pleasure to speak on C-86. There are a number of great measures in this. I didn't even touch upon the Pay Equity Act, which is transformational for millions of folks in this country. That'll reduce the gap between what men and women are paid, which we must do so. It's the right thing to do. It's the fair thing to do. It's the thing to do for my two daughters that are at school today for their future. And I'm proud of our government that's acted on so many fronts. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his comment, and I share his interest in pay equity. But I would ask him to comment on the very unusual fact that the budget implementation bill actually contains a whole range of provisions unrelated to the budget in what the Liberals used to have relish in calling an omnibus bill, Madam Speaker. In fact, the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal Party used to call these type of bills an assault on democracy, Madam Speaker. Now their omnibus bills are larger and more comprehensive and complex than ever before in Canadian history. So I'd like to ask the member, beyond the nature of budget and budget implementation, some of the elements in it, is he uncomfortable with the fact that they ran for office saying they would not do such omnibus bills and now are seeming to relish introducing them?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Durham for his question and his comments. When I'm knocking on doors in my riding, and the issues that people are talking about, my residents are talking about, are good futures for their children, having good jobs for themselves, and coming home at night and being able to spend time with their families, and ensuring we're doing the right things for the economy and the environment. So it's whether our record low unemployment rate or whether we're addressing the issue of climate change, which the honourable member and his party are completely ignoring, which is unfortunate. We're doing the right things for Canadians. We're doing the right things for middle-class Canadians, and those are working very, very hard to join it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend for his speech, and I know he's originally from the north coast of British Columbia, so he'll understand this issue. As he knows, we're all very concerned about the northern and southern resident killer whales where we come from on the west coast. And right now, through species at risk, the government is going through a 180-day process to identify critical habitat. And Madam Speaker, what we do know is that the government, if they were really serious about helping identify critical habitat and critical habitat for our southern and northern resident killer whales, they'd be investing money in restoration for our salmon. And the government cites its ocean protection plan, the $1.5 billion. Yet, Madam Speaker, through their coastal restoration fund, the Somas River has seen nothing. Clayoquot has seen nothing. Our hatcheries haven't had an increase in 28 years, Madam Speaker. This is an urgent situation. So while this process is going forward, if they wanted to build credibility with coastal British Columbians, especially the people from the district of Ucluelet that rely on our fishing industry, they'd be investing money right now in that habitat for not just our killer whales, but for our communities and the health of our fish. This could be a solution for all of us, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
From British Columbia, and he is correct. I did grow up in the riding of Skeena-Bulkley Valley, which actually was once held by the Liberal Party of Canada, and hopefully will be held again by the Liberal Party of Canada. And I did work in a cannery growing up and cleaned salmon and all the different types of salmon, including Chinook and sockeye and so forth. What I will say is we want a robust fishing industry from coast to coast to coast. But the reality that I dealt with is many of those canneries that were in the town of Prince Rupert where I grew up are no longer there. The fishing industry has changed, unfortunately. A lot of those canneries actually have shut down. and I worked there. My mother worked there. My 5 aunts growing up worked at canneries along the North Coast, and I'm proud of our middle-class background. I'm proud of the work that my mom did to pay for our schooling and education, spending 12, 14 hours a day cleaning fish on her feet, and those are my aunts, and those are hardworking Canadians, and I thank the honourable member for pointing out where I grew up, because I'm very proud of my background in being a working-class person, and my parents being working-class union members. Thank you very much.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to ask my friend a question. Appreciate working with him on the Canada Holy See Parliamentary Friendship Group. Want to ask him about the issue of poverty that he talks about. Fighting poverty in this country is very important. He's talked about a bill that legislates aspirations. And this is, may I confess, something I don't think is that big a step forward, to legislate aspirations. Couldn't the government have done more in terms of actually moving forward with policy that combats poverty than legislate aspirations?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Look at all the measures that we put in place in the last 3 years: the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, 10% increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement, a tax cut for 9 million Canadians, a national housing strategy. You wrap that up, those are great measures. In 3 years, we've done more in 10 years from what the other party had done while they were governing, and we need to be proud of that. And I would say putting together all those measures together in tandem constitute a national poverty reduction strategy. We're going to hit our targets. We've set our goals, and like we've done in the past, promise made, promise kept, and we're going to do that in a national poverty reduction strategy. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 15th in this place, we held an emergency debate on the IPCC report on the climate crisis. Well, Mr. Speaker, the debate is over, but the emergency is not. Nous avons permis aux
We have allowed greenhouse gas emissions to accumulate in the atmosphere to such an extent that we have already changed the chemical makeup, and we will never be able to go back. We are currently leaving the period that allowed human civilization to be created, and we are moving into a new era.
We dominate life on Earth and we threaten life on Earth. It is essential that before the climate negotiations open in 1 month, this government readjust our target to be consistent with the one the IPCC insists upon.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, Shamim Ahmadi grew up in a Taliban-occupied city in Afghanistan where girls who tried to go to school face threats and danger. But when her 6-month-old brother passed away due to illness, she knew that she needed to go to school to become a doctor. In a recent interview, she said, "If I see a family that is struggling, as a doctor I could help them, and that became my dream." Shamim came to Canada in 2013 at age 21. When she arrived, she had no money, nowhere to stay, and struggled with English. Toronto's Covenant House provided her with a room, English classes, access to school, and help navigating the immigration system. Shamim is now a permanent resident and following her dream of becoming a doctor. She will graduate from Centennial College's practical nursing program next month and intends to continue her studies at medical school. Shamim's also started a charitable organization, the Amada Development Organization, to provide scholarships for Afghan students. Recently, she shared her story at TEDx's first Centennial College Toronto event, dedicated to stories of resilience. In her words, "I have my status, I have my life in Canada, and now I'm going for my higher education, and there is nothing to stop me." She's right, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I learned that the government will be giving the largest contract in history to the Levy Shipyard, and I don't think it's just a coincidence. Our party and our leader are on the rise in polls across the country and in Quebec. What's more, the government didn't look good in the issue with Admiral Norman. This is due to the pressure that our party has brought to bear to show the unfairness that exists among the 3 major shipyards in Canada. Only the Conservative Party can defend the interests of all Canadians and Quebecers. In passing, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, tomorrow the leader will be there, and the government, our leader will talk about repairs that are required. Bagotville. We need to develop the European market. We also need to enhance investments in the Saguenay Port. There are a lot of opportunities towards the north.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Satrika, Mr. Speaker, the Manitoba Sikh Society for 50 years now has been meeting the spiritual needs of the people of Sikh faith from Winnipeg North and beyond. For me personally, I have been visiting the Sikh Society Gurdwara since 1988. The warmth, generosity, kindness, and friendship that I have witnessed firsthand is one of the reasons why I am still in politics today. The Sikh Society of Manitoba has done much more than just meet the spiritual needs of its congregation. It plays a critical role in advocating diversity, promoting cultural awareness, and harmony. The Gurdwara is responsible in many ways for not only supporting the growth of the community, but also ensuring a better understanding of Sikhism in the general population. I want to take this opportunity to thank the past and current leaders of the Sikh Society of Manitoba. The Society continues to build a better environment that goes far beyond North End Winnipeg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians have waited patiently for this government to act, growing numbers of woodland caribou herds have declined from threatened to endangered status. The last remaining herds of mountain and woodland caribou in BC and Alberta are on the brink of extinction, a situation so dire, a judge called the federal minister's lack of action egregious. Federal law mandates the federal Minister of Environment to intervene where the provinces fail to take action to stop the degradation of critical habitat needed for survival of these iconic animals. Alberta has some of the most highly disturbed caribou ranges in Canada, with populations declining by 50% every 5 years. A growing number of caribou herds are now endangered. We are simply running out of time. Promised spending on future conservation just won't cut it. Canadians are calling on this Environment Minister to immediately issue a safety net order and save the endangered northwestern Alberta herds. A strategy is in the works to protect the critical habitat and maintain a viable economy in the region, but for the sake of the caribou, we need federal action now.
The honourable member for Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the great pleasure today to mark the 35th anniversary of CIE FM radio. Well established in Baie des Chaleurs, CIE FM offers good quality local radio that has been reflecting people and their interests for over 3.5 decades. I want to congratulate everyone behind the radio who have kept it alive with passion and who continue to do so today. We can never say it enough. Local media is vital. Local radio stations are the anchor points in our communities and strongly contribute to their development. CIEU-FM is the proof of that. They play a key role in media diversity in the region and also in people's daily lives. To all the employees, directors, announcers, and listeners of CIEU-FM, I wish you a great 35th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, in October, Brandon University, home of the Bobcats, celebrated its 50th anniversary. This milestone gave alumni and the entire community a wonderful opportunity to look back and reflect upon the importance of BU in Westman. Without a doubt, Brandon University has had a lasting and meaningful impact on the entire region. Countless students have received their education from BU and have gone on to become world-class researchers, teachers, musicians, doctors, entrepreneurs, athletes, lawyers, politicians, and much, much more. Henry Champ, Andy Murray, Walter Dinsdale, and even Manitoba's current Premier Brian Pallister all started at BU. I'm incredibly proud that BU is at the heart of our region, and the numbers speak for themselves. Not only has student enrollment grown by nearly 25% in the past 6 years, but hundreds of millions of dollars in economic impact are directly attributed to Brandon University every year. I know Brandon University will continue to prosper in years to come, and I will support them every step of the way as they write down the next chapter of the...
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to rise today to talk about one of the wonderful community partnerships we have in my riding of Ottawa-Vanier. Last night, the Vanier Community Association, along with the help of the Vanier Community Service Centre, Crime Stoppers, Loblaws, Partage Vanier, organized a fun-filled and safe Halloween fun zone for Vanier families. Le but est de promouvoir.
The objective is to promote festivities safely in Vanier. In 2 different points in the neighborhood, they set up tents, organize games, and hand out candy.
A petty bus to encourage families to trick-or-treat together in their own neighborhood. Volunteers of all ages work together to run the different activities and booths. Nous avons tous le droit.
We all have the right to feel safe in our communities and our neighborhoods, and I want to congratulate the organizers of this initiative, which brings Vanier alive each year on Halloween. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Glengarry.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank and congratulate all the candidates who were elected on October 22nd during the municipal elections. I'm eager to work with them. Thank you to all those who had the courage to run, and thanks to the volunteers who worked so hard during the election campaign.
Municipal election, some chose to retire. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the career of my former principal, the Mayor of Champlain, Mr. Gary Barton. For 46 years, he served his community as councillor and later as mayor. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Barton achieved something that we can only dream of in this place, being acclaimed in our next election. Since becoming mayor, Mr. Barton was acclaimed time after time after time. This is a true testament and confidence that his community gave him as Mayor of Champlain. I want to thank his wife Jean and his children for lending their husband and father to our community. Gary, enjoy a well-deserved retirement.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Forget about the Red Sox dynasty, the Yankees dynasty, the Astros dynasty. The true baseball dynasty in this country is right in Huron-Bruce. This year we had 4 provincial championship teams, the first ever. The Exeter Express rookie ball team coached by Jeff Kerslake, John Brand, Derek Leaners, Brad Brown. The Clinton Mustangs Pee Wee Championship team coached by my old teammate Kevin Mead, Stephen Matt Langendoon, and Jeff Ryan. The Kincardine Cardinals won 2 championships this year, Mosquito and Bantam teams, coached by Mike Klein, Dwight Howell, Travis Van Gavel, Steve Trevally, Jeremy Quinlan, Art Houghton, Warren Beisel, and Jay Belzy Bell. I'd like to thank the parents and grandparents. You've raised tremendous young men, and we're so proud of them. They're doing a great job. Thanks to the municipalities, and thanks to Dan Cahoon, John Leppington, and Doc Miller, who kept the lights on our ball diamonds in those lean years.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we all agree that to carry out our roles, we must lean on our personal staff for their support and for their expertise. I know every MP has a highly capable team working tirelessly to help those that we represent. In our London Community Office, I want to thank Ryan Goss, Heather Marshall, Josh Chadwick, and Ali Beers for everything that they've done and continue to do. Though I'm unable to mention everyone, I also want to highlight those here on the Hill who help us do our jobs as well. To our committee coordinator Melanie and her staff, House and Votes coordinator Natalie, and our lobby general Patrick, and members statement coordinator Evelyn, I say thank you. To the staff that help us liaise with ministries, in my case the Ontario desks, I say thank you. To Jamie Kippen in the Prime Minister's office, I say thank you. And to our committee analysts, clerks, support staff, and pages, I say thank you. Without the efforts of many, we would be unable to do our jobs effectively. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
With 32 chapters across the country, the YWCA is working to empower women and girls. I'm especially excited to have the YWCA from Banff and Calgary here with us today. After 44 years in downtown Calgary, the YW is building a new home in Inglewood with our government's help. It will include a supportive transitional shelter with 100 spaces for women and their children. There is also the Banff YW Courtyard Project, which was funded by our government as well. It will provide affordable rental housing for 78 at-risk women. With a combined investment of $7.3 million from the National Housing Strategy into these affordable housing projects, our federal Liberal government is proud to support the YW, and we commend their leadership in helping vulnerable women and families find a safe place to live.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlaw.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, Canadians have seen sunny ways turn into stormy days, pipelines into pipe dreams, and families burdened with tax after tax after tax. But there's still hope. With the election less than a year away, Canadians are seeing the potential of a country that is unapologetic about who they are, a country united in purpose. 1 year from now, Canadians will have a chance to elect a new Prime Minister who will bring forth a positive vision of freedom, unity, and prosperity. These ideals have inspired millions of people to come to this country. Our leader will not give ground to those who want to threaten our freedom of speech or our freedom of conscience, but will stand for the ideas that caused millions of Canadians to seek a new life in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I and millions of Canadians look forward to 2019 when we can build a Canada where taxes are low, government is limited, opportunity is unlimited, freedom is celebrated, and people are put first. God, keep our land glorious and free.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker.
First time in nearly a year and a half, the sound of a train whistle blew into the town of Churchill.
Today, the Prime Minister and the Minister for International Trade Diversification joined community members to celebrate the restoration of rail service to this Northern Gateway, a lifeline for thousands of residents in our province.
$2.8 million to help revitalize Churchill and to create long-term economic growth for the people of northern Manitoba. I want to recognize and thank Churchill Mayor Mike Spence for his continued advocacy and partnership throughout this very, very difficult time. I also want to commend the Herculean effort of Arctic Gateway Group, who have worked non-stop since September to make this day a reality. Today is a momentous day for the people of Churchill, the surrounding communities, and indeed all of Manitoba and all of Canada. Thank you, merci, miigwech.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, this week we welcome a delegation of 23 steelworkers to Ottawa to lobby members of Parliament about changing Canada's inadequate bankruptcy and insolvency laws. This is their second visit this year, and I know they are anxious for the government to take action as soon as possible, and certainly before the next election. We all know there is a problem with workers losing pension and health care benefits as a result of bankruptcy. What is happening to Sears workers has created a national discussion. The fact there are 4 parliamentary bills addressing the issue underscores the importance of the issue for Canadian workers. I know steelworkers from my community of Hamilton are hoping their Liberal members of Parliament will finally act after 3 years of doing nothing, especially since the Prime Minister came to Hamilton during the election and promised to use all the tools in the toolbox to fix the problem. I ask our Liberal Hamilton MPs to act and keep their promises. Hopefully they will be able to explain their inactions to the steelworkers they claim to represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, firearms owners across the country are gearing up to head out to the bush for deer season. Unfortunately, while these responsible firearms owners have their sights set on the perfect buck, this Liberal government has their sights set on them. Bill C-71 fails in every respect. It does nothing to address illegal firearms ownership or gun and gang crime, but will make those that already own firearms jump through even more hoops. The word gang is not even mentioned in the bill. Law-abiding firearms owners are concerned that measures in C-71 will create the necessary conditions to start up a new long gun registry. Mr. Speaker, instead of drawing a target on the backs of those that follow the law, this government needs to start going after the thugs and criminals that obtain firearms illegally. Criminals do not apply to own a firearm. If the Liberals got off their high horses, climbed down out of their ivory towers, and climbed into a deer stand like I'm going to do, maybe they'd understand what I'm talking about.
Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The YWCA Canada is our country's oldest and largest women's multi-service organization working to advance gender equality. Today, YWCA leaders from across Canada are in Ottawa for the second annual YWCA Canada Day on the Hill. And I had the pleasure to meet with the delegation earlier today to discuss how we can work together to improve the lives of women and girls across the country by addressing gender-based violence, gender equality, and homelessness. YWCA Canada creates safe, affordable housing and emergency shelter and supportive programs for women and girls, as well as providing childcare, skills training, and so much more. Locally, the YWCA Hamilton knows that investments in women's economic security is good for everyone. I also applaud their leadership on bringing attention to the connection between firearms and domestic violence, because to quote the YWCA Toronto, gun control saves women's lives. Thank you to the YWCA Canada for their essential work they do to support women and girls.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are outraged, and rightly so. Statistics Canada wants to look into honest Canadians' banking records. For us at the Conservative Party, this is totally unacceptable. There's no place for this intrusion in Canada. But unfortunately, the Liberal government is washing their hands of this and saying there's no problem, they can keep doing what they want to do. Fortunately, the Privacy Commissioner has started an investigation. Why is the Liberal government continuing to defend the undefensible? The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure. I thank my colleague, the member for Louis Saint Laurent. Our government takes privacy very seriously. Working with confidential data is not anything new for Statistics Canada, of course. For the last century, StatsCan has been using personal data to provide relevant and useful data to individuals, companies, and communities. In the spirit of transparency, they even invited the Privacy Commissioner to work more closely with them on this project. We understand that he has accepted this invitation. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's much more than an invitation. It's an investigation. Why are they having this investigation? Well, it certainly doesn't make any sense what they're doing. This is an intrusion into Canadians' privacy. Now, to paraphrase a former Minister of Justice, if the state has nothing to do in people's bedrooms, the state has no business in their bank accounts either. Why is the government still tolerating this situation? This is enough. They need to stop it. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, what's intolerable for Canadians is the fear-mongering campaigns of the Conservatives. That's what Canadians find intolerable and have for years. Statistics Canada is dealing with personal data that was collected, or this data that is collected will be used anonymously, and Canadians can be assured that their banking account information will be protected. When data is collected, all personal markers are withdrawn from it. Canadians know what StatsCan does, and the Conservatives would do well to stop this fear-mongering campaign.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the data that Stats Canada is demanding is not anonymous, it's personal, and it is private. They have no consent from Canadians to take it. It includes account balances, debit and credit transactions, mortgage payments, e-transfers, all taken from Canadians without their consent. Now, we on this side of the House are not going to trust this government to protect Canadians when they violated it so many times before. Why don't they do the right thing and tell Statistics Canada to back off the private personal information of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we do trust Statistics Canada, and we do trust Canadians to make their right judgment. Statistics Canada, Mr. Speaker, has been handling Canadian personal information for hundreds of years now. The data they receive will be scrapped of all personal information when they receive it, so Canadians can be assured that their banking information are protected and private. Following best practices, Statistics Canada has gone above the requirements of the law and asked the financial institution to inform the clients of how this data will be used. The Conservatives would do well to listen to Statistics Canada.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, there have been over 800 pages with hundreds of thousands of examples of where this government has violated the privacy of Canadians in the last 19 months alone. So he'll forgive us if we don't trust him with the personal financial data of Canadians. They have no consent to obtain it. This is private personal data. Why don't they tell Statistics Canada to get out of the bank accounts of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to receive from the Conservative, and Canadians know that, Mr. Speaker. High-quality, reliable data is key in making decisions that truly reflect the needs of Canadians. Unlike the Conservative, we think that facts are a pretty good place to start to make public policy. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, they know who they can trust in this country. They can trust Statistics Canada, they can trust us to do the right thing, and the Conservative better get on board.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this government seems to have a problem with understanding the concept of consent. They do not have it in this case. They don't have the right to the personal data of Canadians. They have violated the privacy of Canadians hundreds of thousands of times in the last 19 months alone. Why don't they listen to Canadians who are outraged by this personal violation? Stop Stats Canada from accessing their financial data, and do it today.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, what we're going to start doing is to trust Statistics Canada, and they should be doing that, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians know that Statistics Canada is on their side. Mr. Speaker, we know that data is a good place to start to make policy decisions in this country, and I think Canadians told that to the Conservative the last election, Mr. Speaker. They know they can trust Statistics Canada. They know they can trust us. We will treat the information in accordance with the law, and they better get on board with it.
Order. There's somebody serving chocolate in the lobbies from last night's Halloween. What's going on? L'honorable Allard.
Order. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
When it comes to fighting climate change, this Liberal government is all talk and little action. So little action, in fact, that a group of Quebec's legal experts is considering bringing this government to court to force it to respect its own commitments. This recourse is seen as plausible because it has been used elsewhere, namely in the Netherlands. In a court ruling, the Dutch government is now under obligation to implement a GHG reduction plan. Will the Liberals stop producing so much hot air about climate change, or will they wait for the legal experts to force them to do it?
The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I think some colleagues will agree it's not in this part of the House of Commons that there's hot air being produced with respect to climate change. Mr. Speaker, what our government is doing is putting forward a real plan that will make a real difference in the global fight against climate change. We've said in the 2015 election, Mr. Speaker, we would have a plan, something the Conservatives don't have. We said, Mr. Speaker, we would put a price on pollution and make the Canadian economy more competitive and create jobs for middle-class Canadians. That's exactly what our government is doing.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, if they're so serious, Mr. Speaker, why are they still using Stephen Harper's inadequate targets which they're even going to miss? These failures have consequences. Over the last 25 years, the Earth's oceans have absorbed 60% more heat than scientists initially thought. Mr. Speaker, this means that climate warming is further advanced than we thought. It also means that in the Antarctic, Pine Island Glacier lost a section of ice that was 300 kilometers square in area. That's 5 times the size of Manhattan. Why are the Liberals refusing to change their game plan, which clearly isn't working? The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it won't be a surprise to you, I'm sure, that I do not share the pessimism of our honourable colleague. As we've always said, our government takes the issue of climate change very seriously, something that the Conservative Party obviously isn't interested in doing. We have a plan. We have a plan to make polluters pay. And at the same time, it is a plan that will ensure the competitiveness of the Canadian economy, job creation for Canadians, and we're continuing with that plan.
Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians grow increasingly fearful of daily reports that impacts of climate change are worsening beyond what scientists have predicted, that our oceans have absorbed 60% more heat than predicted, that the Arctic is melting at a frighteningly rapid rate, that we can expect worsening floods and drought. Pressure is building for measures to hold our governments accountable. Today I tabled a motion to legally enact binding greenhouse gas targets, impose a duty to act, and measures to ensure improved accountability and transparency for federal action to mitigate climate change. Will this government support my motion M204?
The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I do share our honourable colleague's sense of urgency in terms of the fight against climate change. She correctly identified a series of global phenomena that all Canadians are concerned about and have asked their governments to take seriously. They asked their governments to act in a serious way to ensure that we have a plan to fight climate change. Mr. Speaker, we think an essential element to that plan is not to make pollution free, something the Conservatives think would be a key part of a plan. Mr. Speaker, we'll make the Canadian economy more competitive and fight climate change at the same time.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we've learned today that cleaning up the mess and waste from the oil sands will cost us at least $260 billion. That's billion. That's a hefty bill for pollution. In the Netherlands, the courts forced the government to step up its efforts against climate change. Legal experts in Quebec want to do the same thing and take the Canadian government to court. When you have to take the Liberals to court to get them to take real steps to fight climate change, things must be pretty bad. Is that what the Liberals are waiting for, to be taken to court? The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, for the last few years, in fact, even before that anyone was threatening lawsuits, we've shown that we would take climate change seriously. We have a plan that Canadians understand and that they know will make a real difference in the fight against climate change. I would remind my honourable colleague that the province of Quebec, his province, is a leader in the fight against climate change and has been for a very long time. They also have one of the most competitive economies in Canada.
Central Okanagan's Milkman Nicolai.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are refusing to listen to Canadians who are outraged that the government is engaged in unauthorized surveillance of their every financial transaction. Even if the government could guarantee that this data could not fall into the hands of hackers, which they can't, it would still be an abuse of power to collect it. Now, this is about the principle that the state doesn't get to monitor everything that people do. Why are the Liberals so out of touch, Mr. Speaker, and when will they put a halt to this unwarranted this surveillance, Mr. Speaker? It's important to Canadians. When?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear on this matter. The information Statistics Canada wishes to study is entirely within Section 13 of the Statistics Act. And how many times, Mr. Speaker, did Statistics Canada use this section when these very same Conservatives were in power? Not once, Mr. Speaker, not twice, not even a dozen times, but 84 times, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2008, a major credit card agency signed an agreement with StatsCan to provide this type of financial data for statistical purposes. Mr. Speaker, we trust Statistics Canada. We trust their ability to deal.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about millions of transactions that could affect potentially millions of Canadians that we don't know. It could be me. It could be you, Mr. Speaker. Now, George Orwell wrote 1984 as a warning, not as a roadmap. Canadians deserve to be free to live their lives without the state monitoring every single purchase they make. Now, the Canadian people are quite concerned that every time they will spend money, it will be documented and tracked by the state. Will this government end this unauthorized surveillance of Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, enough of this fear-mongering from the Conservatives. Statistics Canada is a respected agency. It's respected in Canada and around the world. The data that they receive, Mr. Speaker, will be scrubbed so that all of the personal information from it will be removed before it is made in any way available, compiled, etc., for the use of governments, of Canadians, of businesses, of small businesses across Canada. Mr. Speaker, following best practices, Statistics Canada has gone above and beyond the requirements, and they've consulted the Privacy Commissioner and are going to work with him to make sure that the interests of Canadians are not breached.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. When it comes to confidentiality, Canadians expect that their government will protect their information, first and foremost. The data requested by Statistics Canada is not anonymous. It's private and personal. But Statistics Canada is asking for it without anyone's consent. Why is the party across the way trying to get Canadians information on their financial transactions without their consent? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I just said in English, the information that Statistics Canada wants to study falls under Section 13 of the Statistics Act. Personal information, the personal information that will be studied and collected by StatsCan, will be scrubbed, Mr. Speaker, and rendered anonymous. So the government will not have access to personal information. Statistics Canada is respected across Canada and around the world, and we trust their judgment.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau once quipped that there was no place for the state in the bedrooms of the nation. This Prime Minister seems to think that the personal, financial details of the nation, on the other hand, are fair game. Why is that Prime Minister so out of touch with Canadians who don't want this unauthorized surveillance to continue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous Conservative government, we think facts are a good place to start in terms of the development of policy and public policy, and not ideology, Mr. Speaker, which is how that government based its decisions. Unlike the Conservative Party, we're a fan of the facts, and therefore Statistics Canada will be empowered to collect this kind of information, anonymize it, Mr. Speaker, in order to protect the private information of Canadians, and then Canadians across Canada will be able to use this information, small businesses, large businesses, as well as governments, to develop good policy and practices.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlaw.
One of the ideals of the Conservative Party is that we would ask people if before that we take their information. Canadians are outraged by the Liberals' unauthorized surveillance of their private banking information, and my constituents have been calling me worried about the Liberals snooping into their bank accounts. Right. This government has already acquired 15 years of credit information from millions of Canadians without their consent, Mr. Speaker. Now the Privacy Commissioner of Canada is investigating abuse. When will the Liberals stop snooping into the lives of Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, from the get-go, the Chief Statistician of Canada has been open to working with the Privacy Commissioner to make sure that the private information of Canadians was not placed at risk. Mr. Speaker, I find it a little rich that the Conservatives make themselves the defendants of Canadians' privacy. We should remind them of their history. They're the same Conservative Party that were forced to back down when they, not Statistics Canada, Mr. Speaker, their government went after Canadians' personal information online. This is the same Conservative Party that leaked medical information of a veteran Canadian. Enough of this fake outrage, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, when I heard on the news on the weekend about this stats scam, I thought this just can't be true, Mr. Speaker, because we live in Canada, not the Soviet Union. But after listening to the minister responsible for the gulag over there, Mr. Speaker, I'm not so sure we're not in the Soviet Union. Now, this minister just said here today that Canadians better get on board. So I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I surveyed my constituents. In one day, over 1,000 responses. And you know what they said? 98% of them said, get out of my life, not get on board. So I'd like to ask the minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear the side opposite try to defend the private life of Canadians and quote former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau when he said the state has no business in the bedrooms of the nation. It's unfortunate that many people in their party still disagree with that today.
Order. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the TPP will come into force in 59 days, and dairy farmers still don't know what kind of compensation they're going to get. It's unbelievable. When they signed the TPP, the Liberals conceded 3.25% of our supply-managed market. After similar concessions in CETA and the USMCA, it's no surprise that producers are angry. They're tired of being treated like pawns. Will the government finally compensate our farmers for all of their losses?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. We understand there will be an impact on farmers, and we're committed to fully and fairly supporting them and to make sure that they succeed. We are forming working groups with the dairy producers and processors, poultry and egg producers and processors. Together we will help our supply management farmers and processors innovate, grow and remain competitive for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to support the agricultural sector and the supply management sector.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Mascouche.
3 times the Liberals had a chance to protect supply management, and guess what? 3 times they failed. The Liberals had signed deals that opened up more than 10% of our dairy market. The effects of these policies are hard and they hurt families. Hardworking families are feeling betrayed by the Liberals. The Liberals have used our supply-managed farms as a bargaining chip in trade negotiations, and we must know more about this, Mr. Speaker. Can the Vice Chair of the Agriculture Committee tell the House whether the TPP and the lack of compensation for farmers will be on the agenda in the next coming days? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. Order. A question can certainly be asked of the chair of a committee if the chair is here, and if the chair is not here, then the vice chair can be asked. If the chair of the committee is present, he can answer. If not, then we'll go to the honourable member for Cowichan-Malham.
The Standing Committee on Agriculture is currently engaged in a study on the mental health challenges that farmers, ranchers, and producers face. During the course of that study, we have heard repeated testimony from supply-managed farmers about the mental health challenges they're facing because of trade deals. The TPP comes into force 59 days from now, yet the Liberals have not introduced a compensation plan for losses in the supply-managed sector. Mr. Speaker, our farmers, ranchers, and producers...
Order. The honourable member knows that the comments from a vice chair should be on the agenda. That can be talked about by a chair or vice chair in the House. Member for Carleton.
Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister admitted that large industrial corporations will not have a carbon tax, they will have targets. And if they exceed those targets, he said they will have to pay. So I checked what they'd have to pay, and it turns out, in the government's own documents, they will not have to pay the same tax as Canadians. In fact, they can just submit something called eligible offset credits. So if large industrial corporations don't have to pay the carbon tax, why should suburban soccer moms and small businesses have to pay it?
Mr. Speaker, you know Conservatives are getting desperate when they turn to the Fords for an endorsement. We saw in the dying days of the 2015 campaign when Stephen Harper became a convert to the Ford Nation. Now the leader of the opposition wants to be in the same shadow as well. Canadians deserve an honest plan to deal with climate change. We have a plan that will protect our environment and create good jobs for middle-class Canadians. We wish the Conservatives had one as well.
Well, the question was about the carbon tax. The government has released documents that show that industrial facilities that emit more than 50,000 tons of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases will be exempt from the carbon tax. If the carbon tax really was about saving the world, you presume the largest industrial emitters of carbon would have to pay it. But so the question again, why should small businesses and suburban soccer moms pay it if large emitters don't have to?
Mr. Speaker, we saw yesterday another example of what Conservative leaders do when they're in dire straits. They beg for an endorsement from the Fords. We remember Stephen Harper in the dying days of the 2015 election with a fake cash register at an event with the Fords. Now the current leader, Mr. Speaker, appears to also be taking orders from Premier Ford to ensure that there's no plan to deal with climate change and no plan to make the Canadian economy more competitive. That's not something, Mr. Speaker, that this government will do.
The honourable member for Carleton.
No, what this government will do is charge a new exorbitant tax on small businesses, suburban commuters, and soccer moms while giving an exemption to large industrial facilities that emit more than 50,000 tons of greenhouse gases. Now, they say the only way to save the world from climate change is a tax, yet they're exempting the largest industrial emitters of greenhouse gases. So again, if they're going to exempt the big corporations, why don't they exempt families and small businesses too?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we were elected on a commitment to grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time. Our plan includes putting a price on pollution that will leave middle-class families better off. It's interesting that the Conservatives have finally found the courage to stand up for the middle class, which they've been lacking for several years. When it came to small business owners, we reduced the small business tax to 9%, which they opposed. We implemented the Canada Child Benefit, which leaves 9 of 10 families better off, and we're taking steps to make life more affordable for seniors. Mr. Speaker, I'd encourage them to continue to advocate what we've been advocating for several years, which is to support the middle class, and if they develop a plan to support the environment at the same time, I'll be happy.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, that's the same question 3 times in a row, and 3 times they've scattered off running to every other subject conceivable. They cannot explain why large industrial emitters, the largest that emit more than 50,000 tons of greenhouse gases, don't have to pay the carbon tax at all, when the tax is supposed to be about reducing emissions. Only suburban soccer moms, small businesses, and seniors have to pay it. Why?
Good. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the honourable member is distorting the facts. Our plan to protect the environment includes putting a price on pollution, including a price for heavy emitters. We also know, not only from our government, but from folks like Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy, that middle-class families will be better off as a result of this plan. In fact, Doug Ford's chief budget advisor confirmed 2 years ago before the Senate that, in fact, the single most important thing we can do to transition to a low-carbon economy is to put a price on pollution. I suggest that the Conservatives actually take his advice. Their only plan when they were in government was to plunge us into a recession, and they liked it so much they tried it twice.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Audrey Parker of Halifax is dying today. She has stage 4 cancer and lives in terrible pain. She's chosen to end her life much sooner than she would like. Audrey was forced to make this agonizing choice because our existing medical assistance in dying law doesn't allow for advanced requests. She worried that if she waited, she wouldn't be able to give the consent required. Soon the government's receiving an expert report on this law. Will it introduce legislation before the next election so people like Audrey never again have to make this agonizing choice?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to stand in this House
and give my sincere condolences to the family of Miss Parker. If I could have given her authorization for advance request, I would have absolutely done so. But as parliamentarians, we know that the laws that we make are for all Canadians. That's why we put in place a group of experts to look at 3 sensitive areas as we want to protect our vulnerable Canadians. We want them to look at the issue involving advance consent, also the issue of mature minors, and also for serious mental health issues. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work on this matter, and I look forward to receiving the experts' report. Thank you.
The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, as with the NDP, Amnesty International, Oxfam, and several other organizations have asked the government to immediately cease selling weapons to Saudi Arabia. The Liberals have been repeating for years that they are deeply concerned, that they are following the situation closely, but Canadians are sick and tired of waiting. We cannot put a price on human rights. So will the government finally walk the talk and suspend the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that our exports are not used to violate human rights. This is why our government is committed to a stronger and rigorous arms export system, and we are reviewing our export permits to Saudi Arabia. We have suspended permits in the past. We will not hesitate to do so again if the facts warrant it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this summer when I was knocking on doors in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, I talked with my residents about the issues they were concerned about. For most of them, they were concerned about the economy, the cost of raising their kids, and about saving for their retirement. During
the 2015 election, we stated clearly that we intended to focus on investing in Canada's middle class to strengthen our economy. Can the Minister of Finance tell the House about the measures we have taken to help Canadian families and to grow our economy? The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, not only for the question, but for the work that he's doing to listen to Canadians and on the Finance Committee to help us drive the right kind of investments for Canada. Ce que je peux dire, nos investments.
What I can say is that our investments have already made a huge difference to Canadian families across the country.
Is unemployment rates at among the 40-year lows. We're seeing a level of growth that's helping families across the country. And importantly, for constituents in Vaughan Woodbridge and across the country, we're going to see $2,000 more in their pockets in 2019 versus what they had in 2015. A really important difference for middle-class Canadians.
The member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister loves making good news announcements, but he never talks about the details. He's got a new immigration plan, but he forgot to consult and provide additional resources to CBSA agents whose workload is increasing because of irregular arrivals. Shouldn't the problem be solved? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as opposed to the previous government, which cut $400 million from the CBSA, we've invested $173 million, and this way we will be better able to manage the situation and ensure that the people who were turned back, asylum seekers whose claim was rejected, will be sent back. This is what Quebecers expect, and this is exactly what we are doing. The member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the numbers are changing. 300 million, 100 million, it's all false. CBSA agents have learned through the media that they will have to deport more people, but they don't have enough resources to do so. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of resources, because everything is being mismanaged right now. So the question is, are you able to deport those 10,000 people, yes or no? I would ask the member to please direct his questions at the Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, yes, we are ready. We are ready because we invested after the former government of Stephen Harper cut $400 million. Yes, we are able to manage the situation. We put the money in place. There are people working hard on the border. to manage the irregular migrants, and they are able to do their work, these guards, thanks to our investments.
Of spending, Mr. Speaker. After spending hundreds of millions of Canadian tax dollars on processing and prioritizing things like work permits for people who illegally entered Canada after reaching the safety of upstate New York, today the Prime Minister announced that he was starting a taxpayer-funded propaganda campaign to moralize with his false sanctimony to Canadians who oppose his failed immigration policies. How many taxpayer dollars will the Prime Minister be spending on his advertising campaign to preach the value of illegal border crossers to Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we were proud to put in place yesterday our second 3-year immigration plan that will see immigrants to this country rise over the next number of years. That will contribute to the economic success of our country. That will contribute to jobs for middle-class Canadians. We believe that newcomers to Canada contribute to the economic success of our country. It's a principle that the Conservatives do not believe in. They believe in spreading fear and division and dog-whistling at Canadians. We will grow the economy. We will bring newcomers into Canada, and they will contribute to the economic vitality of our great country.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The best way to build support for immigration in Canada is to fix the system that this Prime Minister has broken. To build support for immigration, the Prime Minister should close the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement instead of spending $50 million to foot the hotel bills of illegal border crossers. Why is the Prime Minister adding insult to injury by spending taxpayer dollars to tell Canadians that illegal border crossing is okay instead of preventing the abuse of Canada's asylum system?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that it's important to share the successes that newcomers are contributing to communities right across the country when we are proud to do so. Canadians understand that when newcomers come into their communities, they set up businesses, they provide jobs for middle-class Canadians, they help our economy grow. We will continue to focus on the economic success of our country through immigration. It's rich for the party opposite to talk about immigration in positive terms after they failed. They failed on the immigration front for close to 10 years. We believe in economic success in our country, growth for the middle class, and that happens through increased immigration.
Order. The Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Instead of going after fat cat CEOs and the tax havens wealthy corporations use to avoid paying their fair share, refugees are having their child benefit clawed back. The government failed to provide timely access to language training for many of the new arrivals. Yet refugee families who do not respond quickly to the CRA are penalized immediately. Not only are those payments stopped, in 2 cases, refugee families were billed $27,000. Is that why the government's giving the CRA $1 billion to crack down on the middle class and those who are working hard to join?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, our government has enhanced the Canada Child Benefit, which give money to 9 out of the 10 families that have lifted thousands of children out of poverty. We're aware that sometimes individuals may find it difficult to provide the information that's requested for the review of their file. If obtaining documentation poses a problem, different alternatives adapted to the particular situation of the individual can be proposed. The agency is open to discuss and propose options. We have said many times our priority is for Canadians to get the benefits they're entitled to. Thank you.
The member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, researchers at the University of Quebec and Montreal have discovered that out of 5,500 movies and series, Netflix features a grand total of 5 series and 5 movies produced in Quebec. That's 0.1% of Netflix's content. We're really nowhere to be seen. Quebec producers recently said that the Netflix agreement has done nothing for our culture. What we need to do is produce movies and series in Quebec. If the next generation of Quebecers can't watch its own shows, it'll turn to American shows and watch in English. What will the minister do to address the situation?
We'll always be there for our artists and creators, and that's exactly what we demonstrated with our cultural policy last year. We've made historic investments of $3.2 billion in the cultural sector, including in the CBC, the Canada Council for the Arts, Telefilm, the NFB, the Canada Media Fund. Due to the previous Conservative government's inaction, the last decade, our laws on culture predate the internet, which is why we're reviewing them so that we can continue to support high-quality Canadian content production. The principle of this review is clear. If you participate in the system, you'll contribute to the system. There will be no free rides.
Bravo. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Chair of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Mr. Speaker, it is a crime to destroy government documents under the Access to Information Act. That crime is much more egregious if those documents have been requested in a legal proceeding. Mr. Chair, can the Chair of the Committee advise the House and all Canadians if the future agenda of the Committee will include the destruction of government-held documents?
The Honourable Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Thornhill for that question. As the member may know, the motion brought forward by the opposition members of our Ethics Committee today that would have ensured documents and information related to Project Resolve not to be destroyed, that motion was voted down by Liberal members. Defeated 6-3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Speaker, Admiral Mark Norman's legal team are worried about his constitutional rights to a fair trial. Multiple Liberal ministers have conflict of interest. They hired away the one journalist writing stories about it. The Prime Minister's office is refusing to reveal cabinet documents needed for this trial. And today, Mr. Speaker, Liberal MPs blocked at Ethics Committee the ability for the clerk of the Privy Council to appear just to confirm whether documents weren't destroyed. My question's simple. Why the cover-up? What is the government hiding?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, indeed there is no cover-up. The fact of the matter is there are outstanding legal proceedings before the courts, including proceedings that will occur this very week on this very topic, and the appropriate place for those issues to be resolved are in the courts of law. The honourable members opposite do not have a mandate from either the prosecution or the defence to act in this matter. They should leave it to the legal counsel to follow the rules of court, follow the laws of evidence, and allow the case to be decided in court appropriately.
Honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, that member was first elected when I was 1 year old, and it's sad that I have to remind him that our mandate is from the Canadian people, Mr. Speaker. Admiral Mark Norman is facing criminal charges for breach of trust, a trust that the Privy Council have said that 73 people knew the contents of that meeting. Mr. Speaker, I believe that at least 2 people of those 73 are Liberal MPs, Mr. Speaker. They could be anyone. They could be you, Mr. Speaker. Leaving aside the Norman lawsuit, Mr. Speaker, will the government clear the air and release the 72 other names?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, you've just seen a demonstration why these issues should be dealt with in courts of law, so you can avoid the innuendos and the drive-by smears. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that the rules of court are there, the independent judiciary is there to manage these matters, and our distinguished law officers at the table have said very clearly when matters of sub judice, they should not be the subject of either questions or answers in the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, methamphetamine abuse is impacting communities across Manitoba. Manitoba's chief medical examiner stated that the drug has been involved in 35 overdose deaths in 2017. In September, the Winnipeg City Council adopted a resolution asking for assistance from the federal government. The issue is not only affecting urban centres like Winnipeg, but rural and Indigenous communities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, people are dying, and we have a responsibility to act. Can the Minister of Health please explain what our government is doing to help communities impacted by methamphetamine?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague from Manitoba for his hard work and his important question. To address the issue of problematic substance use, including methamphetamines, we have devoted $150 million to an emergency treatment fund. Furthermore, I'm pleased to advise this House that we will be providing the City of Winnipeg with assistance for prevention and treatment and send a senior official to work on their methamphetamine task force. We will keep working to remove barriers to treatment and ensure that all Canadians struggling with problematic substance use get the help that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are failing again. They are watering down sentences for crimes such as administering date-rape drugs, abducting children, impaired driving causing bodily harm, and selling young women and men into sexual slavery. Now, Conservatives called for over 100 amendments to clean up the government's deeply flawed Omnibus Bill C-75, but the Liberals weren't listening. Does the minister really believe that Canadians want sex traffickers and kidnappers to have lesser sentences?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say from the outset that I completely reject the characterization of the members opposite on Bill C-75, which is a comprehensive bill that seeks to address delays in the criminal justice system. There is nothing in this piece of legislation that reduces sentences. There's nothing that changes the principles around sentencing which take into account the gravity of the offence and the proportion responsibility of an offender. We are not lowering sentences. We are providing prosecutors with the necessary discretion that they need to move forward in the appropriate way given the circumstances of the particular case.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Forced overtime at Canada Post means increased hours and longer delivery routes that take a toll on worker health and safety, and families suffer. Because of the corporation's inflexibility, CUPW is pushing back against unsafe and unhealthy working conditions. Effective today, the union has declared a national ban on overtime. Workers understand that self-care benefits them, their families, the corporation, and its customers. Why doesn't Canada Post get it? And when will this government secure a fair contract that values workers?
The Honourable Minister of Public, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Employment.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in the collective bargaining process. Our mediators have been on the ground. The minister has been in contact with both sides. We continue to hope that the two groups come together with a final outcome, but certainly I would hope that my colleague from the NDP would understand that it's not the place of the Government of Canada to put their thumb on the scale when it comes to contract negotiations.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, today is the YWCA Day on the Hill. The YWCA is the country's oldest and largest women's multi-service organization, with 32 associations operating in more than 400 communities across Canada.
The organization provides programs and services to women and their families in response to community needs. What is this government doing to support organizations like the YMCA who work to remove barriers for women across the country? The Honourable Minister.
From Ottawa West Nepean for her tireless efforts to advance equality in Canada and abroad. And Mr. Speaker, last year, YWCAs came to Parliament Hill for the first time ever for their lobbying efforts. They asked for a carve-out of the National Housing Strategy. Our government listened. This year, we welcomed them with an announcement of an investment over $1.25 million for 10 YWCAs in Canada to support women working hard to join the middle class. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister and parliamentarians, I extend my deepest gratitudes to leaders from the YWCA, and I wish them another successful day on the Hill.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, under Conservatives, 4 major new pipelines with access to new markets were approved and built with no tax dollars. These Liberals already killed 2 export pipelines. Their failures have not added a single new centimetre, and their Bill C-69 will ensure there will be none in the future. 35 Indigenous communities now join provinces and industry to oppose the Liberals' No More Pipelines Bill C-69. They say it'll, quote, have an enormous and devastating impact on the ability of First Nations to cultivate or develop economic development opportunities in their traditional territories. Will Liberals scrap Bill C-69?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of inaction under the Harper Conservatives, 99% of our oil exports were still sold to the United States. They don't even want to negotiate with our First Nations. They have no respect for the environment. We will take no lessons from them on how to move our major projects forward. DIS 69 provides a path forward and a certainty that business owners need. The mining sector is on board. The forestry sector is on board. We must move forward responsibly. Merci, Mr. Président.
The member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, a month ago today, Quebecers chose a new government which committed to reducing immigration levels in order to better integrate newcomers. Let me quote Premier Legault, "We will welcome thousands of immigrants each year, but we'll do so with a focus on integration. We'll take in fewer, but we'll take care of them." So what did the Minister of Immigration have in mind when he unilaterally announced that Quebec would have to take in 70,000 newcomers to Quebec? The Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank our honourable colleague for his question. Our government is looking forward to working with the new Quebec government on issues as important as immigration and how to help Quebec continue to prosper. I, in fact, just had a brief conversation with the new Minister, Simon Jolin Barrette, and I'm looking forward to meeting with the new minister in the coming days. And it's the same with my colleagues in Cabinet. We're looking forward to working with the government of Quebec. The member for Mirabel. What an empty response. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Minister of Immigration is not familiar with the reality in Quebec. We want to integrate newcomers. We don't want to just tolerate them. We want to welcome them. And to do that, we need to be able to teach them our language and our way of life. The minister announced numbers without taking into account the reality on the ground. So will the minister listen to Quebec before setting levels for Quebec? The Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I find it unfortunate that my colleague finds I gave an empty answer when I said we want to work with the government of Quebec. I'm surprised to hear those words coming from that corner of the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Canadians would be horrified and embarrassed to see the third world conditions that many people in Nunavut are living in. Our housing shortage has reached a crisis point. Overcrowding is contributing to high rates of youth suicide and tuberculosis. The housing allocation in the last budget doesn't even begin to address the current crisis or meet annual forced growth. Will the minister immediately increase funding to alleviate this crisis and work with the government of Nunavut on an appropriate allocation for the 2019 budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Nunavut for his heartfelt question. The National Housing Strategy understands the unique and important needs of Canadians living in the North. That's why the National Housing Strategy is investing $240 million in Nunavut alone to provide 3,000 families in Nunavut with a safe and affordable place to call home. That's why our first budget invested $80 million in Nunavut alone, an additional $80 million for the families in Nunavut. And that's why we're going to work with other governments to make sure that every family in Nunavut included has a safe and affordable place to call home.
Hear, hear.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Ms. Isabel Pla, Minister of Women and Gender Equality of the Republic of Chile. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Heath MacDonald, Minister of Finance for the province of Prince Edward Island. The
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconager has a point of order.
During question period, you cut off an answer that was delivered by the NDP Vice Chair of the Standing Committee of Agriculture. And I'm really hoping that you can kind of clarify that decision, since you and every speaker before you has ruled that you have no ability to judge the quality or the content of answers given during question period. In fact, fact, Bosque Gagnon tells us at page 516 that the Speaker ensures that replies adhere to the standards of order, decorum, and parliamentary language, but is not responsible for the quality of content of replies to questions. The member from Cowichan Malahat Langford was actually responding and telling us about some of the work that was being done, very important work that is being done at the Permanent Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Food. This is just a question that we have. Is this a double standard that we see, or is the House now to understand that today's precedent will be applied to answers from the government side of the House from now on? We are hoping that it is the latter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford is rising on the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to add to the point of order from my colleague. I have now been the Vice Chair for the Standing Committee on Agriculture since the beginning of this year. And before I was cut off, I can quite confidently say that the answer I was given can be backed up by witness testimony that is recorded in the evidence of the Standing Committee on Agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be more than happy to table that evidence for you to review, but I can assure this House and I can assure you that the answer I was about to give before I was cut off was perfectly in line with the member for Berthier-Masconnauget's question. The very fact that you recognized her question allowed me to stand in this place because of the absence of the chair and the second vice chair shows that I had legitimacy and the proper recognition to speak. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, my answer was perfectly in line with what the question was.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington is rising on the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I am rising on the same point. I would draw your attention to note 93 on page 513 of Bosque and Gagnon, in which it's stated, referring to Speaker Milliken, quote, "It is not the role of the Speaker to judge the quality or content of the reply," that applying specifically to questions asked of committee chairs, or in this case, deputy or vice committee chairs. I would also draw your attention to precedent in this House, September 26th, 2017, in which the member from South Shore St. Margaret's asked a question to the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Status of Women, and you, sir, allowed her to take an ad hominem attack on the member from Lethbridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Members should be careful about challenging the chair. Order. The honourable member for Durham wishes to add something on this point of order? Or?
I was going to reference that exchange with the Vice Chair of the Status.
Thank you. Thank honourable members for their interventions. Let me just read, first of all, what it says on page 512 to 513 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. Questions seeking information about the schedule and agenda of committees may be directed to chairs of committees. Questions to the Ministry or to a committee chair concerning the proceedings or work of a committee, including its order of reference, may not be raised. Thus, for example, a question would be disallowed if it dealt with a vote in committee, with the attendance or testimony of members at a committee meeting, or with the content of a committee report. I thank the members for the interventions and the arguments they have made, which I will consider, and I will also, my impression was at the time, although there was a fair bit of noise, that the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford had strayed from what's allowed by the rules that apply. Just a minute. My impression at the time was that he had left the question of the schedule agenda of the committee onto other matters. However, I will review the Hansard and the record in the event that I may have been mistaken about that. The member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question was regarding the mental health challenges study that the Agriculture Committee is currently engaged in. It is ongoing, and the question was regarding future meetings. From my understanding, the schedule of that standing committee, of which I am the second vice chair, is we have at least 2 more meetings regarding this particular study. I was referencing what had happened in the past, yes, but do I expect more answers to fall in line with what we have heard in witness testimony? Absolutely. So my answer was completely in recognition of those facts and what I expect to hear from witnesses in the future.
Thank the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for his clarification, and I will come back to the House on this matter. And now the member for Perth Wellington is rising to ask the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being Thursday, I'd like to ask the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons what business she intends to call before this House for the remainder of this week and what business she plans to call before the House for next week.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, tomorrow, we will continue debate at second reading of Bill C-86, the Second Budget Implementation Act 2018. Next Monday shall be an opposition day.
Statements, the Prime Minister will deliver a formal apology to the Jewish refugees of the MS St. Louis and its passengers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of privilege with regards to alcohol and other use of substances at this place on Parliament Hill. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I wrote to you on January 29th, 2018. Specifically, I asked for your intervention for the Board of Internal Economy to address the use of alcohol on Parliament Hill. Of those things, there were 4 major components. I won't get into the full details, but they were to provide a more holistic approach and more consistent approach to the use of alcohol on the Hill, similar to that the province of Ontario. In a response to me, Mr. Speaker, you referred me to go to my House Leader and to be raised to the Board of Internal Economy. And I'd like to thank all the House Leaders for doing such that. It has been discussed and there has been some ongoing work with that regard. But, Mr. Speaker, in my submission and also too in this answer is what we don't have is members that do not have a House Leader as part of their ability to do so on the Hill here. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, there have been several incidences on the Hill that have continued to show that there is some question with regards to activity and consistency with Ontario law and the use of alcohol on Parliament Hill. And I would ask that you consider this a point of privilege in your intervention again at the Board of Internal Economy for that. I believe that events most recently show that perhaps an investigation of security, which you're responsible, Mr. Speaker, would be appropriate at this particular point and juncture. I believe that there should be a safe workplace. I believe that the past practices of this place have required change, and they have not been easy to do so. So I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that I would ask that a point of privilege for the safety, my ability to carry out my duties, and the security of this place, that you review the role of the Speaker with regards to the use of alcohol policy with the issues that I have identified in my previous letter to yourself, and report back to this chamber. Again, there are members that do not have a House Leader. I appreciate their attempts to deal with this issue, but there is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the public and as well the people that use this space do not need to be impeded, let alone members of Parliament, with regards to some of the things that take place that are inconsistent to provincial laws across this country and certainly are not consistent with a good place to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his submission. I will consider the matter and return to the House in due course.
I have the honour of laying upon the table the Canadian Report of the House of Commons for 2018. Orders of the day.
Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 2, and on the amendment of Mr. Poilievre.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to participate in today's debate, and I want to begin by acknowledging that we're gathered on traditional Algonquin territory.
Our government has determined to renew its relationship with Indigenous peoples by using the principles of rights recognition, respect, cooperation, and partnership. We are also committed to growing the middle class, to giving people access to opportunities that will enable them to join the middle class.
It is no secret that those who have faced some of the most severe economic disadvantages in this country have been for a very long time our Indigenous peoples.
Deep roots in the history of colonialism, including in strict measures written into legislation like the Indian Act. Let me give you an example. Ed Mitata Weben is a residential school survivor from Fort Albany First Nation who attended St. Anne's Residential School and became a chief in his community. After he became chief, he started a small sawmill business that people would have work and the sense of purpose that work accompanies in his community. But because it was illegal under the Indian Act for him to own the land, he could not get insurance on his business. So he had to keep his business small to minimize any potential liabilities. Any investment he made was a personal risk to himself and his family. A lot of Canadians do not understand this. They do not understand the daily barriers First Nations people face on reserve. Today, we have an opportunity to rectify some of these measures and to unlock economic growth for Indigenous peoples. We have a chance to create an environment that supports self-determination. Mr. Speaker, this will not only be good for Indigenous peoples, it will be good for Canada. The National Indigenous Economic Development Board has estimated that engaging Indigenous people in the economy at the same rate as non-Indigenous people would boost Canada's GDP by 1.5% and create almost $28 billion of economic growth. And several others have suggested that the number is actually much, much higher.
Today, we are seeing a wellspring of Indigenous-led innovation and good business practices. There are now over 40,000 Indigenous small and medium enterprises across the country. So I say, let's build on these successes. Let's remove barriers to further success and self-determination. That's what these amendments to legislation under this proposed Budget Implementation Act will mean. And I would like to clarify that these amendments are not top-down fixes. We've come to them by way of consultation, input, and engagement from the outset with First Nation partners.
Is proposing amendments to the First Nations Fiscal Management Act that provides greater clarity around language. It streamlines operational issues and expands access to the program to complement new budget 2018 funding of $50 million over 5 years and $11 million per year ongoing. The Act is opt-in and enables First Nations to implement taxation and financial management systems. First Nations are supported by 3 fiscal institutions operating under the Act: the First Nations Tax Commission, the First Nations Financial Authority, and the First Nations Financial Management Board. These institutions build capacity of First Nations and bring them together to access long-term financing. And it's been a very effective approach. For example, the First Nations Finance Authority's 5th debenture of $138 million issued in September 2018 brought its total bond issuances to $514 million. This bond is being used by First Nations across the country to invest in community infrastructure and economic development, such as the new school in Siksika First Nation, a power project in Chehalis, and housing on Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. The new Budget 2018 investments will enable the fiscal institutions to work with nearly twice as many First Nations to develop their capacity and have greater access to capital. To date, 239 First Nations are scheduled in the Act. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, access to funding is one thing, but we can all agree that access to land is critical for economic empowerment. The Government of Canada is also proposing $143.5 million in Budget 2018 to strengthen the First Nation land management regime and support 50 additional First Nations in becoming signatories to the Framework Agreement on First Nations land management over the next 5 years. As well, the proposed amendments to the First Nations Land Management Act before us today would ratify changes to the Framework Agreement, changes that were developed or co-developed with First Nations. These fixes address voting thresholds and other administrative improvements that will better support First Nations who are signatory members to develop their own land codes or laws, to exit 33 land management related provisions of the Indian Act. This represents 1/3 of the Indian Act. The fixes will also eliminate federal oversight and enable First Nations to move at the speed of business on investment and development opportunities. For example, Chemainus First Nations, which has been operating under its own land code since 2014, has been able to create Oyster Bay Development, a 65-acre, multi-million-dollar site that includes a hotel and a commercial area along the Trans-Canada Highway without any need for Indian Act approvals.
Another mechanism to improve the relationship between Canada and First Nations and move towards enduring reconciliation is the return of land that is owed to First Nations under historical treaties and specific claim settlement agreements. With additions to reserves or ATRs, First Nations can also add land to an existing reserve land base or create new reserves for the use and benefit of their members for community and economic development. The Government of Canada is proposing this legislation to streamline the ATR process, bringing on the benefits of legislation that is currently only available to some First Nations in the prairie provinces. These changes, Mr. Speaker, are long overdue. They are part of a number of actions the government committed to take when it adopted a new ATR policy directive in 2016, after several years of engagement and joint work with First Nations communities and organizations. The biggest proposed change is that ATRs will now be able to be approved by ministerial order rather than Governor in Council, which will result in significantly more timely decisions. The proposed legislation will also speed up by letting First Nations pre-designate land being added to reserve, similar to zoning in a municipality, and begin to put in place arrangements like leases or permits prior to the land being added, a vital requirement for investment opportunities. This will help create reserve lands that are ready for economic development. ATRs support economic development opportunities, self-reliance, and growth in First Nation communities. For example, in September 2018, the Sioux Valley Dakota Nation added 79 acres of land to its reserve. The land is currently home to a gas bar and a convenience store with future plans for a restaurant, a hotel, commercial space, and an outdoor stage. Collectively, these amendments regarding finances and land support reconciliation with Indigenous peoples will result in greater long-term benefits for Canada. I encourage all members to support them. Thank you. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It took me a bit to get back to my seat here. To the honourable member across the way there, one of the things that I noticed in the BIA is the infrastructure spending. One of the things I also noticed is that the infrastructure spending hasn't gone out yet. I know, particularly coming from northern Alberta, when the government made the big announcement about the infrastructure spending, we were definitely looking forward to having a bunch of the roads repaved or paved, and some roads out to some of our communities even just built. Can the honourable member comment why it's taken so long to get that infrastructure money out? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, having been a former city councillor for several years and a candidate in 2015, I can tell you that one of the policies that was most attractive to the city I come from, Winnipeg, and I imagine many rural areas, was the enhanced infrastructure spending our government was embarking upon. Across the country, we are rebuilding cities, we are rebuilding rural areas. We are investing in rural municipalities, and I can't speak precisely to the situation where the honourable member resides, I believe in northern Alberta, but I can say without doubt that in Manitoba, in Winnipeg, the money has definitely flowed. Roads are being rebuilt, water systems are being rebuilt, and I think that some of the biggest, some of the happiest constituents in Canada today are mayors, are city councillors, and rural aldermen.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we're still going through this bill as it has many different divisions. And so if the member can't answer, I would certainly understand that under Division 17 of Part 4, basically, Mr. Speaker, in order to better communicate Canada's international development efforts, it will be repealing the definition of official development assistance in the Official Development Assistance Accountability Act and confer this power to be done through regulation. Mr. Speaker, they're taking out the definition of one of the most important terms in that piece of legislation and simply allowing ministerial officials through regulations to then further define it. Does that member believe that, first of all, that puts this place, this House, in the driver's seat? Or is he and his government simply deferring on such important matters of official development assistance to bureaucrats that will obfuscate and evade proper scrutiny of this House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, my speech was about Indigenous issues, Northern issues, First Nation issues, so I will take the information under advisement and get back to the Honourable member.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a very special day in Manitoba, and in fact for all of Canada. The Prime Minister is in Churchill, as last night we had a train roll into the town and community of Churchill after a great deal of effort and concentration from individuals like the Mayor Michael Spence, MLAs Judy Klassen, many different stakeholders, companies like Arctic Gateway, First Nations, Fairfax, all working together in order to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that there's going to be a bright future for Churchill as a northern port. And I wonder if my colleague could take the opportunity just to give his insight, just how important this is, not only for Canada, but in particular for Manitoba.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member from Winnipeg North for the question. He's absolutely right. Today is a wonderful day, not only for Churchill, but for the entire province of Manitoba. After being abandoned by the previous railroad owner, the port and the railroad track has been fixed by a private consortium with partnership with the federal government, with partnership from the city, from the town of Churchill, and the railway is back in working order. The community is extremely happy. The port has been rehabilitated, and goods and services are going to flow to Churchill once again, and jobs will be created. In fact, our Prime Minister was there this morning to announce, in addition to the literally tens of millions of dollars that we've invested to fix the railroad, that we are investing close to $40 million on a series of projects in the Churchill area to create job and to create hope and vitality in the town of Churchill once again.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I wanted to start by saying I'm splitting my time with the member for Peace River Westlock. And I've been looking forward to this debate because it gives me an opportunity to again highlight for Canadians the duplicity of this Liberal government in how it conducts the affairs of this nation, how it manages the finances of this country. Now, you may recall, I think I need to paint a bit of a background here before we get into the gist of my comments. When the Prime Minister was running for election, remember he promised he was going to run deficits of no more than $10 billion a year. You remember that promise? And you know what? Canadians took him at his word. They said, well, you know what? He's never been Prime Minister. We're going to trust him. He said something else. He said, you know what? I am going to balance the budget by 2019. I promise you, you can take my word to the bank that I will balance the budget by 2019. Well, what happened, Mr. Speaker? Well, year after year of this government, it's huge deficit after huge deficit, triple the size that the Prime Minister had promised. Now, this is in line with a field of broken promises that the Prime Minister has left behind. And I'm not going to regale you with all those broken promises, but I can tell you, history will show that this Prime Minister and his government have broken more promises than any government before it. I mean, it has been an unmitigated disaster when it comes to keeping your word to the Canadian people. So, we had deficits that were supposed to be $10 billion. Today, they're $20 billion. This government has added $60 billion to our national debt. And here's the worst part of it. They said they were going to balance the budget by next year. Now we know it won't be until the year 2045. Now, this is 25 years we're going to be running deficits. And just so Canadians are very clear about this point, when you run a deficit, what you're doing is you are spending more money than is coming in. Tax revenues come into the government takes those tax revenues and spends them. But when you spend more than those tax revenues, you're going to have to find that money somewhere. How do you do that? You borrow. You borrow. So for the next 25 years, every single year, this government is planning to have Canadians borrow and borrow and borrow, whether it's $10 billion, $20 billion, $30 billion a year, adding it to the debt that somebody has to pay back. And you know who that is? Who pays back that debt? My children and yours. The next generation that is coming up, that we're trying to teach to manage their finances wisely, that when they get their checkbooks, they're balancing their checkbooks, that they're living within their means, that they're not incurring mortgage debt or loan debt that is beyond their capacity to pay. Because if at the end of the month they don't have enough money to pay for their expenditures, they have to go to the bank and borrow. So it's either going to be under a mortgage or a loan or some other way. A loan shark, perhaps, in the worst case. But the bottom line is we are teaching our kids not to do that, but to be respectful of their spending and to balance their books. And yet we have a Prime Minister who grew up in the lap of luxury, a trust fund baby who has no understanding of what it means to balance budgets. He has no understanding of the importance of balancing budgets. He has no understanding of what it means to pay down the national debt and act responsibly. So that is the context in which this Budget Implementation Act is playing out. It is a sad, sad story. So what does this bill contain? That really concerns me. I am the Shadow Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. And what this Prime Minister has done and is authorizing is the imposition of a massive carbon tax on Canadians. Now we know on this side of the House that Canadians do not support carbon taxes. They're suspicious of more taxes. Today, Canadians already pay $800 more in taxes than they did when this Liberal government was first elected. Whether it's payroll taxes or other taxes, their tax bill has gone up. But here's a bigger problem. That doesn't even take into account the carbon tax which they will be now paying. And that carbon tax is on everything. It's on groceries, it's on home heating bills, It is on the gasoline you buy to tank up your car. And let me talk about that briefly. Because I'm from British Columbia, I know that British Columbia today has the highest gas prices in the country, $1.61 per liter. Now, why is that? Well, this carbon tax is adding more to that, another 11 cents per liter that every single Canadian is going to pay to tank up their car. And that's just gasoline. Doesn't include any of the other goods that they're going to buy on which this carbon tax is going to be applied. And you know what's happening, Mr. Speaker? It's called carbon leakage, something that most Canadians don't know a lot about, but I'll explain it in layman's terms. So we impose a tax in Canada, and the tax is so onerous that businesses and individuals, consumers, where do they go? They're going to leave the country and find a place they can buy that product cheaper. You know what's happening in British Columbia? Something that hasn't happened for a number of decades. British Columbians are now again crossing the border into the United States, into Sumas, Washington, into Linden, into Blaine, Washington, and they're tanking up there. So we're now depriving Canadian vendors of those gasoline sales and the jobs that come with them. On top of that, when those Canadians go south of the border, what do? They stock up on cheese, they stock up on milk, they stock up on a whole bunch of other things. They may end up going to Costco or whatever. But what they're doing now is they're buying products in the United States when they could have been doing it in Canada. And by the way, the pollution is the same in the United States. In fact, I would venture to say that Canada's performance in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions is superior to that of the United States. And I'll go on to say this, Mr. Speaker. What is the actual tax that the Prime Minister is imposing on Canadians? By 2022, it's $50 per ton of greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the Prime Minister says that he's doing this to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in Canada, to do our part for the environment. But we know that by the Prime Minister's own admissions this week in this House, that he doesn't even believe that his carbon tax is actually going to reduce emissions. He admitted that in the House this week. So if you're not reducing emissions, then it comes down to a simple tax grab. But the Prime Minister knew it was going to be a tax grab, so you know what he did? He came up with something that he's calling a climate action incentive. What he's doing is he's taking $1 out of one pocket of the taxpayer and saying, by the way, as an election gimmick, just to make sure you're going to elect me, I'm going to put that $1 back in the other pocket by way of a payment, by way of a rebate, is what he calls it, a rebate, right after their income tax forms are filed. And in fact, he went further. He promised you, the taxpayer, are going to get back more money than I took from you in the first place. Okay, anybody who does the math knows that if you're taking $1 out and you're putting more in the other pocket, which, by the way, that is a pipe dream, but you're putting more in the other pocket, where's that difference coming from? Someone has to pay for it. It's not the big emitters because they've gotten all kinds of exemptions. So you got these big factories, the refineries, the cement plants, they've got all kinds of special deals they made with this Prime Minister. But the average Canadian family, the ones that have small businesses, there's about 1 million small businesses across Canada, employing millions of more Canadians. They're the ones that are paying this difference. This money is being taxed on the backs of those small businesses. Can you imagine? The businesses that are least able to bear that tax. So this is a carbon tax scam. It is about going after polluters, not the commuters, not the mums and dads, the soccer mums, the seniors, those that need the help. It's not about helping them. It's about giving special deals to the polluters and doing absolutely nothing for the environment by the Prime Minister's own admission. So, Mr. Speaker, you can tell I'm extremely disappointed by this Budget Implementation Act and the budget it's supposed to implement, because it is an unmitigated disaster. It is a deception on the Canadian people. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As usual, when the Conservatives speak in the House, we only get half of the story. The reality of this situation is that although the members opposite would like to paint a picture of Canadians paying higher in taxes, what they always forget to mention when they talk about that is the increased money that people are receiving through the Child Canada benefit. And as a matter of fact, when you do calculate that into it and you use that calculation, unlike the Fraser Institute, who they quote all the time, that didn't bother to use that important part, Canadians end up ahead than they were before. And that's the reality of the situation. Another factor where we're only getting half the story is the new price on pollution. What the member didn't bother to say, Mr. Speaker, is that in jurisdictions like Ontario and where he's perhaps where he's from, depending on the outcome of the next election, what we're going to see is all of the money collected through the price on pollution is going to be given right back to the citizens. And in Ontario, 90% of that will go back to each and every person, and the other 10% will go to small businesses. And it's one thing to be critical of the plan, and they have been for some time, Mr. Speaker, and that's fine. But propose something else. Absolutely nothing. He talked about the future generations and making sure that they knew how to manage their finances wisely. How about talking about the environment that they're going to be impacted by? What's their plan, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the environment? Because they don't have one.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, I can assure the member that we will be releasing our environmental plan before the next election. It will be our timing, not theirs. I can assure you of that. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker.
Like the Prime Minister did last time.
Here are his own words. Canadians come out ahead. Have you heard that before? Yeah. It is this classic Liberal shell game. And let me tell you why. Do you remember in British Columbia, Gordon Campbell, a good friend of mine, brought in a carbon tax. It's the highest carbon tax in Canada, $35 today per ton of emissions. That tax was introduced, and the politicians swore up and down, this will be revenue neutral. Every dollar we take out of one pocket, we put it back in the other pocket of the taxpayer. But what happened? Two things happened. Emissions kept on going up, and they're still today going up. So we didn't actually fundamentally address the challenges of the environment. Secondly, the NDP was elected. They eliminated revenue neutrality. Today, it is a massive tax grab for an NDP government that is spending, just like the Liberals are spending federally. So this whole shell game, Canadians aren't buying it.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, arose on a point of order about C-76, which has more than 800 pages, and we asked that the bill be split, the omnibus bill be split. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the government's tactics and if it's losing the confidence of Canadians. We cannot properly debate various bills found in C-86. I'd like to hear his opinion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate that question from my NDP colleague, because we share her concern about the size of this bill. It's called an omnibus bill. Now, you may remember when we were in government, or Conservative government, we once brought forward an omnibus, what they called an omnibus bill of about 500 pages. And the Liberals in this House swore up and down it was the worst thing that a government could do. And they would never, ever do that. You may remember, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of my speech, I talked about the duplicity of this government. They say one thing when they're in opposition, they do quite another. And what they have done is they have compromised the democratic process by lumping all of these things into one massive bill that they're hoping Canadians will not notice all the details, all the finer points that are going to hurt Canadians in the long run. It's a shame, and I thank her for her question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege to stand up today and to outline some of the failures of the Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that the Liberal government talks about all the time is the fact that the economy and the environment must go hand in hand. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that actually the economy, you have to put that ahead of the environment in terms of if you want a clean environment. One of the things that I ask every member in this place is to just get out their phone or their tablet or their iPad and have a look at the island that contains both the country of Haiti and the country of the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic has a much better economy than the country of Haiti, and you can see a clear line on the Google map. You can see a clear line that the country of the Dominican Republic is much greener, literally greener than the country of Haiti, and that's because the economy works in the Dominican Republic and it's struggling in the country of Haiti. And that is the thing that we see here in Canada as well, is that we need to ensure that the economy of Canada continues to work into the future if we want to rely on having one of the nicest countries in the entire world. Some of the cleanest water in the world are right here in Canada. Most of the populace of wildlife right here in Canada. Some of the most pristine glaciers right here in Canada, and some of the greatest landscapes that people come from around the world to come and see. And some other things that aren't necessarily attached right to the landscape, but people come to Canada from around the world to see the northern lights as well. And so our economy is based a lot upon the landscape that we have, but it is also required that we have a great economy in order to maintain the levels of which that we can protect our environment right here. Now, the signature piece of the government's ruling up until now has been this carbon tax that they brought in. It's taken them 3 years to kind of get it off the ground. But Mr. Speaker, it does the opposite of what they want it to do. It does nothing for the environment, and it takes money out of everyday Canadians' pockets. And when money is taken out of the everyday Canadian's pocket, the economy starts to falter. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that they're doing is they're spending our children's future. They're spending this massive deficit every year, and that can only hurt the economy in the long term. When we hurt the economy in the long term, we will see that the environment gets more and more of a strain placed upon it. When companies are unable to invest, a lot of times the first thing you see is their ability to do cleanup, their ability to hire the cleanup crews, that sort of thing happens. We're seeing that right now in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. In Alberta, under the visionary leadership of Peter Lougheed, they put in place a program called the Orphan Well Program, where the liability of cleaning up abandoned wells in Alberta was placed on all the oil companies in general and was funded by a unique system. Now what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is now that we are seeing the lack of investment coming into northern Alberta, we are seeing the multiplication of these abandoned wells, and because the economy is not functioning well, we're unable to go in and clean up some of these orphan wells across northern Alberta. And so it's imperative that we have a good economy that keeps the cash flowing and that allows us to do the things that we need to clean up the environment. And our record is amazing on this kind of thing. I know that the Great Lakes, my uncle lives right on Lake Erie, and he said over the last 10 years, the cleanup efforts that had happened in the Great Lakes was visible for all to see. I know up in the Slave Lake area, up in my riding, the amount of investment that the federal government put into the Slave Lake area to ensure that the lake, number one, stayed full of water, with the weir on the end of the lake and that sort of thing. That was very much appreciated, and we've seen kind of the cycle of nature come around. The lake is filled back up with water just from the fact that we've had a lot of rain over the last 3 years. That said, Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is only going to take money out of the economy. In addition, their deficit spending will also take money out of the economy in the future. But today we would expect that, okay, if we're spending all this extra money, we should see this spike, this debt-fueled economy. We should see a spike in the GDP growth, kind of relative to the amount that the deficit spending is. But we haven't seen that either, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2016 said that the deficit would raise the level of GDP by 0.5%, and we've only seen since then we've actually only seen a GDP growth of only 0.1%. So I don't even we're not even getting a good value for the money when we are going to the bank and getting a loan out for our country's future. So that is definitely one of the things that I want to see. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to start my timer. How much time do I got left here? 4 minutes? All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last thing I wanted to talk about here was the whole idea of the infrastructure spending. Now, Mr. Speaker, in northern Alberta, we have several highways that run north-south. We have Highway 88. It was freshly paved over the summer here. Highway 88 goes from Slave Lake up to Fort Vermilion. It's about 300-400 kilometer highway. The people from Fort Vermilion and Lacrete and High Level, they are immensely proud of their new highway. Just 5 years ago, most of it was gravel road. You can imagine 300-400 kilometers of gravel road is not an exciting drive. And so they're very excited about Highway 88 and the new pavement that has come. And we've seen Highway 60, Highway 43 and 44, they run north-south. You've often heard the highway going up to Fort McMurray has made it in the news often. What's lacking in northern Alberta, Mr. Speaker, is a east-west connector. Currently, if you want to go from Peace River over to Fort McMurray, it's about 300 kilometers apart, but you have to it's a 700-kilometer tour if you're going to drive it, because you got to run all the way down nearly to Edmonton, and then you can drive back up towards Fort McMurray. You got to come right through my hometown of Barrhead if you want to kind of go the closest way. But yeah, it's a long drive all the way around. Now there's an idea. It's called the N55, the north of the 55 connector. Most of the roadway is in place in terms of it's either a logging road or a gravel road. There's about, I think, 7 kilometers that have to come to connect it through the middle yet. 66 kilometers of it are already upgraded, ready for pave, but it's something that I have heard from hundreds of constituents that would be a great economic corridor, but also it would alleviate all the way from Prince George, British Columbia to Fort McMurray. It would alleviate several hours of driving if there was a connector across the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I've been calling it the N55 connector. I've been looking forward to getting some funding for that, but I must say that the infrastructure funding from the Liberal government has been sparse in northern Alberta. I remember when I first got elected, everybody said, "Oh, this infrastructure plan that the Liberals have come out with, it's amazing. We're really looking forward to having the funds to be able to build these projects that really would enhance the economic viability of many projects up in northern Alberta, and we're looking forward to having that funding." Now when I read in this budget that they're still struggling to get the infrastructure money out, Mr. Speaker, I do have a recommendation for them. However, I know many of them in municipalities. Mr. Speaker, I overlap with about 100 communities, about 1,000 elected representatives, and many of the town councils and county councils that I meet with, they say one of the things, Arnold, that works so amazingly well is the gas tax refund. And they said if the government is struggling to get money out for infrastructure, they should just put more in the gas tax refund. We've got the gas tax refund funds allocated out for several years in advance. They know where the money's coming from. They know where the money's going. If the government was to double up or triple up the gas tax refund, we'd be able to get those projects, shorten them out of our 5-year plan, be able to put them in our 3 or 2-year plan, and we'd be building them. And that would also be good for the economy in northern Alberta, particularly right now, Mr. Speaker. Labor rates have come down significantly over the last few years, and it would be a great time to build some amazing infrastructure in northern Alberta. And so I hope that the government is listening, and I hope that we can see a renewed effort to get the infrastructure money out to northern Alberta and build some of these projects like the N55 connector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, my question that I'm about to ask does not have to do with the BIA, and I do apologize for that, but it does have to do with the speech that my honourable colleague made, where he started off by referencing Haiti and the difference between Haiti and Dominican Republic. And I'd like to invite my honourable colleague to possibly sit down with me and have a discussion, a full-time discussion about the history of Haiti that had been destroyed by a revolution in that country. Payment of reparations for 150 years caused a lot of destruction in that country, 3 decades of American occupation that atrophied institutions, large repayments to France. Mr. Speaker, if he knows not what he talks about, he probably shouldn't bring it up in this House.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm obviously not as familiar with my honourable colleague as to the ins and outs of the history of the city or the country of Haiti. What I would say is, I said to her to open her iPad, open up Google Maps. It's not deniable that the economy of the Dominican Republic and the economy of Haiti are different economies, and one is more prosperous than the other, and you can see the literal difference on the environment just from Google Maps and opening up Google Maps. The histories of the two places are dramatically different. I have an elementary understanding of what that is, but the basic point is that you need a strong economy and an economy that works in order to take care of your environment. Because, Mr. Speaker, taking care of the environment takes all of us cooperating together. All of us that have a care for the environment. That is what it takes in order to make sure that the welfare of the animals that live on the landscape continue to be taken care of, that there's habitat for them, that the natural resources aren't just being plundered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the speech by my Conservative colleague in the House here. I appreciate particularly him raising the issue of the rising liabilities for abandoned wells. We had 43 years under Conservative rule of essentially only caring for building a narrow economy for the benefit of the oil industry, including small producers, that then up and left or declared bankruptcy, landing this multi-billion-dollar liability on Albertans. And I'm wondering if he would like to comment on if he would share my concern that in this budget bill, there was an opportunity to resolve this matter and to change the order of priorities so that environmental reclamation would be given higher priority in bankruptcy rather than simply giving the money back to creditors, including banks.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to admit this right off the top. I don't think that member and I would agree on a whole bunch of things, but this is one thing that I actually think that we do agree on. And the very fact is that Conservatives have gone around the country and cleaned up a lot of major messes that have been left through the history. The abandoned oil wells thing was something that we were on already in 2015, just saying that we have the expertise laid off in Alberta. These people are on EI. They would like to be out there doing something. Perhaps there was a reclamation of some of the oil wells. Mr. Speaker, most of that EI has dried up, and these people have gone on to find other jobs around the world. I was just talking with a friend of mine the other day, and I said, so how is business? I know that he works in the oil patch. He says, well, Arnold, we're doing business in every continent in the world. We're just not doing business in northern Alberta. So we have the expertise in Alberta to clean up some of these, to cap these wells, to clean them up. I totally agree that is something that is a tangible environmental policy that I could definitely get behind. Thank you.
You have time just for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families and Children.
I too listened to the member's speech and listened to this peculiar explanation of the physical conditions of Haiti compared to the Dominican Republic, and then heard the member opposite talk about it as being a result of the Dominican Republic's economy and Haiti's inability to have positive environmental policies. Is the member not aware of the earthquakes, of the hurricanes, of the deforestation caused by extreme poverty? Is he not aware of the fact of the historic realities that Haiti has endured, that have destroyed its capacity for independent economic development, have left it prisoner, in fact, to international reparations for their act of freeing slaves through rebellion 150 years ago? Is that not the reason why Haiti's economy has found itself in the state it's in? It has nothing to do with the dictatorships that have developed the economy in the Dominican Republic?
I do think we are getting into a different subject matter. I appreciate the honourable member for Peace River Westlock did raise this comparison in the course of his early on in his remarks, and so we'll certainly allow it. But this is sometimes what happens when we get debate into another category. But we'll let the honourable member for Peace River Westlock respond. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point still stands. The point is that the economy of Haiti is not as good as the economy in the Dominican Republic. How each of those countries got there is not the question. The question is what does the environment in each country look like? And you can see it plain as day just on Google Maps. That's what this is all about. This isn't a judgment of how they got there. This isn't a judgment of their histories. This is just the raw facts of the fact that it takes a good economy to take care of the environment. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank you for the privilege to speak to you in the House today about the legislative reforms that accompany this particular piece of legislation around intellectual property strategy. Note that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, our government has unveiled Canada's first national IP strategy earlier this year on April 26th, World IP Day, after 2 years' worth of consultations. And I know that this isn't exactly the most riveting topic to be considering this afternoon, but it is really important for businesses, and particularly businesses in Whitby. And as a member of the the Industry Committee, I think it's really important to highlight some of these initiatives that are in BIA 2. The objective of Canada's IP strategy is to help Canadian entrepreneurs better understand and protect intellectual property, to strategically access and grow to scale. Business leaders from my riding of Whitby understand the importance of a strategy. Jason Atkins of 360 Insights, he's the CEO of that company, a great company in Whitby, said that IP is a critical component for businesses to scale, especially to a global level. If we want to create well-paid jobs in our country, we need to look at businesses with a global lens and leverage IP to compete globally. Also, Isaac Wanzama, founder and senior strategist at GeekSpeak Commerce in Whitby as well, said that intellectual property is the lifeblood of any innovation ecosystem. That is certainly true in Canada. As entrepreneurs, if we aren't protecting the investments that we make in our tech research, whether AI or genetics, then we're not only doing a disservice to businesses, but to the economy of Canada as a whole. But it's not always that we don't want to. It's often because the process can be difficult to understand, and even if you can understand it, it's very expensive. Canada's new IP strategy, which aims to educate, simplify, and reduce associated costs for startups and innovative businesses, is a welcome announcement, end quote. Mr. Speaker, innovative businesses in my riding are clearly excited about our government's plan. The IP strategy sets out to help businesses get the information and confidence they need to grow their businesses and take risks. It will help spur Canadian innovation and boost Canadian presence in the global marketplace through 3 key areas: by increasing IP literacy through IP awareness and education programs, offering strategic IP tools for growth, and implementing legislative amendments to strengthen Canada's IP system. Today, I want to focus my remarks on the specific initiatives that will help improve IP awareness and education among Canadian businesses and innovators. Along with a strong and effective IP framework in place, Canadian businesses must also, first and foremost, recognize and understand the importance of IP use in order to succeed in a global marketplace. They need to be able to understand how to protect their IP and use it effectively. Mr. Speaker, the statistics on Canadian businesses' IP awareness and use, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, are of concern. We know that small and medium-sized companies with IP in Canada are 64% more likely to be high growth and 4 times more likely to export. Yet only 10% even hold some form of formal IP. Further, 83% of Canadian small and medium-sized businesses indicated that IP was not relevant to their business when citing the reasons for not seeking IP rights. This is why, along with other legislative changes that we are bringing forward, we are also expanding our efforts in IP literacy. The IP strategy builds on the Canadian Intellectual Property Office's IP awareness and education efforts that are already in place across the innovation ecosystem to ensure that innovators, entrepreneurs, businesses, creators, and innovators recognize the value of IP. The Canadian Intellectual Property Office, or CIPO, will continue to build on current learning tools and resources and also develop new educational resources to better equip innovators and businesses with the knowledge they need to succeed. CIPO has a team of IP advisors located across Canada who work directly with companies and innovators to deliver seminars and participate in innovation and business-related events such as Startup Canada's Canadian Export Challenge. Over the last year, CIPO has delivered 150 seminars across the country, reaching over 1,900 participants through its IP awareness and education program. CIPO is increasing the number of its initiatives over the next year, which will include hosting up to 60 seminars on advanced topics such as IP commercialization, strategy and enforcement, and increasing accessibility to these sessions by offering webcasts and developing e-learning modules. Our government will also conduct a survey to better understand how Canadians understand and use IP, including groups that have been traditionally less likely to use IP, such as Indigenous entrepreneurs and women. The results of the survey will better help meet the needs of underrepresented groups and help ensure that our efforts to support innovation are inclusive to all parts of our society. In addition to the CIPO's outreach efforts to businesses, our government will also create a new team of IP experts in order to ensure that IP is considered across federal government programs. Program officers will have access to expert knowledge and capacity to address IP issues and help guide recipients to improve their IP knowledge and savviness. The IP strategy also sets out funding for IP legal clinics to help businesses understand their IP needs, facilitating access to the IP professionals for advice, while also enabling students to learn more about intellectual property. Mr. Speaker, a strong and robust IP strategy is key to delivering, a key driver, to getting companies to grow and scale, create better jobs, and spur innovation. We must ensure that all the proper elements are in place for Canadian companies and innovators to grow and have an environment where they can grow, innovate, and develop. This consists of an effective education and awareness program and strategic tools, which are necessary components to legislative amendments tabled in the Budget Implementation Act. This will help Canada to become a more strategic user of intellectual property to fuel innovation and economic growth. And I'm not sure how much time, Mr. Speaker, I have left, but I will conclude it there, and I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Alors, la députée de Jonquière.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, we saw the bill tabled on pay equity. For months now, actually for years now, women's groups have been working to get pay equity at the federal level. Quebec, 20 years ago, passed provisions to ensure pay equity. However, We find nothing in this omnibus bill, Bill C-86, which has over 850 pages. It is voluminous. We've also had a very short time to do clause-by-clause study. I'm wondering what my colleague thinks. Will it take another 4 years before women can benefit from pay equity at the federal level throughout all of Canada? We're also not finding any real provisions to ensure that the bill moves forward and that businesses can have the tools necessary to implement these provisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
My honourable colleague for her question. And I am very proud of a government, this government, that has taken substantial action on pay equity. We've heard our Minister of Labour speak about this issue. She's been across the country having consultations to ensure that we get this correct. $1 does not equal 88 cents, Mr. Speaker, and for equity-seeking groups, it is a lot. The disparity between pay equity between men and women is much larger. For over 4 decades, women have been waiting for this. We want to make sure that we get this right, that we ensure that we have equal pay for equal work. And there are many pages in this BIA related to pay equity. I'd invite my honourable colleague to look at those. We want to make sure that we get this right. This is not about putting in place pay equity for the sake of doing it. It's about putting it in place to ensure that we get it right. Women have waited a very long time. Equity-seeking groups have waited a very long time to ensure that we have this. This government is moving forward on it, and we are going to get it absolutely correct.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her wonderful comments. I very much enjoyed listening. As an entrepreneur and someone who knows about risk going into business, it's heartwarming to hear the efforts are being put into ensuring that businesses, as they start up and as they have the ability to grow, will have these tools. One of the ways you mitigate risk is to make sure that businesses understand those opportunities and those supports are available to them. The strategy around IP is extremely important in the world that we now operate in, and I wonder if the member could expand a little bit about what kind of a game changer this is for small business and medium-sized business. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We know that as businesses grow and start to scale up, it becomes obviously very risky, and it also becomes very scary for businesses to do such. I, before getting into politics, was a past entrepreneur, so I share the concerns of my colleague around this. So our plan, our IP strategy that was announced on World IP Day, includes a comprehensive education and awareness so that as businesses are moving forward and looking for ways to expand and export to new markets, they are aware of what is available to protect themselves when they have intellectual property. And I quoted some businesses right here in Whitby. They understand right in my riding of Whitby, not here, but in my riding, they understand that a strong IP strategy, a strong focus on IP can help companies not only grow, but become great players in a global market, and that is what this strategy enables businesses across Canada and in Whitby, and I'm sure in Northumberland, Peterborough to do as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It gives me a pleasure to stand in the House today, of course, and speak on C-86, the Budget Implementation Act 2. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the riding of Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, which is in the outskirts of Halifax, Dartmouth, a community where we have young families, a community where we have fishermen, a community where we have the largest black cultural centre, a community where we have many Acadians. This is a very diverse community, which I'm very proud to represent, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about budget 2018 and previous budget from our government, it is clear the path that we're on is to build a strong economy for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. So in my speech today, I want to touch on 3 major areas in this Budget Implementation Act, which is, of course, what it means for families. What does it mean for our veterans? What does it mean for the women potential economic benefit from the women being involved much more in the entrepreneurship and in building strong companies? Mr. Speaker, I can't go into the text before talking about how our economy is doing now. After 2.5, almost, 3 years now, Mr. Speaker, it's going by quite fast, of course, we have seen the Canadian economy grow and continue to prosper. Over 600,000 new jobs have been created. That's a strong sign of our government being in the right direction, where people want to invest, where we are creating good jobs for the middle class. As well, Mr. Speaker, we should note that the unemployment rate in Canada has dropped from 7.2 to 5.7. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you heard me correctly, 5.7. That is the lowest unemployment rate in Canada in the last 40 years. Very, very impressive, Mr. Speaker. So I also want to talk about the Canada Child Benefit. This is an investment in Canadians. This is an investment in Canadian families. This is an investment in young families, Mr. Speaker, which is extremely important. So we've seen in the riding of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake, which is one riding out of 338 ridings in Canada. And in my riding alone, Mr. Speaker, we, the families, are receiving $5.2 million per month. That is $5.2 million per month. That is $60 million per year in the riding of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake. Now, I'm not the only lucky one, Mr. Speaker, because all 338 members of Parliament have this benefit, this child care benefit, Canadian child care benefit, which means that they are ranging probably anywhere between $40 million and $80 million a year invested for families and in their ridings. Mr. Speaker, when speaking about families in this Budget Implementation Act, I want to talk about the EI parental benefit, Mr. Speaker. That is a very important benefit. That is recognizing some of the challenges in life. This is creating more flexibility for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. They have, if they split or share those benefits, we are adding 5 extra weeks benefit. As well, when talking about families, Mr. Speaker, you have to talk about pharmacare. And our government is moving forward. We've established an advisory committee that we report shortly. We had the permanent committee as well present their report on pharmacare. I believe we will see some very, very positive news very soon on pharmacare. But, Mr. Speaker, we are also introducing, of course, the new Canada Workers' Benefit. This new benefit adds 300,000 Canadians to the middle class. And that means that we will have now over 2 million Canadians having access to this benefit, which is very, very important. And, Mr. Speaker, with the BIA2, we are now ensuring that these individuals don't have to apply. This will happen automatically, Mr. Speaker, which is making life easier once again for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. I also want to talk about some changes that in the Labour Code that will allow victims' families with violence to access 5 days paid in the public service, as well as 5 personal day leave, 3 of which would be paid. Those are major changes that will make life better for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, touching on veterans, very important topic for me, of course. My riding has the largest number of veterans and military in the country per capita. Mr. Speaker, about 23% are veterans. And we have introduced the option pension for life, Mr. Speaker. They had a lump sum we've introduced. They can still have the lump sum, but they have now the option of a pension for life where, depending on their on their pain and suffering, they can have up to $1,150 a month. If they have additional pain and suffering, it can be another $1,500 a month, Mr. Speaker, and it can be also a salary replacement up to 90%, Mr. Speaker. That is what our government is doing to support our veterans and their families. And I know, and I'm circling around my riding, how important it is for these veterans to have access, of course, to that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to talk about the Veterans ID card. This Veteran ID card, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, I still have trouble. When veterans tell me the story, it's painful. That the Harper government, the former government, cut the ID card for veterans. Now, if anyone can help me understand that, please do so, because that is amazing. But what our government has just introduced is a new ID card, Mr. Speaker. A new ID card, Mr. Speaker, that will have their photo on it, that will have their ranking on it, Mr. Speaker, that will have their service records and their service number. Mr. Speaker, this is not only for recognizing their service and their hard work and what they do for Canadians, but this will also help them access programs and services, which is extremely important. Talking about now the women, we've invested in the new entrepreneur strategy for supporting women in the industry. Mr. Speaker, we've invested $1.65 billion over 3 years for new financing opportunities for women in the industry, and we've also invested $150 million to regional tailoring of the needs in rural communities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, you also find in the Budget Implementation Act 2, which is extremely important, is the pay equity. And when the opposition talk about the 400 pages, it's because 200 pages alone is talking about pay equity, and that's all the consultation we've done. And Mr. Speaker, our government will bring legislation forward in the very near future in this area. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say that the riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, the province of Nova Scotia will greatly benefit by many of the investment. But talk about the rural broadband, internet connection for rural communities, essential if we're going to allow those communities to prosper and to grow. And we've seen also the investment in home care, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and mental health. Those are big investments that will help Canadians, but will help Nova Scotians and will help the people in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. And in 2 areas we've supported as well families with challenges in dementia, of course, which is a very challenging one, and autism. We've seen some investment in those areas as well. Mr. Speaker, this is moving forward. This is a strong budget that we're implementing here, Budget Implementation Act 2, which is consistent with the other budgets that we've brought forward. And I'm very pleased to be a member on this side of the House, supporting Canadians, supporting middle class, supporting veterans, supporting families, youth, etc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm always glad to stand up when our colleague from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake stands up and gives one of those great bombastic speeches as he usually does. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason why that member is very excited about this government, because I will remind this House and Canadians that are watching that it was his family that received a lucrative surf clam quota from the former fisheries minister. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. That then had to be reversed. Mr. Speaker, I will offer this, that it was not this government that introduced the Veterans ID card. It was our honourable colleague, the former Minister of Veterans, the member from Durham, that is sitting here and is actually going to give a great speech coming up, and I know he'll have something to say about that. But, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague how he has any ability to stand in this House and trumpet the talking points with that when he shamefully was part of one of the biggest clam scams in our Canadian history. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not sure if my colleague doesn't he really knows what a clam looks like, but he keeps talking about them anyway, so it gives him something to talk about. Too bad his constituency don't have the opportunity to hear about other important issues for Canadians. Because the middle class, he could be talking about the child care benefit and how much money his families are receiving in his riding, where my riding of Sagamore-Preston-Chesapeake, we are benefiting by $5.2 million a month, $60 million a year. What the ID card was eliminated by the Harper government is sad, and I don't understand it, and nor do Canadian, nor do veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Chair. My colleague knows the concerns that I may have about our important role in reducing poverty throughout the country. Despite the Canada Child Benefit, there are still 1.2 million poor children in Canada. 38% of Indigenous children live in poverty, and these statistics haven't changed over the past 10 years. We saw a 2000 campaign with 100 national organizations, provincial and territorial ones, and they have told us that the government's targets are not ambitious enough. We want to solve problems for 2030, but it's not happening fast enough because in 2030 these children will no longer be children. The BIA has no concrete action to go even further to reduce poverty. With concrete action, we need ambitious targets and actions to reduce child poverty. The Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston-Cheska. Thank you very much, Chair, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question. It's an important one. As a government, we've done a lot to reduce poverty. We still haven't succeeded in doing that, but I would be open to any suggestion. CCB is a very important part of this reduction. It's allowed us to build homes and centers for families who are struggling. It's another important investment. And what's also in the budget is the Canada Workers Benefit. It'll allow 300,000 Canadians access the middle class. And this will also probably help to reduce poverty as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We just have time for a quick question and comment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. It's important to look at what's been done in Quebec. So when we share parental leave, a second parent can have 5 or 8 additional weeks leave. And we know this has an impact on women's participation in the workforce, and there should be a better sharing of responsibility. And I would like to know what my colleague thinks about this measure, which is quite important and which has worked in Quebec. And I'm very proud that our government is implementing this throughout the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and also for his work that he has done quite directly to boost the economy with a budget that has very important projects. And what he's just mentioned right now increases flexibility for families. It would allow them to share their parental leave so that they can be closer to their families. And it's another way to show how our government is going even further and further to help young children, families, and families who are struggling. And it gives them the flexibility they knew they need to succeed. Thank you.
Debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West in respect to asbestos, and the Honourable Member for Drummond regarding the environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak once more on the Budget Implementation Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I was sitting outside and my good old friend John sitting over there, he said, you know, he told me, you know, let me remind you that there are dark clouds in the liberal sunshine environment, as they said during the election time, the dark clouds. However, Mr. Speaker, there's one little issue that I want to bring up that really bothers me. What happened yesterday when the Prime Minister went in front of a school and talked about to the students. And let me quote what he said. He said opposition parties like to shout at respectful liberals, Mr. Speaker. Respectful liberals, Mr. Speaker. What bothers me is this, Mr. Speaker. I am profiled in the grade 9 high school book in Alberta to talk about democracy. And I go to schools, to students, and I talk about our great democracy, how this country is run. I never run down anybody, Mr. Speaker. I say we all equally are here in this chamber to talk about what is issues for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is the chamber where we have democracy running, Mr. Speaker. And yet, the Prime Minister of this country goes to a school and partisanly tells a student that the Liberals are respectful and the opposition is not respectful. May I remind the Prime Minister that if I recall correctly, that seat at the far end is where he first entered into this House as a member of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. So now suddenly he thinks that that side is respectful. And what, Mr. Speaker, do you think you should impart this knowledge to young students? Mr. Mr. Speaker? Shameful, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's talk about the dark clouds, Mr. Speaker. Splitting your time. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to tell you, I am splitting my time with my great friend from my Irish friend with both O's, you know, from Durham, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds that we're talking about of the Liberal government since they've come here, and I do notice one thing. The last speaker was talking about the veteran cards, Speaker. The veteran cards, as my other colleague has just pointed out, was brought forward by this government, Mr. Speaker. Not also that, Mr. Speaker. They talk about my former colleague here, who was the former trade minister, Mr. Speaker. He went through and he signed all the legwork for the trade agreements that this government signed, Mr. Speaker, and they want to take credit for that. Very interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the word Harper has become so common in this chamber. I hear more word about Harper than when Mr. Harper was the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Every minute they keep talking about Harper. They forget that they've been in the government for 3.5 years, Mr. Speaker. It was very interesting today to also note, you know, that the NDP too, one of my colleague, my good friend from Vancouver said, you know, the Liberals are worse than Harper, you know. So imagine, Harper is a great word in this House, Mr. Speaker. But talking about their record, Mr. Speaker, the record is terrible, Mr. Speaker. It is terrible. As I said during my leadership race, that, you know, the deficit, Mr. Speaker, is in the blood. Deficit in the blood of the Trudeaus, Mr. Speaker. Whenever they come into power, we'll end up having strong deficit and deficit balance, Mr. Speaker. Our debt keeps rising. Our debt keeps rising, as was pointed out, that they increased the debt by $60 billion. Who's going to pay for that, Mr. Speaker? As it has already been pointed out. So where does the thing stand today in this dark cloud, Mr. Speaker? In this country, Madam Speaker, since they have come to power, Mr. Speaker, they have come to power, you know, the business environment, as the last member was saying, is great. Is not great, Mr. Speaker. The business environment today is what is causing a serious concern to the Canadians about their jobs, about the welfare of the children, about health care. It is a serious concern. When disasters of handling of the Trans-Canada pipeline, Mr. Speaker, and the bill that is coming here that will stop pipeline being built under regulatory regime, Mr. Speaker, that is going to take away investors away from this country. And south of us, Mr. Speaker, remember, we share a very long border, we share an integrated economy, and if south of the border creates a business environment that is far more appealing to investors, then money flows south, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's not talk about money. It talks about jobs. Jobs flow south, Mr. Speaker. And that is where the danger is, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let me say that when we were in the government, and my friend sitting right next to you was the Minister of State for Finance, I checked with him, and, Mr. Speaker, we introduced, what do we call, the regulatory process in which, Mr. Speaker, we had to look at how a regulatory process in this country stifles competitors in this country. And to do that, they've set up to say that we need to find out how many regulatory processes are in this country. Now, let me just go back and relate my own example with my son, that we have started going into an agriculture business. He wanted to go, and he's still going with my grandson. And we tied up with farmers in Oyan, in my colleague's riding, to go and export, Mr. Speaker, agricultural products. We are still mired in regulatory reforms, Madam Speaker. It is not an ease of business to do that. It has taken 1.5 years, and we are still in the process trying to make all the regulatory conditions that are laid out across this country, Mr. Speaker. So the point that is really important out here is to say, and today, if you ask the government how many regulations are there, which they're supposed to know, they won't be able to answer that question. They don't know. They don't. If you don't know, how are you going to reduce the regulations? How? How are you going to reduce the regulations, you see? So even there, they cannot do this thing. And yet they say that we have policies here that are going as helping business environment grow. Well, Madam Speaker, I come from Alberta. There is a big concern in reference to what this government is doing to the economy of Alberta, irrespective of the fact that the Minister of Natural Resources from Alberta, but we do not see any kind of action coming along from this government. Now they said they're going to put carbon tax. We are 1.6% polluting the population. 1.6% of the pollutants in the global economy, Mr. Speaker. Carbon footprint. Yet we are the country that is putting carbon tax burden on Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And like everybody has pointed out to this government, that it is a tax grab. So now I just hear this thing here, read this morning, that because they announced that they're going to give money back, the carbon money back to the people, well, people say, okay, it won't impact me. So how is the habits going to change for them if they're going to get the money back? Oh, I was just enjoying myself. So you just told me 2 minutes? Oh, man. I'm just enjoying that. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, let me say this, the carbon tax is a tax grab, as everybody says. We need to have the environment of economy moving forward, Mr. Speaker, which this government is failing to do because they seem to be having priorities that do not address the main concerns of the Canadians, which is jobs, Mr. Speaker, health care, Mr. Speaker, future for the children, Speaker. That is the, and of course, these good statements that are made by the government, and of course, everybody has pointed out, when the government says, trust me, that is like the Nigerian prince, as they said, saying.
The check is in the mail.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me say, more and more Canadians are coming along and saying they are not trusting this government. No chance of this. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say a few of my words out here, Mr. Speaker. But we are concerned, Mr. Speaker. We are concerned that dark clouds in the sunshine environment of the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Good job. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. It's interesting to note that he talked about the Harper record, so I'd like to go on that topic of his speech. Is he aware that Stephen Harper for a decade had the lowest levels of growth in 69 years? That it had the worst job creation since 1946? That it grew exports by a meager 0.3%, which is the worst in post-war history. Meanwhile, the top 1%, he was the best for the top 1%. He managed to foster inequalities like it's nobody's business, Mr. Speaker. Compare and contrast to our government, where in the last 3 years, we've had the strongest growth last year in the G7. The OECD this summer has come out with a report saying that Canadian families by this time next year will be $2,000 better off than they were under the Conservative government. 500,000 jobs full-time created in the last 3 years. How can he not see that for a decade Stephen Harper was the emperor with no clothes, that this government has taken real actions that has helped the middle class and helped our economy grow and prosper for everyone? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, this is a new member who has come in the House 3 years ago, and he's trying to talk about our record 10 years ago. I do not know where he was in 2008 when the whole world went into recession, Mr. Speaker. We don't live in a separate island. The whole world went into recession, and because it was our economic management of that, Mr. Speaker, we did not have to bail banks out of it, and we survived that recession. And that was to the good management of the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, not this thing. And to let him tell him that, Mr. Speaker, as I said, my former trade minister, he is the one that laid the groundwork for CETA and for TPP that they are signing, and they are now trying to take credit, Mr. Speaker. It was this government that did it, and whatever they are reaping is based on what we did it, Mr. Speaker, before they came into power. Mr. Speaker, we are very well known for managing our economy very well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member across the way shouldn't try to rewrite history. You have to remember, Stephen Harper inherited billions of dollars of a surplus. And even before the recession came into being, that surplus was wiped out and turned into a massive billion-dollar-plus deficit, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have been in power for about 40%, 38% of the last 150 years, yet they've accumulated 75% of Canada's debt. Why should a Government of Canada, Liberal Party, listen to Conservatives who have been absolute total failure when it comes to managing Canada's economy?
Honourable member for Calgary Forest
talking about. This is the government that got down $40 billion of deficit, Mr. Speaker. This is the government that when we left the office, we had a balanced budget, not $60 billion of deficit that he's talking about. It was this government that did it, and I remember that office, that member sitting over there, and then he was spouting all these things, Mr. Speaker, and none of the ideas came through. Let me remind him one thing. He used to say that the budget implementation, there's too many pages. Let me remind him that right now, their budget implementation day is 800 pages, Mr. Speaker, that we can't do it. So what is he talking about? He should look at the mirror, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To my friend from Winnipeg, I had the honour of working in the oil sands prior to my time in Parliament, and it was just a hive of economic activity. And I've heard now that the camps in the region I was working in are all closed down and employment is way down. I was also on the Environment Committee when Bill C-69 was debated, and I thank my honourable colleague for bringing up the regulatory process. In fact, that bill is shutting down the Canadian economy right now. The resource industry is 20% of the Canadian economy and a big part of most pension funds. That's what the people across the way forget. Senior citizens, pensioners, investment funds all rely on the oil sands and the energy industry. In the testimony in C-69, Chris Bloomer from the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association said, quote, Canada has a toxic regulatory environment, and that is why investment in this country is declining. Can my friend from Calgary talk about the effects of the regulatory environment on the Alberta energy industry and the ripple effect across the country?
For Calgary Forest Lawn.
Speaker, I want to thank my member, my colleague, for raising such a good point, Mr. Speaker. Only we were there last week ago. The whole oil industry has come out. The whole government of Alberta, even the NDP government of Alberta has said that C-69 is a disaster for the country, Mr. Speaker. And we are talking about the NDP government here. We are not even talking about this thing. So does that not tell something to this government that their C-69 is an absolute disaster for this country, Mr. Speaker, because that regulations will stifle the energy sector in this country, Mr. Speaker. We should look.
And resuming debates, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Dean of our caucus, longest-serving member from Calgary, who has been outraged on a few occasions by Liberal mismanagement of the economy. And that's what I'm going to spend a few minutes on in my remarks today, Mr. Speaker, on Bill C-86, the Budget Implementation Act. There's a few aspects I'm going to go through that should concern all Canadians, the biggest of which is the uncompetitiveness of our economy and how we are not ready for a global downturn. And many of the decisions of this government are putting us on a very, very precarious footing ahead of what could be uncertain times. And in fact, concerns I have related to the debt levels, record debt under this government, and record deficits in a positive time of economic growth. I've called the Liberal track record on debt and deficits the Liberal double-double. You know, most Canadians are seeing the cost of their double-double going up when they think of Tim Hortons. The Liberal double-double is deficit and debt, Mr. Speaker. And what's crazy about it, it's being fueled even with a roaring economy and despite the fact the Liberals are raising taxes countless times, making us uncompetitive. They're taking more money from Canadians, yet they still can't even balance the budget, Mr. Speaker. But because this is a budget implementation bill, and because my friend, the member from Winnipeg North, the deputy House leader of the Liberal Party is here, I want to remind him of the fact that when he says things in the House, that will come back to haunt him. I've mentioned many occasions in the previous government when, as a Liberal opposition member, he would almost howl at the moon, Mr. Speaker. It's the day after Halloween, so I think he would howl about the use of time allocation or omnibus legislation. He called them assaults on democracy several times. He's given me so much material, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to keep the member from Winnipeg North on his toes. So I'm actually choosing a quote from this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, with respect to his comments. As a government member, he said this, Mr. Speaker, I quote, on June 5th, 2017, member after member has talked about this particular bill being an omnibus bill. Again, when I was standing up, the member made reference to some of my quotes. They were not 300-page documents. They were more like 600-page or 900-page documents, which affected laws that had nothing to do with the budget. End quote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. This budget implementation bill is 850 pages, Mr. Speaker. So it fits right in the sweet spot that he said was outrageous in the previous government, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's at the upper range of the outrageous levels he was even talking about earlier in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. It's amazing, and it is chock full of things that have nothing to do with the budget. In fact, my friends recognize the fact the Liberal member from Sackville, Musquodoboit, Eastern Shore was quoting the veteran ID bill, or the veteran ID card that I announced as minister, Mr. Speaker. The extension of the NDI 75 card and making sure that all veterans got it, not just serving after 10 years, Mr. Speaker. I was proud to make that announcement in Fredericton alongside my good friend from the Canadian Armed Forces and Royal Military College, Brian MacDonald. He was an MLA in New Brunswick, and I thank him for his service in uniform and in the Assembly in New Brunswick. We announced that, Mr. Speaker. We were there. I can send the minister the picture of the cards we were holding up, Mr. Speaker. But that's in the budget implementation bill. So I think when the member from Winnipeg North rises to ask me a question or comment, which he's likely to do, statistically it shows he will likely get up, Mr. Speaker, I would like him to apologize to the chamber for feigned outrage in this place over the very type of omnibus legislation he's now being tasked by Mr. Butts and the Prime Minister's office to defend. Even at 850-plus pages, Mr. Speaker, it's at the outer range of what he said was clearly unacceptable. But beyond that, let's get back to the double-double of the Liberal Party, the debt and deficits. $60 billion of debt accumulated by this government in good economic times in 3 years, Mr. Speaker. In a positive economy where there's economic growth, that is a Canadian record. They should not be proud of that record, Mr. Speaker, because that debt and the deficits they're running on an annual basis are future taxes for my children, Mr. Speaker. They are spending recklessly at a time they should be putting some away for the looming clouds on the horizon, Mr. Speaker. They are not. And virtually none of it was the infrastructure money they promised, Mr. Speaker. You'll recall in the last election when the member from Papineau changed his fundamental economic views halfway through an election to outfox the NDP. He started the election by saying, we're the party of Paul Martin and balanced budgets, and then midway through he said, no, we're going to run deficits, Mr. Speaker. But don't worry, Canadians, no more than $10 billion and we'll be in balance by 2019. All of that was out the window within 3 months, Mr. Speaker. They have run deficits in the $20 billion or $20 billion plus range every single year. And what's more egregious, Mr. Speaker, they received $20 billion last year in extra revenues because the economy is strong, because the Conservative Party put it on a footing that when the American economy recovered, which it has, we would be booming again. So when they quote how Canada's growth was tepid during the global recession, go and see how our G7 allies were doing. We were the only one with a balanced budget, the only one that balanced their budget without raising taxes. We lowered taxes, Mr. Speaker, and even the tax reduction of the small business rate that we had planned to 9%, they canceled it at first, Mr. Speaker. Right. And now they praise it as if they're returning it to a level we had pledged it to go to back in 2014, Mr. Speaker. So it's almost comical to hear members of the Liberal Party talk about the budget, about competitiveness, and about debt and deficits, because their policy and their underlying philosophy changes by the moment, Mr. Speaker, all based on opportunity for a photograph and the hope that they can grow the economy from the heart outward. Remember that one, Mr. Speaker? The budget will balance itself, and we will grow the economy from the heart outward, Mr. Speaker. Tell that to the Alberta oil patch worker, Mr. Speaker, or the engineer or geologist who are out of work, or property companies that now see vacancy rates in Alberta high because they have botched the resource economy, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Canadians they've failed the most on the resource economy are our Indigenous peoples. In fact, the cancellation of the Northern Gateway pipeline, Mr. Speaker, that was a one-third owned pipeline. One-third owned. And our country has a commitment to make sure First Nations, Inuit, play a role in our economy and benefit directly, Mr. Speaker, and they would have with Northern Gateway. They cancelled that on a whim, brought in C-69, which led to the cancellation of Energy East, and then they were forced to buy Trans Mountain when the company was leaving Canada. Why were they leaving Canada, Mr. Speaker? Because we're not competitive. In fact, Jack Mintz, the leading tax authority in Canada, warned of a competitive tsunami, Mr. Speaker. That is his quote. Why? Because in 3 years, while racking up $60 billion in debt for our children and grandchildren, they have raised taxes on everyone. They've raised personal income taxes, they've raised corporate income taxes, they have raised payroll taxes, they have introduced a carbon tax, all in the middle of good economic times, Mr. Speaker. And in the last year, the United States is going in the opposite direction. This is why there's a competitive risk, all due to their mismanagement of the economy. Don't just believe myself or Jack Mintz, Mr. Speaker. What does Douglas Porter, the chief economist of BMO, the Bank of Montreal, say? He, quote, I think Canada has a very weak competitive position. I think we're going to get crushed in the next recession, end quote, Mr. Speaker. Crushed, why? Because they've squandered the opportunity of good times, Mr. Speaker. They have put us on an uncompetitive footing so that our small businesses are going to be paying a carbon tax that they're emitting large emitters from, Mr. Speaker. They're making suburban commuters in Whitby, in Ajax, in Pickering, in Uxbridge, in Peterborough, pay for their schemes that they've even acknowledged, the parliamentary secretary acknowledged, will make businesses uncompetitive and will not lower emissions, Mr. Speaker. So the very fact that our future competitiveness is hanging in the balance should concern Canadians. it should also concern them that this budget bill doesn't address the underpinnings of that competitive disadvantage and our problems getting projects like pipelines done, Mr. Speaker. I'd like them to stand in this House and put forward a plan to get our resources to market.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. No.
Minister of Justice.
I'm sorry, yes. I know there was a change there. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While it's always entertaining to hear my friend opposite in the House of Commons, owing to his experience in this chamber, I just want to put out a couple of just factoids for him. That how exactly would he purport to explain to this House that he's lamented the fact of our economic record compared to the Americans. We have the fastest growing GDP in the entire G7, which includes the Americans. He's lamented the ability for our policies to generate economic growth in this country. We just saw the largest single foreign investment in Canadian history in the LNG facility on the West Coast, $40 billion. And he put out a proposition for Canadians to understand the double-double. What I would say to him is actually the 540. And the 5 is the 500,000 jobs we've created, and the 40 is the lowest joblessness rate in 40 years in this country. If you could perhaps respond to those facts for the benefit of the House. Thank you.
Well, member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for letting me provide an opportunity to talk about how proper budgeting and planning for the future happens. What was remarkable about the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, was despite the fact there was a global recession, the worst since the 1930s, Stephen Harper did not want to raise taxes because we wanted to draw investment and jobs even away from the United States, which was sputtering at the time. We did that. We didn't raise taxes on households either. We lowered taxes. In fact, we made small and medium-sized businesses the core of our economy, which is why almost 2/3 of Canadians work for those people that are now being taxed by the carbon tax by this government. And what is remarkable, we balanced the budget despite stimulus spending in the global recession of 2008-2009. Stephen Harper and the Conservatives had a plan to get to balance by 2014-2015, which we did, Mr. Speaker. Even their own documents, they've changed the accounting rules to try and suggest we didn't balance the budget. Balancing the budget and putting us on a competitive footing so that when the American economy recovered, which it has in the last few years, we've benefited. I think that member owes Stephen Harper a thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Durham for his impassioned speech. And in it, he referenced the fact that this House on Monday received a document 850 pages long with literally thousands of clauses and subclauses to deal with budget matters, the guts of how we regulate our economy and other matters. Of course, it's not just that, it's an omnibus bill covering much more. They say that a budget is the truest reflection of a government's priorities. I haven't got a clue what they are, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask him through you whether or not he shares my concern that as a parliamentarian, we can't do our job when we're given a bill 850 pages in length on Monday and on Thursday are asked to dissect it. How can we possibly do our job as parliamentarians?
Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend, the MP from Victoria. We are the class of 2012, and were elected in the month of November back then, and he's become a very good friend since. He spoke about priorities, and it reminded me of what a former Liberal leader said in a famous leadership debate. Do you think it's easy to make priorities? Remember, Mr. Dion said that, Mr. Speaker? He's right. In this omnibus bill, we see them meandering, to use a term that the Public Safety Minister has used to evade some of our questions in the Norman affair. They're meandering around the real issues. The real issues here is we need to make sure our small and medium-sized businesses are competitive. The carbon tax is not going to do that. We need to make sure that seniors on fixed incomes, suburban commuters have the ability to work and have life affordable, Mr. Speaker. I don't see that in this document. He also pointed out the omnibus bill, the 850 pages, which the Liberals decried in opposition, but now seem to relish in government, Mr. Speaker. The good thing, a year from now, there will be an opportunity to change. I think the government will see the Conservatives back on that side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really hoping that this will just be a notice and we'll find a way forward. But
an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-85, an act to amend the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act and to make related amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Mr. Speaker, also, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice from the Honourable Government House Leader. The time has expired for questions and comments. There was only just about 30 seconds left, so we'll have to go on to resuming debate. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Richmond Hill. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today as the Member of Parliament for Parkdale High Park and speak on behalf of my constituents in support of Bill C-86, legislation that will entrench, among other things, pay equity throughout federally regulated workplaces in this country. My constituents in Parkdale High Park are dedicated advocates for women's rights. They include many who work hard in the federal civil service, in Crown corporations, in the transport sector, banking and telecommunications companies, as well as the Armed Forces of Canada. Women whose request is very simple: equal pay for work of equal value. This is not a complicated ask, Mr. Speaker. This is not a controversial ask. It is an ask simply for fairness, an ask to be treated equally. This is what Bill C-86 will deliver: equal pay for work of equal value. It will deliver, at long last, a system that compensates women in federally regulated industries at the same level as men. My constituents in Parkdale High Park deserve no less, Mr. Speaker. The women in this country who've been fighting for equality for so long deserve no less. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, this is not a zero-sum game. When women receive the salaries they have deserved for so long, this does not come at the expense of men. To the contrary, Mr. Speaker, men and women both gain when salaries are paid equally. Canada benefits when fairness applies throughout our federally regulated industries. Indeed, pay equity will spur economic growth in which all of us will share. Let's start with where we are now, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, women earn 31% less than men. Extensive research has shown that women with the same experience, the same socioeconomic and demographic background, earn approximately $7,200 less than their male counterparts on an annual basis. Mr. Speaker, years of inaction in the field of gender equality have only compounded the problem. Policies implemented a decade ago are now outdated and limit our potential to effectively include women in our nation's growth. Our government is committed to change this, and that is why we are moving forward with proactive pay equity legislation through Bill C-86. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty straightforward to get a basic grasp of how flawed the current system of pay equity in Canada actually is. For example, the model we currently use is based on responding to complaints. This has proven to be ineffective for current times because it puts the onus on workers to challenge pay discrimination. Bill C-86 will remove the complaint-based reactive system and will replace it with a new regime that is proactive and that will place responsibility on employers to ensure their compensation practices are balanced. Second, as an additional obligation, this legislation will require federally regulated public and private sector employers to establish and maintain a pay equity plan. This is because we understand the necessity to redress the systemic gender-based discrimination experienced by employees who occupy positions in predominantly female job classes. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-86 lays out two sets of requirements, one for employers with between 10 and 99 employees, and one for workplaces with 100 or more employees. According to this bill, federally regulated public and private entities will be obliged to set out specific timelines for implementation and do a compulsory review of their pay equity strategies. The bill will also permit the government to apply accountability measures to ensure the compensation practices are consistent with the new requirements. Further, Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation will require federally regulated employers across the banking, transport, and telecommunications sectors, for example, to review their pay equity plans every 5 years to ensure that pay gaps have not surfaced since the plan first came into effect. If a pay gap has been created, the employer will be expected to retroactively pay those female employees who are making less than they deserved. I want to turn now to a third important component in Bill C-86. The bill will create the position of a pay equity commissioner and will have a professional team to assist in enforcing the new approaches to pay equity entrenched in the legislation. This pay equity commissioner, Mr. Speaker, will facilitate the resolution of disputes, conduct compliance audits, and investigate objections and complaints. The pay equity commissioner will have the means to impose fines should an employer be found to not be paying its employees equally. And he or she will then report annually to Parliament on the administration and enforcement of this legislation. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-86 will establish pay equity standards from the Prime Minister's office to all parliamentary workplaces throughout Canada. This is part of our whole of government approach to addressing gender inequality. Through this bill, for example, we are formalizing our commitment to promote gender equality and increase participation of women in the labour force by establishing concrete reporting requirements for analysing budgets through a gender lens. As a Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, I'm also proud of the whole of government work we've done under the Minister of Justice and the Department of Justice to ensure that a gender lens is applied to efforts to increase access to justice and legal reform. Bill C-78 is a case in point, Mr. Speaker. That bill, as part of our whole-of-government approach towards gender, takes specific aim at the plight of middle-class women struggling to access spousal and child support that they are owed after a marital breakdown. Via Bill C-78, we are taking steps to facilitate accessing information about a former spouse's assets via the Canada Revenue Agency and their records. That will prevent spouses from hiding assets and ensure that more women are paid the spousal and child support they rightly deserve, Mr. Speaker. And I say women in this context because we know that in this country over $1 billion is owed in enforcement arrears to those owed spousal and child support. And we also know that among the entire group who are in an enforcement arrears situation, 96% of the people owed money are women who are owed money by men. I outlined this example of C-78 as just a further example of the whole-of-government approach we've taken on this side of the chamber in terms of our approach to addressing gender inequity. Bill C-86 is clearly an example of such legislation. It will make the status of women a full department, Mr. Speaker, called the Department of Women and Gender Equality, or WAGE, W-A-G-E. Mr. Speaker, it's well established that gender equality creates economic growth, and thus entrenching the Department of Women and Gender Equality will strengthen our capacity to advance gender equality and grow the middle class through policy, programming, and the support of equality-seeking organizations and community partners. The mandate of this new department will further, this formalized department will further promote gender equality by breaking down barriers in respect of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Status of Women has been working on the issue of pay inequity for decades, but Bill C-86 will secure the department's place as a centre of gender expertise. It will recognise its work as a driver of economic growth and make it less vulnerable to alteration without widespread public debate and discourse. In addition, we are determined to formalise this new department to ensure that no future government ever questions again the importance of equal pay for work of equal value in Canadian society. As I mentioned at the very outset, Mr. Speaker, pay equity is not a zero-sum game. Giving to one gender is not about taking from another. To the very contrary, pay inequity that has persisted for so long is actually limiting our growth. It is damaging to the development of our nation. I know this, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Parkdale High Park know this. Our government knows this. The 2017 Global Gender Gap Report from the World Economic Forum substantiated that it will take approximately 217 years to close the economic gender gap worldwide if present trends were allowed to continue. They will not be allowed to continue, not under our government's watch, Mr. Speaker. It is essential for us to implement policies that will remove barriers that prevent women in the labour force from being fairly compensated for their work. it is critical that the Government of Canada uphold the basic principles of equality and fairness and continue to build a country and an economy that works for all genders. From appointing the first gender-balanced federal cabinet and the first federal minister fully dedicated to gender issues, to tabling Canada's first ever budget analyzed through a gender-based lens, to launching Canada's first ever strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence, to an unparalleled focus on women and girls in our international development assistance, our government has demonstrated that it is committed to advancing gender equality within Canada and around the world. Mr. Speaker, pay equity for women is long overdue. I'm proud to support this bill, and I encourage every one of my colleagues in this chamber to do the very same. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Given my colleague's speech, I just wonder if he did advocate for a gender-based analysis on the closure of the immigration office in Vegreville, which was done without consultation, without an economic impact assessment, and in fact will cost millions more to be relocated in Edmonton. The reason I ask that, of course, is because nearly 80% of the employees are women, and now they are in some cases having to drive to Edmonton, and others not being able to make that work. The impact on the community is wide-ranging throughout the school system, for kids, for charitable organizations, for the multiple small businesses and farms that are owned by the women who work in those offices. And so I'd just like to ask if he insisted on that when he defended that decision, and if he didn't, how he could be so hypocritical giving this speech today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I thank the member for her question, and she will know that all of the government's decisions across every department since we've taken office have been subjected to a gender-based analysis and a gender equity lens. And that means including decisions that relate to the Vegreville processing centre that was located in her riding. And what I would also emphasize for the member opposite is that on a macro approach, as I mentioned, a whole-of-government approach, all of our decisions, including the decisions taken at immigration, have an impact on women and a positive impact. Let me list some of them. Speeding up spousal sponsorships so that spouses are reunited within 1 year. Reunifying families so that people are reunified with their children. Thirdly, bringing in Yazidi refugees, including Yazidi women who have been victimized by Daesh. We have brought in 1,200. The previous government brought in 3.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague over on the other side. In this bill, there's new measures that were not mentioned in the budget that was published out last February, and such as amending the Bankruptcy Act and the Company Credit Arrangement Act that basically would protect commercial license holders and corporations. I don't know where that came from and why it's in this bill. There's never been discussion on it, and I didn't even know there was a problem. However, what was mentioned in the budget, though, was protecting the Canadian pensions, and amendments would have to be made to the Bankruptcy Act on that, but it's been omitted in the bill. So, through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my friend is, why is the government amending the Bankruptcy Act for companies, but not for protecting pensions that was mentioned in the budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
So I thank the member opposite for his question. And what I can say to him is that our government treats as a significant priority the issue of pensions and retirement security and seniors in this country. We've recently appointed a minister for seniors within the last 2 months. We have worked very hard over the last 2 years in terms of pension reform, specifically addressing the gaps in the CPP and ensuring that it will be sustainable for the future. In terms of what we were doing for seniors, we have reduced the age of retirement from 67 down to 65. 67 was the target for the previous government, and we've increased the GIS to take low-income seniors out of poverty. These are tangibly demonstrate our commitment to retirement security and pension security for the seniors in this country.
Question commentaire. La députée de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that pay equity is an important matter. The Parliamentary Secretary chose to speak of the subject for his speech. Every step towards pay equity is important. But my question is, if it is so important, why wait 3 years? And why drown this important matter in an omnibus bill that has 850 pages? Why not establish an independent bill so that we can take the time? Especially since earlier, the leader of the government in the House of Commons said that there's going to be time allocation again on such an important matter. Why not take the time to truly discuss the issue, to set the question aside, isolate it in order for it to be its own bill, so that it's not drowned? Let's take the time to discuss this very important matter. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. I appreciate the question of my colleague on the other side, and I can say two things. First of all, yes, it took time. But we made a promise during the election campaign. The minister made a promise here in this House. We are here because we conducted a study. We held consultations all over the country. And after those consultations, we set up a bill that is what we have before us. Also, the question, why is it in a budget bill? Why is it not separated? In my opinion, the budget includes the big priorities for this government. If we find pay equity in a bill that intends to implement the budget, it means that we have prioritized this matter to such an extent that it's part of the budget and it's part of a confidence question for the government. It's part of confidence in our economy.
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to address this chamber on the provisions of C-86, amending the Canada Business Corporation Act, or CBCA, and my support on the bill C-86. Mr. Speaker, corporations are a pillar of economy. Despite drastic changes to the marketplace, they remain engines of economic growth, innovation, and jobs. In almost all cases, corporations serve the legitimate commercial purpose of their owners, the vast majority of whom are hardworking Canadians. In particular, corporations are conduit through which individuals can make strategic investments and take calculated risk without jeopardizing their personal financial security and that of their families. This in return helps ensure the free flow of commerce, innovation, employment, and prosperity. Even though the word corporation tends to make us think of multinational companies headquartered in giant office towers, the reality is that most of corporations are small businesses with relatively simple ownership and governance structure. Mr. Speaker, I owned one of those prior to becoming a member of Parliament in Richmond Hill, and 85% of the small businesses in my riding could fit into that model very well. Unfortunately, as with many things, it is also possible for few ill-intentioned individuals to use corporations for improper or illegal ends. For example, an individual could attempt to hide illicit activities such as money laundering, tax evasion, or even terrorist financing by concealing these activities within the operation of legally separate and distinct corporation entity with a Bisonite ownership structure. Needless to say, any abuse of this sort in Canada harms Canada's reputation as a safe, fair, and competitive place for doing business, and casts the exceedingly far greater number of legitimate Canadians' businesses in an unjust light. I'm sure that we are all aware of the recent reports about snowwashing, the practice of using Canada as a base for corporate criminals' activities, hiding behind our country's solid international standing. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is committed to curbing and deterring this type of abuse. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a member of Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, an intergovernmental body that has set standard on transparency for corporate control and beneficial ownership, that is, those who truly and ultimately own or control businesses, no matter what intermediary they may have in place. The FATF standards require that appropriate authorities have timely access to accurate and current information about who ultimately owns, and controls in order to combat those criminal activities that can be perpetrated through the misuse of corporation and their ownership structures. While we have made important efforts to curb these bad practices through our financial and taxation regime, neither our federal corporate statute, the CBCA, nor its provincial and territorial counterparts require corporations to assemble information about their beneficial ownership. It is important that we reinforce our effort in other areas with these changes to the corporate statutes. I mentioned the provincial and territorial law just now. You see, Mr. Speaker, incorporation is an area of responsibility divided between two levels of government. And it so happens that the vast majority of the Canadian corporations, some 90% approximately, are incorporated at the provincial and territorial level, leaving only some 10% of the business incorporated federally under the CBCA. The provincial and territorial corporate law under which those 90% fall are very similar in substance to the CBCA, but Parliament cannot alter them. This means that any effort to correct the gap in corporate law has to be a team effort. The government must collaborate with the 13 provincial and territorial jurisdictions to make similar improvement in each respective stage. Otherwise, we run the risk of asymmetrical regulation that can be exploited by wrongdoers. Mr. Speaker, our 2017 budget recognized this, calling for collaboration between the levels of government to devise a strategy to shore up and strengthen our corporate landscape. And collaborate they did. Mr. Speaker, a working group representing all 14 Canadian jurisdictions gave us an exemplary model of intergovernmental cooperation over many months, overcoming the idiosyncrasies of different legislations and operations to put together a viable plan to take an important first step in bringing more transparency to Canadian corporate structures. Following on from the recommendations of the working group, in December 2017, all of the Canadians' finance minister agreed in principle to pursue legislative amendments to their corporate laws with a view to putting them in place by the summer of 2019. These changes will require corporations to hold accurate, up-to-date information on their beneficial owners. Our 2018 budget formalized this commitment at the federal level. That brings us to the proposed amendment before us today. This would only affect the CBCA, of course, but given the finance minister's agreement, we expect the provinces and territories to follow suit in amending their constituent corporate statutes. What this bill proposes, Mr. Speaker, is for privately held corporations to compile a list of those individuals who exercise significant control over them, whether through direct ownership, beneficial ownership, or other means. The law will set out criteria for who falls into these classes of significant control, principally by way of thresholds as to how many and what kind of shares can individuals control. Corporations will need to find some basic information about those individuals, some demographic data, and how and when with respect to the exercise of control. They will take this information and put it in a register that they store in their corporate books, similar to what they do for their own shareholder information. I would like to emphasize again that these new measures will only apply to privately held corporations. Publicly traded corporations already make numerous filings that promote transparency under provincial security rule or stock exchange listing requirements. Including about beneficial ownership, these safeguards, combined with the difficulty in controlling a company with a diffuse ownership structure, means that they're not the main area of concern here. Once this information is on hand, corporations will be required to update it at least once a year. This means doing their due diligence, taking reasonable steps to make sure that the information is still accurate. As I mentioned, most Canadian corporations are small businesses with a simple ownership structure, and this should not be a difficult task for them to handle. We must take it one step at a time, however, and weigh our options at each stage to be sure that what we do makes the most sense for Canada and for its provinces and territories. To that end, the important changes brought about these amendments, and eventually those at the province and territorial level as well, set us on the path to making our marketplace safer, more transparent in corporate governance, and toward maintaining our international commitments. These changes will help to enhance Canada's reputation as a place to do business and thereby further support the overwhelming majority of the hardworking Canadians who own and control corporations for legitimate purposes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Victoria.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member who spoke just now of transparency, and I'd like, through you, to ask him if he considers the following to be a transparent debate. We had an 850-page bill dropped on Parliament on Monday. Today is Thursday. There has been 4.5 hours of debate, only one speech allocated to the NDP, and the government has just announced time allocation on this bill of over 1,000 sections. Through you, Madam Speaker, how is that transparent, and how is it that we can do our jobs as parliamentarians in scrutinizing such a mammoth omnibus bill?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague across from asking that question. The focus of my speech was ensuring corporate accountability through transparency of control, and that's the transparency that I was talking about, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to combating tax evasion and avoidance, to keep our tax system fair, and to make sure that it helps the money stay within the small businesses and focus on growth and creating jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Transcona. Strathcona, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to direct a question to the honourable member. I understand today my colleague from Laurier Sainte Marie has been very disappointed that the government has decided not to allocate any additional funding for the ambassador for women, peace and security. I know that the government is seeking a space on the Security Council. Clearly, this is the big topic of the day. I'm wondering if he thinks perhaps that that's something missing from this massive bill before us. And given that we have a Prime Minister who declares himself as a feminist, we would have thought that a matter like that would be given high priority in this bill. I'm wondering if the member would like to speak to that.
The member for Richmond Hill.
Thank the honourable member across. Once again, my scope of my speech was on ensuring corporate accountability through transparency of control. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I'm quite proud of our Prime Minister and the focus that he continually keeps on various issues. And Madam Speaker, as part of this commitment, we are taking action to ensure that corporate structure cannot be misused to launder money, evade taxes, or participate in other serious criminal activities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the honourable member from Richmond Hill. It seems the NDP are thinking we have too many pages in our budget. We're doing too much for Canadians. I hear the Conservatives saying that we shouldn't be investing in our economy, that we should focus on limiting our vision for Canada. This bill reflects the complexity of the challenge to make Canada more fair and the economy to work for all Canadians. During our Indu Committee studies, we looked at Bill C-25, and we looked at the composition on boards. We also looked at beneficial ownership.
to try and make sure that women can participate on boards and in management, and other parts of our budget bill is supporting women in business. So could the honourable member comment on the importance of having proper governance so that women have a fair chance in our economy?
The member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Guelph. I have the honor and privilege of serving with him on the Indu Committee as well as our joint initiative on mental health. The honourable member is quite correct. When we were studying Bill C-25 and the topic of ownership, specifically women ownership, came about, and we were studies, we did realize whenever the ownership is well represented with a fair representation of female, the corporation on average are doing in the neighborhood of 30% better. So we welcome the Bill C-25, and we also welcome the measures on this act that supports female participation in our corporate structure, as well as making sure that we have proper representation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Hamilton Mountain. I'd like to start, Madam Speaker, by mentioning the size of this bill. As you can notice, it's an 800-page bill with several articles that we've asked questions about. And there's all sorts of clauses and sub-clauses. And there are still questions remaining. And I think this is unacceptable and shows a lack of respect for opposition members and for Canadians in general, Madam Speaker. We understand that the Liberals want to drown the opposition with this enormous bill. This is not a new tactic. We saw the same thing with the former Conservative government. Yet at the time, the Liberals openly criticized this practice, and they're doing the same thing today. As I've said several times in this place, the more things change, the more they stay the same, unfortunately. Omnibus bills skirt around and run counter to the usual principles of parliamentary review. The length of this bill prevents opposition members from fulfilling their duty properly because they don't have the necessary time to really have an analysis of it. By the way, I'd like to thank my colleague for New Westminster Burnaby for his point of order yesterday on this topic. In any case, this anti-democratic strategy does not help to boost the low esteem of Canadians in their politicians. I don't know what Liberals plan to do to restore confidence of Canadians with this type of abusive tactic. The Liberals promised a more transparent democracy, but the way they're speeding up the review process for C-86 is anything but a proof of transparency. When you take a closer look at C-86, you realize quickly that it's not bold enough to fight the injustices that thousands of Canadians are facing. And one of these injustices is pension theft. We've talked about it often in recent days, and I know my colleague from Hamilton will talk about it as well. But as a critic, this is something that is close to my heart and I'd like to talk about. We have to protect pensions. When a company files for bankruptcy, the banks and the investors leave with the pension funds of their companies through a bit of financial sleight of hand. We have to rectify this major issue. However, we've seen this recently with Sears, and nothing was done. Madam Speaker, in my own riding of Jonquière, there are people who were working at Sears, but unfortunately, they faced enormous stress to finding out what would happen to their pension fund. And after the store closed, there was nothing. And I was able to speak with these former workers, and they're still facing major concerns. By tolerating such dishonest tricks, the government is showing a moral failure on behalf of the government, and the Liberals had a chance to make a real difference, but they're refusing to act. Another clear example of the lack of will on the behalf of the Liberals was to, they did not make the cost of drugs more affordable for Canadians, and we could have saved billions of dollars by establishing a pharmacare system throughout Canada. Canada is the only G7 country that has a Medicare program that does not cover the cost of prescription drugs. Commissions of inquiry have for several years asked experts in Canada to include the cost of prescription drugs in Medicare programs. However, despite these requests, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have made little progress in establishing a pharmacare system because they don't want to change things. And that is still the case today with Bill C-86. Public pharmacare systems in Canada have evolved, and there's relatively complete coverage, but it is still for only part of the population. This is a problem of considerable scope. We estimate that 10 to 20% of Canadians have no drug coverage. And even if people are lucky enough to have private drug coverage, they still have to pay deductibles. The NDP thinks it is unfair that many Canadians have to split their pills or cease treatment to offset the cost of prescription drugs. This is shameful. Canadians deserve proper treatment without jeopardizing their savings, their salary, or their health.
This is their right. They have a right to get proper treatment without jeopardizing their savings, their salary, or their health. This is something they are entitled to. Another example is help to compensate dairy farmers who have been sacrificed to free trade, or the industries of steel and aluminum who have been suffering for months from U.S. tariffs imposed by the United States. I had the opportunity to listen to people in committee this week. They came to talk to us about these tariffs. The government's actions are perhaps praiseworthy in certain areas in practice, but they're taking too long to compensate businesses for unfair and unjustifiable American tariffs. There are generations of farm-owning families who will be affected. I hope that the government will do something. And I would have hoped that we would have found an opportunity in this legislation to do this, but I see nothing. I talked about small businesses in my riding who have to suffer from tariffs imposed by the United States and considerable losses of orders and job losses that have been engendered by these tariffs. I even had the opportunity to hear from witnesses in committee this week. They came to talk to us about the impacts of tariffs on steel and aluminum, and they were unanimous. The government's actions are, as I said, in some areas praiseworthy, but in practice the Liberals are taking too long to compensate businesses for unfair and unjustifiable American tariffs. And we're not even talking about the resources and time necessary to complete applications. We know that business is crucial to economic growth, to the survival of good jobs in Canada, and our community's prosperity. Now, I'd like to get back to the agricultural sector and supply management. There have been 3 successive breaches, as I mentioned earlier, and we see nothing in this bill, C-86, to help them. I met with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, and they talked about their critical need for money. They don't need programs. They need this money. I think the government seems to be waiting for them to call on them, and we wonder if these family farms will be able to survive. The government has also left our rural communities by the wayside. There are desperate and immediate needs, and they're well known. The governments have shown once again that they don't have the courage to deal with inequalities between rural regions and urban centers. And I'll give you a very simple example. People talk about the cellular network and high-speed internet. If you're in Ottawa, no problem. We have everything we need. We get very quick access to information, but not in rural regions. Now, in certain areas, people are penalized. For example, there's Le Marché La Brec, which is a business which is really hurt by this lack of networks, the proper networks. Now, Madam Speaker, I have much more to say about this bill, which is voluminous, but there are several aspects we could have discussed separately in this chamber: pay equity, pensions. These are essential things, and as my colleague, the member for Westminster Burnaby, talked about splitting the bill, and we should have done so. I'm ready to entertain questions. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that if we take a look at the Act, what you will find is there's an opportunity because of this government to be able to see through the Speaker's chair the splitting potentially of the legislation when it comes time for voting. That's something that was not there previously. And within the legislation, you will find that it's over 100 pages, Madam Speaker, over 100 pages that deals with the issue of pay equity. This is something that was long overdue. It's a part of the budget process, and it's one of the reasons why we have 800 pages, over 100 just dealing specifically with pay equity. And I'm wondering if the member can just reflect on, would she not agree that the time for studying, in good part, is over and we need to see some action, and that's in fact what we're seeing in this budget? Would she not support that?
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière, I thank my colleague for his question. But the bill, he just said it, it's 800 pages long and a bit. Now, if pay equity is as important as he says, we've been talking about it for 42 years, why not split C-86? Why don't we talk about pay equity in a dedicated bill so that Canadians can follow the debate? The omnibus bills that we're getting, the government promised transparency, but that's not what we're seeing. In committee, they'll have 13 hours to put questions. So we averaged it out, given the number of pages and the sections. It's about an average of 9 seconds to read each section. And then there will be time allocation. This is unacceptable. If the bill and pay equity was so important, and given we have a feminist prime minister, I think we could have had a dedicated, unique bill to deal with this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je sais que...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that my colleague has serious comments to make. I'd like to know what she thinks about the carbon tax. Does she think that a carbon tax is really the best way for the government, especially from a budgetary point of view, to save the environment? Or does she think that there might be another way the government could save the environment? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her French and thank her for her question. I would have liked to have seen in C-86 really good, durable measures for our environment. The government tends to be doing this in a very, a little tiny bit at a time. Now, why could we not have these basic structure-creating bills that would help to give people hope? I was at a conference where there was the Forestry Association, and they were talking about the Great Boreal Forest and what would happen to these forests given climate change. For them, they say we have less than 12 years. This is the IPCC as well. Now, you have this omnibus bill of more than 800 pages. How can you get the concrete, innovative measures we need for climate change for future generations in order to give them hope?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-86, the Government's Budget Implementation Act. This massive 800-page omnibus bill contains thousands of clauses that there are 7 separate standalone pieces of legislation inside it. Madam Speaker, I'm hoping Canadians can understand why this type of bill presents a real danger to our democracy. Canadians elect us to come to Ottawa and debate issues and create laws that will help them and their families. Real debate requires that all participants have all the information they need. The facts should be accessible. Access to the information should be transparent. I think most Canadians will understand that governments present these kinds of mammoth documents in order to make it more difficult to analyze what the government is up to. This, of course, makes it more difficult to have a full and informed debate. Who suffers, Madam Speaker? It's Canadians that suffer. It's the people who elect us to represent them that suffer. And I hope that Canadians and all our constituents can see through what the government is up to in dropping such a thick and complicated bill on the table. This is a bill which is supposed to implement some of the measures introduced in the government's budget from 8 months ago. On the face of it, that's not unusual. What is unusual and what is concerning is that the bill introduces a new and additional measure not mentioned in the original budget documents published last February. This is very concerning. These are new measures that should at least be put into separate bills, introduced in the House, and then fully debated and considered by all of us right here. But that's not what is happening here. Madam Speaker, I think it's more sensible Canadians would wonder what is at play when a government behaves like this. Are they afraid of having their measures and ideas debated? Are they afraid of criticism? Are they trying to hide something? I think the answer to all those questions is probably yes, and I'm willing to count on Canadians, our constituents, to decide for themselves. Yesterday, my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, pointed out just a few of the measures that we could find anywhere in the original budget documents. These include clauses 461 to 462, which refer to some rather important legislation relating to protection for workers and workers' rights, and clauses 535 to 625 that deal with the Canada Labour Code and workers' health and safety. I'm sure we will find more examples as we continue to examine this massive bill, but I want to point out, Madam Speaker, that we are not necessarily against these measures. The point is that the size of the bill prevents us from being able to take time to study these new measures in depth. And that's unfair to all of us and as members in this House, and unfair to the constituents we represent. Another example of measures introduced in this bill and not mentioned in any of the budget documents are changes to the Bankruptcy Act and the Companies Credit Arrangement Act. These measures have been described to me as housekeeping changes, which I suspect they probably are. They clarify some issues with Canada's bankruptcy laws to protect commercial license holders and corporations. I don't necessarily oppose these changes being made. But, Madam Speaker, I have 2 concerns. First, these changes were not mentioned in any of the budget documentation I have seen, so why are they in legislation when it's meant to enact that budget? It is very much like they were just slipped in, perhaps with the hope that no one would notice, and, Madam Speaker, I think that is wrong. I think all the members of Parliament need and deserve proper notice of any change to Canadian laws being suggested through this House. Proper notice would allow us not only the chance to analyze and understand the changes, but also an opportunity to offer any amendment that would make those changes better or more effective. Sliding amendments into a massive bill robs us of all of that, of our opportunity. My second concern, Madam Speaker, is why the government decided to propose amendments to Canada's bankruptcy laws, never mentioned in February, while failing to take action on the items they did mention. In a section of February's budget titled Protecting Canadian Pensions, the government promised to take action using a whole-of-government, evidence-based approach towards addressing retirement security for all Canadians. It also promised there would be consultations so the government would decide on what their approach would be. I think we all expected those consultations would be done by now, but as far as we know, they haven't even started, and there's no plans of when they will start. Why would this government not have completed those consultations and included provisions in this current bill? That is what we expected. That is what Canadian workers and retirees expected too. Madam Speaker, it sure seems this government is happy to make changes to help big corporations and wealthy executives, but when it comes down to protecting people's pensions, they're unable to act. They say, sorry, it's too complicated. We all know that Canadian companies use our inadequate bankruptcy laws to effectively gain concessions from their employers and escape responsibility for huge pension deficits they themselves have created. Workers are then left with the threat of reduced pensions and health care benefits. And we know that over the last 10 years, there has been an increased focus on the problems with Canada's inadequate bankruptcy and solvency laws. The cases of Nortel, Wabash Mines, Stelco, and most recently Sears have brought into a national focus the fact that workers at large companies that go bankrupt are offered very little protection, while investors, banks, and sometimes international hedge fund operators make out like bandits. And we all know that one of the most offensive things that happens during bankruptcy proceedings is the executives give themselves huge bonuses. The very people who ran the company into the ground get big rewards, and it's done because the law allows it to happen. Nortel executives got over $200 million in bonuses. Sears executives got $9.2 million, and Stelco executives got $1.2 million. While at the same time, pensioners were asked to take cuts in their medical benefits. So I go to the town halls, and I have to go across, when I go across Canada, and I have to tell the people this. And they always come back and say, are you kidding me? I have to tell them that I'm not, that this really happens because the law allows it to happen. We know these abuses are not right, and that our laws allow for the theft of workers and retirees' pensions and benefits. Canadian workers and retirees know it's not right, and they're demanding the laws be changed. So Canadians need to ask themselves why this government refuses to act to protect them. And Madam Speaker, it's not too late. The government can take action now. The NDP will be pushing this government to do the right thing and amend this bill and put an end to pension theft. Canadian workers and their families deserve no less. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that we hear a lot about pensions, justifiably so, from my friends on the Democratic side. I just want to emphasize this government has taken a number of steps dealing with seniors. And the first thing that comes across my mind is the poorest of our seniors when the government actually increased the guaranteed income supplement significantly. Some seniors received over $900 additionally every year. I think of the agreement on CPP, a retirement pension, and where the Minister of Finance, in cooperation with our provinces and territories, was able to get an agreement that's going to help many of the individuals my friend is talking about today when it comes time to be able to retire. The government, one of its first actions it did was to, again, bring down the age for retirement for OAS from 67 to 65. My colleague across the way will recall what Mr. Harper did back then, and we were able to reverse that. And I'm wondering if he would provide his thoughts on those particular policy initiatives.
So I will allow the member to respond, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain, just because we're running out of time. So if the member would like to respond within a minute.
Thank you, my friend, for asking those important questions, because we on this side, we give you kudos for making those changes that were done the other way by the Conservative government. So the good things of reducing it to 65, that's a good thing. The GIS, that's a good thing. The CPP, well, maybe in 50 years, you and I won't be around, but that's going to be good for them. So we thank you for those. But what we're talking here is about pension theft. We know hundreds of thousands of Canadians have had their pensions reduced because of the Bankruptcy Act. And we're asking you if the Liberal government wants to take praise on helping the seniors, as I say they are, why are they not protecting them from this pension theft that they know is wrong? We all know it's wrong. And why aren't we taking action?
So unfortunately, the time is up for now, but I do want to remind, and the member will have 3 minutes the next time for questions and comments the next time this issue is before the House. And I also want to remind him that he should have been addressing all of his questions and comments to the chair and not to the individual members. It being 5:58, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming consideration of the motion for third reading of Bill C-376, Sikh Heritage Month Act, in the name of Mr. Dhaliwal.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Waheguru Ji Ki Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Madam Speaker, I proudly rise today to speak to our honourable colleague from Surrey Newton's Bill C-376 in recognition of Sikh Heritage Month. Madam Speaker, I actually thought I'd missed this debate. I actually was pleasantly surprised when I was asked if I would have or take an opportunity to actually speak to this. Madam Speaker, in my riding of Caribou Prince George, we have 6 Sikh temples, gurdwaras, and I spend as much time as I can with at those temples. Sadly, not enough, Madam Speaker, because most Sundays I am traveling back to Ottawa. But I wanted to rise and really speak to the importance of this bill, as well as recognizing the contributions of our Sikh community within our country. Madam Speaker, every spring, from the time my kids were very young, we have participated in an event which is called Vaisakhi, and that is ringing in the Sikh New Year, the Sikh New Year. It really is a celebration of the Spring Harvest Festival, and we have I've marched in it. I have participated in it every year since our kids were very young, and it is really it is a great event that brings our community together. And after being elected, I've had the opportunity to actually speak at these events, and I am so proud of our community when we come together as one, and we recognize and we celebrate each other as a community. And I say that we come together as one, Madam Speaker, because the fundamental beliefs of Sikhism in the sacred scripture of the Guru Granth Sahib is a belief in one creator, divine unity and equality of all mankind. Sikhs believe in selfless service, justice, benefit and prosperity of all. Sikhism is based on the spiritual teachings of Guru Nanak, the first Guru, and the 9 Gurus that preceded him or succeeded him. I figure you'd be interested to know that God in Sikhism has no gender. They do not discriminate between genders. God has no gender. Madam Speaker, the first Sikh which is recorded to have landed in Canada would be Major Kesser Singh, where he and a group of Sikh officers from the British Army arrived here into Canada on the shores of Vancouver around about 1897 to celebrate Queen Victoria's Jubilee, Diamond Jubilee. And it was shortly after that we started to see more Sikh immigration into Canada. They, and largely within our province of British Columbia. They worked in our mills. They worked laying the tracks of our railroads. Madam Speaker, in 2002, I was proud to introduce a new air service into my community of Prince George, and it was direct air service into Abbotsford. And Madam Speaker, at that time when I was in Abbotsford, I had the opportunity to actually visit one of the very first Sikh temples in Canada. The very first one was actually in the Kitsilano area in downtown Vancouver. But the Guru Sikh temple in Abbotsford is actually has been designated a historic site, and it is one of only 3, I believe, historic sites in the world for Sikh temples. The other ones being in Pakistan and in the Punjab. And our honourable colleague from Surrey Newton will correct me. Madam Speaker, I was interested. I grew up in Williams Lake. The first Sikh temple that I attended actually was one of my very best friends who took me to the temple. We actually were celebrating a wedding. And Madam Speaker, let me tell you about Sikh weddings. They go on for, well, it seems like weeks, but it's a week of festivities, and it really truly is a celebration with both families, all families. I remember as a young child, I was just, as I was sitting here preparing for the speech, trying to remember how old I was, but I had to have been under 10. It really was a unique experience. So when I went to Abbotsford back in 2002 to introduce this new service, and I was speaking to some of the community elders, and they were so proud to show us the heritage site. I wasn't aware of this, but the langars and gurdwaras, or the gurdwaras, will never turn anybody away. The langars are there to feed whoever would like to come and attend and receive free food. They will not turn anybody away, regardless of their religious beliefs and denominations. And Speaker, I've visited India a number of times. Most recently, back in 2017, where I traveled with my wife. Actually, that was our summer holidays. We went to India, and now, Madam Speaker, that isn't the, well, you wouldn't think that is the hot spot that most people would circle on their map, but that was on ours, that we wanted to go, and we went with members of our community we visited members of our community's families that were there, people that I've known since I was, as I said, probably 8 or 9 or 10. And we went to Chandigarh, we went to Amritsar, we were in Ludhiana and Panduri and Jalandhar, and we attended the Golden Temple. And Madam Speaker, it is true, when you attend the Golden Temple, there is this feeling that comes over you. I can't explain it, but it's there. And Madam Speaker, one of the other memorable moments, outside of visiting the homes and communities and in the small villages of our family friends, and the generosity that was there, and the stunning beauty of the countryside, was visiting Chandigarh and visiting the rock garden, which was that was started by a government employee by the name of Nek Chand, I believe, who secretly did this over the course of years. Would take household waste, industrial waste, and started making it into art, and it has grown into about a 40-acre park, and it is absolutely beautiful. And Madam Speaker, we also attended and visited a Gurdwara in Fatehgarh Sahib, which is named after, and I'm probably not saying these words right, but I have to talk about this. Right after being elected, I went and watched a movie, a cartoon of the 2 sons of Guru Gobind Singh, and talked about their strength amongst and against men that wanted to do them harm. And Fatehgarh Sahib is named after the 7-year-old son of Guru Gobind Singh, who and his brother, who were buried alive a long time ago. But I urge my colleagues, if you get a chance on Sundays, and I know I've only got, I would have loved to have spoke for minutes longer, or 20 minutes longer. A minute and a half. I know I've got a minute and a half left, but I wish I could have spoke for longer on this. Madam Speaker, some of my closest friends, I call them family, are Sikhs. And I'm so proud to stand with them. I'm so proud to walk with them. I'm proud to call them a friend. the contributions in our community that they silently go out and do without anybody knowing. They donate to our communities. They make sure that those that are hungry are getting the food that they need. As I said earlier, the Langers are open 24 hours a day. If you need it, they're there for it. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand and support our honourable colleagues' Bill 376. Sikhs in our country have contributed to many areas within our economy, within our politics, and indeed there's a lesson to be learned by their stick-to-itiveness. Madam Speaker, it hasn't always been easy for Sikhs in Canada, but they love this country, and my friends love this country, and they love and they're very proud to call Canada home. Madam Speaker, I urge all of our colleagues, any chance you get, to visit a Gurdwara in their community, attend the Langer, and Madam Speaker, with that, I will cede the floor, and I thank our honourable colleague from Surrey Newton for bringing this important bill forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to support Bill C-376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Sir New Delton, for bringing this forward. I know that previous parliaments we've had motions on a number of different things for Sikh culture, involving also, which is I would say is one of the more important heritage moments of social justice recognized was the Kamagata Maru, which was raised by Jasbir Sandhu and Ginny Sims in previous parliaments, where the Harper government did official apology here in the House of Commons, which was an important part, I think, of Canadian heritage to recognize this injustice. And we carry on that work that is now taking place. Where I represent Windsor and Essex County, we have the fourth largest the diverse community in terms of city and population. For over 100 years, we've had a number of different groups and organizations that have represented our area and have made the social fabric of it very special, especially given the fact that we are on the front line to the United States. And having our diversity and our multiculturalism, especially that we express it as Canadians, is quite unique. And when you see it in our streets, and when you see it in our businesses, when you see it in our services, it's very important. And the Sikh culture in Windsor-Essex County is very much part of that. And this Heritage Month supports also the efforts that have been done in the past for Ontario. In Ontario, we passed Bill 52, an act to proclaim the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, and it received royal assent on December 12th in 2013. It was a private member's bill by former NDP MPP from Brampton, Gore Malton, our current NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh. It was the first in Canada and also amongst the world, recognizing the contributions of the Sikh community. And this is nice that in Canada we're going to have a bill, a sister bill, for this because it has seen some progress with not only just education, but also recognition of the importance and the professionalism that we have received as Canadians from those of Sikh heritage coming to Canada. And I think, Madam Speaker, it's important to note that it takes a lot of I guess, courage and moxie to come to a new country and to build a new life and to contribute and to ensure that you're going to be able to have the type of supports, not only just to maintain and showcase and provide links back to their home of origin, but also to have that here. And that extension is very important as New Democrats, as we believe in family reunification, say, for example, in immigration and visitation in this country, which is a big issue, and is one that is occupying my office, is making sure that people that have come to Canada also get a chance to actually have the continued relationships with the people that they've left behind. That includes my own family and my wife's family, but also other members. And I can tell you the Sikh culture and community in my riding also deserve that same respect, especially given the fact that, Madam Speaker, their contributions are significant. Harjinder Singh Kandola is our president of our Sikh Cultural Society of Windsor. We have a Gurdwara, the Khalsa Parkash in Windsor as well, the temple. And they're not just a place for worship, Madam Speaker, they're also a place of contribution. Most recently, I was extremely impressed by our youth, Sikh youth in our community that donated over 1,000 items of clothing to help those in need, and 600 items for a food bank, which was very important. What isn't often recognized or known, Madam Speaker, is that my riding, Windsor West, we have from the most affluent, but also we have been recognized on Campaign 2020 as being one of the highest for poverty, in child poverty. And so the Sikh contribution to this, and especially their philosophy, when you look at Vaisakhi, I mean, it really emphasizes the issues of selflessness, love, and compassion, is really connected to the actions that we saw with the clothing donated and the food donated. And I think it's recognition of how well it fits within the Windsor-Essex County framework for giving. I would add, Madam Speaker, as well, too, when we have discussions about Sikh Heritage Month, we need to understand the professionalism and the contributions that members have made. I know for a fact, Madam Speaker, that we have seen this in the auto sector. I can't tell you how many times I've been so impressed, whether it's been the assembly component, but also, Madam Speaker, the engineering component, and as well other services that have been part of a successful auto community. We have seen this immigration and this contribution very successful. We've also seen it, Madam Speaker, with regards to education, healthcare services, and other types of contributions in our economy. And, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that sorry, it's pretty loud over here. Madam Speaker, I can tell you it's very important that these Heritage Months are part of our national framework. And so we have several that have been passed along the process here for recognizing the diversity in Canada, but they also provide opportunities to do public education and involvement. Prior to my work as a Member of Parliament, I used to work as an employment specialist on behalf of persons with disabilities and new Canadians to Canada. And part of that work included work at the Multicultural Council, where we had a number of newcomers that were coming to Canada from various types of backgrounds, including the Sikh community, but others of different diversity. And then we had some Canadians that have been here in Canada, and we mixed them together into a program that then had a 90% success rate of either returning to school or going back to finding a work and employment. And so what we found, Madam Speaker, was that there were a number of prejudice or unintended assumptions that you had. In fact, we have a society, Madam Speaker, where we still deal with racism and bigotry. There's no doubt about that, and it's often faced with cultures that have some visible difference than the majority that we have. And so one of the things of this program was to expose individuals and people from the school system to the employment system to different cultures and other experiences that they haven't had before. And what we found was a great success in that formula, because in that mix of the individuals that were just not experienced or open before were unintended assumptions and decisions by people. And so that's one of the reasons that we've been supporting not only just this with regards to this particular initiative, but also many others, is because they help erode some of those things. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you that this opportunity that we have here matches what was done, and as I mentioned earlier, with Ontario. Bill 52 is something that I've been at the ceremonies in Windsor and Essex County that people of all persuasions and of all different backgrounds and of all in the community really enjoy having that as validation for ensuring that the events that take place are going to be, I guess, incorporated. So we have a flag-raising ceremonies, and the last one being our Mayor Drew Dilkins was part of that. And we have at City Hall Square a number of different people that will come from the community. And Bill 52, the Ontario Sikh Heritage Month, is very much a part of that. And so the members should be congratulated for bringing this into the chamber here because it now affords the opportunity for this not just to be an Ontario experience or a city flag-raising experience, but a national experience. And that's important because we can see the impact not only just from Windsor-Nessus County, but also across our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I rise today to speak on Bill C-376, the Sikh Heritage Month Act. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to take this opportunity and thank my good friend from Surrey Newton for bringing this bill forward. This bill will help to provide recognition to the contributions that the Sikh community has made to Canada. And as a proud Sikh Canadian myself, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be able to speak to this legislation. Madam Speaker, Sikhs in Canada have a long history. In 1897, the first Sikhs came to Canada as members of the British Indian Army on their way to Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, with the first Sikh settler being credited as Kesar Singh, a Rasaldar major in the British Indian Army. They found employment working manual labor jobs, including laying tracks on the Canadian Pacific Railways. And in a few years, Madam Speaker, the Sikh population numbered in thousands. Unfortunately, though, Madam Speaker, public opinion at the time was not favorable to the Sikh population, which led to many discriminatory laws to be passed. All this tension came to a head when in 1914, a ship named Kamagatu Maru attempted to dock in Vancouver, Canada, carrying mostly 6 passengers from India. And because of the laws at the place, Madam Speaker, this ship was not allowed to dock and was instead diverted back to India. And when it arrived back to India, Madam Speaker, the ship was fired upon by the British and 20 of the passengers were killed. This incident was a dark period in our country's history. But I'm very thankful and proud of our government that we delivered a formal apology for these actions in 2016. Madam Speaker, from humble beginnings, the Sikh community in Canada has grown to over 500,000 today, with Sikhs calling home from coast to coast to coast. The Sikh community in Canada is represented in all professional fields today, in medicine, in businesses, in law, in academia, and in politics. One very prominent Sikh business leader in Canada today is Manjeet Minhas. Some of you who are fans of the show Dragon's Den may recognize her name, as she was one of the dragons since 2015. She, along with her brother, founded Minhas Breweries and Distillery when she was just a young student at the University of Calgary. Today, Minhas Craft Brewery is the 10th largest craft brewery in the United States, with operations in Canada as well. As a prominent Sikh businesswoman, she's a role model to young women all across Canada and an example of what is possible with hard work and determination. Madam Speaker, as you must be aware also, Sikh community has great representation in Canadian politics as well. We could just talk about the last 2015 election, Madam Speaker. 17 Sikh members of Parliament were elected, showing a stark contrast to the situation just 100 years ago. This means that Punjabi, a language that's spoken among Sikhs, is now the 3rd most spoken language in this House after English and French. Of these 17 members, Madam Speaker, 4 are currently ministers in our government's cabinet, including the Honourable Government House Leader, who is the first woman, regardless of ethnicity, to hold the position. I'm also very proud to see the appointment of the first ever Sikh senator, Senator Sarbjit Marwah, and the appointment of Balbinder Kaur Shergill to the Supreme Court of British Columbia, Canada's first turban woman Supreme Court judge. Madam Speaker, from national level to here in Ottawa to local communities across Canada, contributions of Sikh Canadians are an important part of our Canadian identity. Sikhism was founded on the fundamental principles of equality, unity, selfless service, and social justice, values that we're all so proud to share as Canadians. And these values are exemplified by many local organizations making a difference in our communities. In my riding of Brampton West, Madam Speaker, the Gurdwara Sikh Sangat is a place for not just the Sikh community, but for all community members to come together. And as is customary in all Sikh places of worship, langar, which is also known as the community kitchen, which provides free food to the masses, is served each and every day to Bramptonians regardless of their faith. The Gurdwara Sikh Sangat also takes part in local food drives and recreational programs for our youth and our community, including partnerships with local organizations like the Seva Food Bank that helps hundreds and thousands of individuals in the region of Peel. Madam Speaker, as Remembrance Day is just a few days away, I would be remiss not to mention Private Bukam Singh. Bukam Singh arrived in Canada in 1907 in British Columbia and later settled in Toronto. On the onset of World War I, Bukam Singh enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces and became just one of the 9 Canadian Sikhs to fight in the war. Bukam Singh served with the 20th Canadian Infantry Battalion in the battlefields of Flanders, where he was wounded twice in 2 separate battles. And after his service in the war, he contracted TB and passed away at a young age of 25. Madam Speaker, his grave in Kitchener-Waterloo is the only known to be of a Canadian Sikh soldier. The sacrifices made by Private Bukam Singh, along with all the other young men and women during this time, is the reason we can enjoy the freedoms that we have today. Madam Speaker, since the time Bukam Singh enlisted, the Canadian Armed Forces have welcomed many Sikhs among their ranks. Most notably, our current Minister of Defence, who became the first Sikh to command a Canadian regiment. And I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank a member of our Royal Canadian Air Force, my brother, Gurminder Khera, who is an engineer, an aviation engineer stationed at Canadian Forces Base in Trenton. Madam Speaker, the passage of this bill will recognize the rich history of Sikhs in Canada and help promote greater appreciation of our achievements by future generations of Sikhs. So I encourage each and every member of this House to support this bill. And Madam Speaker, once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the community leaders, all the stakeholders, advocates, and of course my good friend from Surrey Newton for bringing this bill to life. And I do want to take this opportunity and wish all the Sikhs celebrating this month the birth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji happy Gurpurab to all of you. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Rémy. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak today at the third reading of Bill 376, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. This bill, sponsored by my honourable colleague from Surrey Newton, and it sheds light on the various contributions of Sikh Canadians to our society. Madam Speaker, we believe that there are more than 500,000 Sikh Canadians, and according to some sources, they're the second largest Sikh population in the world. Let me say why I support this motion, which respects the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which recognizes multiculturalism as a Canadian value, and the Multiculturalism Act hinges on a multicultural policy intended to preserve and strengthen Canadian heritage. La Vaisakhi is celebrated in April. This year marks the birth of Kelsa and of his teaching on equality and community service and social justice. For several years, Madam Speaker, I've been participating in the celebration of the Sikh community in my riding in Montreal, and I can tell you that this community brings a lot to the Canadian society and contributes very much. And they want to enrich the culture and language of this community, and we have to protect it for future generations. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I only have 2 minutes, and there's a lot of things I would like to say, but I'll try to be as quick as possible. First, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Surrey Newton, for having presented this bill so that April will be the Sikh Heritage Month. I am from the Sikh community in my province, well, it's Quebec, and I was the first Sikh person to be elected at any level of government in Quebec. And I was the first one who went before the courts in Quebec from my community. The Sikh community is one. Well, I'll tell you a bit about our religion. We believe in one God. God is the creator. He takes care of us. And that's the philosophy of the Sikh community and of its religion. Canadian values and Sikh principles are the same. The Sikh has to meet its need by helping their communities and helping people who are poor. And God gives us everything, so we have to share with everything God creates. I'm very proud of all my colleagues who have spoken about the Sikh community, about this bill, and their words, well, they talked about their trips and about their own experience with the Sikh community, and I am so touched, and it really warmed my heart to hear what they had to say. It's very important for our community here in Canada and throughout the world to be recognized as human beings. We support fraternity and solidarity. And I was really interested in everything they had to say, and I'm very proud. Regardless of their party, everyone has supported this bill. So I'm very proud of my colleagues, and thank you very much, all of you. So the Sikh community is one, well, people have to follow a certain code, and there's a certain lifestyle and way of behaving. And one thing that we do is that we always accept God's will. If something bad happens in your life, we say that it is God's will, and everything you do reflects that. And that's why we remain peaceful and we accept this will. A lot of things happen, bad things happen in your life. We just can't explain them always. So it's important for us to understand this in the Sikh religion. Everyone has their own way of thinking and practicing the religion, but for Sikhs, it's important that God's will be respected. We have to work hard to help everyone. Contributions of the Sikh community are numerous in Canada, and we've heard this in many speeches of my colleagues here at the House of Commons. The Sikh community, thanks to all of this, has been able to integrate well into Canadian society. And it's somewhat of a success story. We talked about when the Sikh community came here for the first time, they were not warmly welcomed, and they faced a lot of violence and suffering. And we were then able to integrate the society better here in Canada. And as my honourable colleague has just said, there are 17 members of Sikh origin here at the House. So I'd also like to share my time, as I forgot to say, with the member for Winnipeg. So thank you very much.
Resuming debate, prise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Sat Sri Akal, Madam Speaker, what a pleasure it is to be able to rise this afternoon and speak on what is a really significant and historic piece of legislation. And I thank my budgie from Surrey, Newton, who has introduced this legislation, and he's been able to manipulate it through, Madam Speaker, and working with other MPs so that we could actually get it to the stage that it's at today. And now from here, it will go to the Senate, and knowing the desire of so many inside this chamber to recognize the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, I'm confident that because of the fine work, outstanding lobbying that the member from Surrey Newton has put into effect, that we will see April 2019 in law as Sikh Heritage Month. And I'm very grateful for that. Earlier today, Madam Speaker, I spoke about the 50th anniversary of the Sikh Society of Manitoba. It is one of the Gurdwaras that I've actually attended since 1988. I've also have a very close Gurdwara that's close to my home, and that is the Gurdwara Kalgadar Darbar, which is on King Edward Street, Madam Speaker. Another Gurdwara that I often go out to visit. There's also Singh Sabha on Sturgeon Road that I had the opportunity over the years to be able to visit. And by visiting these Gurdwaras, I've been able to develop so many wonderful blessed friendships that I really value today in a very personal way. I have a very special friend, someone that was elected at the same time I was elected, Madam Speaker. That's Dr. Gulzar Cheema. Dr. Gulzar Cheema, in fact, was the very first Sikh elected to a legislature in Canada, Madam Speaker, back in 1988. And it was a very proud day when we saw that take place. It was, I believe, Dr. Gulzar Cheema, who now lives in Victoria. He actually went from the Manitoba legislature into the British Columbia legislature. And that's even that much rarer in terms of an individual being elected in 2 provincial legislatures. But Dr. Gulzar Cheema kind of baptized me to the Sikh community. And I am so grateful because of what I've been able to witness over the years. You know, in 1999, I had the privilege to introduce inside the Manitoba legislature a recognition of the Khalsa in the form of a resolution. The government of the day, the Conservatives, working with the New Democrats, we were able to pass that unanimously, recognizing the importance of the Khalsa to the Sikh faith, Madam Speaker. You get a better understanding of why, for example, the turban is so very important. You know, my colleague and friend was talking about what you can expect when you go to a Gurdwara. And Madam Speaker, one of those things is that you go into the Gurdwara, you sit down on the floor as equals. And after some worship and some meditating, so some beautiful hymns, you go down for a free meal, Madam Speaker, to continue that fellowship. I was really touched by the Prime Minister. Virtually within the first year when we finally got that formal apology for the Kamagata Maru. Many of us were very much aware of what had taken place many years ago and how far we have gone. Today, our Sikh community is in every aspect of our society, whether it is political, economic, social, Madam Speaker, in every aspect it is a part of our Canadian identity. So I just want to stand up and share those few thoughts. Thank my colleague for making sure that we actually have this legislation that we're debating today, and in hopes that it will, in fact, be passed into law very, very soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for for Surrey Newton has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Madam Speaker, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Madam Speaker, I want to start by thanking all members in this House for their support for this bill to have the month of April designated as Sikh Heritage Month. I would like to give special thanks to the Heritage Committee Chair, the Honourable Member from Toronto Danforth, and all committee members for the quick and unanimous passage of this bill at the committee stage. I would also like to thank my good friend and honourable member from Etobicoke Centre for allowing me to move up on the order of precedence and have the final reading of this bill here today. Madam Speaker, this bill is close to me because it is not only represents the journey and growth of Canada, but it speaks to my personal journey and that of so many other immigrants that have made this great country their home. When I migrated to Canada in 1984, I would never imagine that I would be standing here today representing the riding of Surrey Newton and presenting this bill, which I hope will leave a legacy for all Canadians for many generations to come. Madam Speaker, it has been a very humbling experience, and it has been made possible because of the support from my family, my constituents, my colleagues, and from individuals throughout this great country. So many people have supported me in my personal, professional, and political life. The passing of this bill would represent another step in progress we as Canadians have made in becoming a more diverse, welcoming, and equal nation. The days of intolerant laws being enacted through this House in denying entry of Sikhs into Canada or denying Sikhs the right to vote have long since passed but can't be forgotten. Madam Speaker, Sikh Canadians have fought to earn the right to become equal members of society, where we have become contributing members in all walks of life, whether it is in business, arts, sports, media, philanthropy, or politics. I'm proud to say that Sikh Canadians have been elected to all levels of municipal, provincial, and federal governments. 2016 also marked the appointment of the first Sikh Senator, Honourable Sarbjit Singh Marwah, who I am proud to say will be sponsoring this bill in the Senate. Thank you, Senator Sabi Marwah. Before I continue further, I would also like to thank and praise Senator Salma Abdullah Jan for all her hard work as critic and supporter of this bill in the Red Chamber. Madam Speaker, this is a story unique to Canada, and we must recognize and celebrate all of the movements and individuals that have shaped this great nation. Because this is not just the story of Sikhs, this is the story of Canada. We are known around the world as proudly welcoming, diverse, and tolerant nation, but this did not happen on its own. It happened because of people from all ethnicities, languages, and cultures worked together to make sure that Canada over time became this great nation that we are so proud of. When we learn about the deep roots of Canadian history, it helps strengthen our diversity. To quote the Prime Minister and member from Papineau, quote, Canadians understand that diversity is our strength. We know that Canada has succeeded culturally, politically, and economically because of our diversity, not in spite of it. Madam Speaker, this is why I urge all members to support this bill to honor the remarkable story and share it with all Canadians today and with future generations so that we remain a resilient, strong, and diverse nation. Merci beaucoup.
Bien.
The question is as follows. Mr. Dallowall, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-376 enacts to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month be now read a third time and do pass.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 7, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 24.1, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned. And the question is as follows: that this House do now adjourn.
West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to dedicate my remarks this evening to Howard Wilms, a federal public servant who died from being unknowingly exposed to asbestos in his workplace. Before his death, Howard was a tireless advocate for a ban on asbestos. Because of his work and that of his stepson, Jesse Todd, Saskatchewan was the first province to have a public registry of buildings containing asbestos. In Howard's own words, people have to say, enough is enough, we need to know. Madam Speaker, in June I asked the government if they would be implementing a comprehensive strategy for asbestos removal to protect all Canadians and all workers. At the time, the answer was that the strategy was under construction. 4 months later, we still have nothing even resembling a comprehensive asbestos removal and remediation strategy. Instead, what we have are regulations with notable exemptions. As Kathleen Ruff, a prominent Canadian human rights activist and board member of Rideau Institute, said, I would give them credit for finally moving to ban asbestos, but I'm troubled by these weaknesses and gaps, and, if anything, they seem to have gotten worse. They seem to have weakened their proposed regulations. If the health and safety of Canadians is the reason for a ban on asbestos, why allow exemptions? Exemptions that include magnesium extraction companies will be permitted to work in nearly 800 million tons of asbestos residue remaining near the mines in Quebec. The use of road infrastructure containing asbestos also will be exempt from the ban, and with no exemption date in mind. The ban also does not apply to structures or products that already contain asbestos, another reason many think the ban was not strong enough. Madam Speaker, asbestos in Canada still will be found in a wide variety of products, including building insulation, ceiling, floor tiles, automobile brake pads, cement, and plaster products. Madam Speaker, Canadians were expecting a complete and comprehensive ban. When is a ban not a ban? When we get so many exemptions that workers will continue to be exposed to deadly asbestos. It seems that despite the lofty goals the government likes to talk about, their actions reflect instead the desires of powerful and well-financed lobby groups. The federal government is even financing companies who are hoping to continue to make profits using asbestos. The asbestos lobby is rejoicing that the Canadian and Quebec governments are financing a project to extract magnesium from the millions of tons of asbestos mining waste near the town of Asbestos, Quebec. And the Canadian government has given the company $12 million for this project. It appears that no independent environmental assessment has been carried out, public health experts have been excluded, and a deaf ear turned to their concerns by both the Quebec and the federal government. The International Chrysotile Association and pro-Chrysotile movement deny the science on asbestos and oppose banning asbestos, claiming it is virtually harmless. If the government is all about evidence-based decision-making and truly believes that any exposure to asbestos is harmful, which is the evidence, then why have they allowed these exemptions, which will continue to put Canadians' lives at risk? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sport, and to the Parliament and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am happy to respond to comments made by the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West regarding asbestos. Protecting the health and safety of all Canadians is one of our government's foremost responsibilities and one that we are committed to upholding. The Government of Canada takes great precautions to manage and control the risks associated with asbestos in accordance with federal policy and legislative requirements from applicable acts and regulations for health and safety. Madam Speaker, our government has already taken proactive and concrete action to address this issue and to reduce the risk of exposure to asbestos. In 2016, my colleague, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, announced that the use of asbestos in new government construction and major renovation projects under their purview would be prohibited, and published an initial publicly available inventory of government-owned and leased buildings that contain asbestos. Furthermore, in December 2016, my colleagues and I announced a number of measures as part of a whole-of-government approach to ban asbestos and asbestos-containing products in Canada by 2018. I am pleased to report that we have followed through on our promise to deliver on all commitments announced in the strategy. For example, in June 2017, new federal workplace health and safety rules came into force that drastically limit the risk of people coming into contact with asbestos on the job. The Government of Canada's position regarding the listing of asbestos as a hazardous material under the Rotterdam Convention was updated based on Canada's domestic ban. The National Research Council and their partners have been reviewing all instances of asbestos under the National Model Building Codes. Health Canada is working to raise awareness of the health impacts of asbestos through social media and other communications products. And, Madam Speaker, on October 17, 2018, Environment and Climate Change Canada, in collaboration with Health Canada, published regulations to prohibit the import, sale, and use of asbestos, as well as the manufacture, import, sale, and use of products containing asbestos with a limited number of exclusions. The new regulations and related amendments will take effect on December 30th, 2018. In closing, Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her questions and for sharing the government's interest and concern with protecting the health and safety of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her comments. I'd like to remind her that the Quebec's Commission on Occupational Standards, Equity, Health and Safety, as well as all of Quebec's health authorities, has called for zero tolerance for exposure to asbestos because it is so deadly and because that is the scientific evidence. In closing, I'd like to echo Kathleen Ruff again. The Canadian government has endorsed a double standard within Canada itself and is supporting a project that allows workers to be exposed to asbestos at levels 10 times higher than are permitted anywhere in Canada. Why is the Liberal government denying clear scientific evidence? The answer to me is clear. It's because they have allowed public policy to be captured by the asbestos industry, and that is shameful. Where is the comprehensive removal and remediation plan, or is the government still waiting for the asbestos lobby to write it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada's activities in working to reduce Canadians' risk of exposure to asbestos is another example of our government demonstrating its leadership and vision. We have taken a proactive and a comprehensive approach, one that is founded in science and based on evidence. We have taken action by developing regulations to ban the manufacture, use, import and export of asbestos and products containing asbestos under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Evidence-based policymaking is important to this government and to Canadians. Examining the evidence and ensuring that operational and policy decisions are informed by the best possible scientific data are cornerstones of our government. Our actions on asbestos are comprehensive, coordinated, and well-researched, and will protect the health and safety of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to speak about the environment and the economy linked in sustainable development, and to talk about climate change and renewable energy. Last June, I had the opportunity to ask a question about the creation of good jobs in a green and sustainable economy. Now, unfortunately, the Liberal government has been setting this aside in order to invest in an economy of the past. $4.5 billion, $4.5 of the Canadian people, the Quebec people, the people of Drummond, they're investing it in an old pipeline, and this government obviously is living in the past and delaying the shift, the green shift, that Canadians must begin without delay. According to Aquitel, every dollar invested in renewable energy would create 6 to 8 more jobs than money invested in fossil fuels or in renewable energy is far more, creates far more jobs. It would be better for the economy than investing in energy of the past. When I was in Drummond, I welcomed my leader, Jacques Sheen, who's been touring Quebec, talking about the environment, renewable energy, and the green economy. He visited various businesses in the region. We met with Jean-Denis Lebrun from Drummond, Carl Binet from Aero Energie, which is a group business that focuses on energy efficiency. This is exactly the kind of economy that we will have in the future and which is now growing, and we're very proud of this particular business. He also met with Pascal Bouffard, a businessman whose business is called Necamate, and they make reusable plastic straws. So this can help lessen our ecological imprint, because if we don't start doing this, we know what's happening to the oceans. I also met with Denis Lefebvre, who is using various technologies to reduce his footprint, his footprint on the planet. So there are these businesses we're very proud of in Drummond. We also have a building that has been certified green. We're very proud of our region, Madam Speaker, and the people in my region. And people in Canada want concrete action to fight climate change. As you know, very recently, there was an emergency debate in the House of Commons in order to show just how important it is to act. And we know that the technology is law, that we have what it takes. What is lacking is the political will.
Minister of Justice.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Drummond for his question and his speech in the House. I'd like to point out that we're very clear, and the government is very clear. And we have been for 3 years. I'd like to say at the offset that in Quebec, where he is from, this is where they've decided to really deal with pollution, and that's a very good thing. It does not exist everywhere in the country. but in Quebec, in Drummond, and in other provinces, it's very important to point out that there is the will, and this will we see replicated at the federal level with our government.
Question, when it was originally raised in the chamber, indicated what kinds of investments we are making. And he has again stated this evening that he's looking towards things such as a more efficient, more green economy. And what I would underscore is the exact same points that the Minister of Natural Resources made in the first instance when this question was asked. $20 billion is being committed by our government towards public transit. $21.9 billion is being committed towards green infrastructure to improve energy efficiency and help Canadians save money. But there is more, Madam Speaker. What we have been doing is we've been ensuring from the get-go, from November of 2015, when the Cabinet was first sworn in, that the economy and the environment do indeed go hand in hand. And by doing that, Madam Speaker, we signed the Paris Agreement on climate change. We helped shape it, a historic and ambitious and balanced plan for bringing together economic prosperity and environmental protection. Then we sat down with provinces and territories. We consulted with Indigenous persons. We drafted the Pan-Canadian framework to implement the Paris Agreement that promotes clean growth and combats climate change. We are now putting a price on pollution, as I've just mentioned. We've accelerated the phasing out of coal-fired electricity in favor of clean options like renewable energy, and we are making generational investments in clean technology and green infrastructure. First, we're doing this for two reasons, Madam Speaker. First, because the way we develop, move, and use energy accounts for 80% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. 80%, Madam Speaker. And second, because the world is in the midst of something that has only happened a few times in history, a fundamental shift in the types of energy that power our societies. And that is being prompted by the very report that the member from Drummond just outlined, the IPCC report, which indicated that we are on the precipice of a crisis, a global crisis. People have to act, nations have to act, governments have to act. That's why we are acting. This was the inspiration behind a group that we formed called Generation Energy. It was the largest national conversation about energy in our country's history, where we invited stakeholders to come and talk about what their world might look like for their kids and for their grandchildren and how we get there. And the response coming out of that was that they told us they want us to waste less energy, switch to cleaner sources of electricity, to use more renewable fuels, and produce cleaner oil and gas. That Generation Energy concept produced 14 members with diverse backgrounds and experience in the energy sector. We are listening to their suggestions. We are moving forward, most importantly, with a price on pollution that thankfully occurs already in Drummond and the province of Quebec, but not everywhere in Canada. And until it does, we'll continue forward with that plan because the consequences are too dramatic to contemplate if we do not. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for putting a price on carbon. It's very important. There is a price on carbon in Quebec and in BC. We'd like to see it Canada-wide, but we need more action. You can't talk about a price on carbon and then buy a pipeline. Now, today, my colleague, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, tabled a motion asking the federal government to legislate in order to legislate for greater transparency with respect to the environment. Does my colleague agree that we should legislate to have increased transparency on this issue?
Justice.
Well, what I can say, Madam Speaker, is that we are fighting climate change. It has to be done nationally, federally, with as many partners as we can find. It is extremely important that the NDP agrees with us and are helping us to face this crisis. As I said earlier, we're investing in our economy, in public transit, in green infrastructure. We also have our low-carbon economy fund.
Rural and remote communities move off of diesel. These are all comprehensive efforts. They all work towards the same goal. It's a goal that the member for Drummond and I share on both sides of this House. Merci beaucoup.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.